Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the public hearing meeting of Council. Mr. Clerk, could we do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. On the roll, Councillor Sharp.
I'm here.
Councillor Wyness. Councillor Meehan.
I'm here.
Chu. Councillor Dollywell. Here. Councillor Wong. Here. Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Carra.
I'm here.
Councillor Chabot. Councillor Penner.
Here.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Dumont.
Here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Oh, thank you. We'll note Councillor Chu for the roll call.
Okay, thank you. I will go to Councillor Chu for the land acknowledgement, please.
Thank you. The city of Calgary, where the Bowen River meet, was historically a place of confluence where the sharing of resources and ideas and opportunities naturally come together. The original indigenous nation of this area had their own names of the land. In the Blackfoot language, it's called a Mokinsis. The Leka, Nakota, Wikastabi First Nation refer this place as Wechispa Oyade. And the people of the Jutina Nation called Gassisis. The Métis called the Calgary area Otosquani. We would like to take this opportunity to appreciate and acknowledge that we are gathered on the ancestral and traditional territory of the Blackfoot Confederacy, made up of the Siska Pikani, Emskapipikani, and Kainai First Nation, the Leka, Nakota, Wikastabi First Nation comprised of the Chiniki, Bear Spot, and Gustoni First Nation, and the Tutina First Nation. The city of Calgary is also homeland to the historic Northwest Métis and to the Otipamiswa Métis government, Métis Nation Battle River Territory, Nosal Métis District 5, and Elbow Métis District 6. We acknowledge all indigenous people who have made Calgary their home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chu. I'd also like to begin by acknowledging Calgary Pride Week that took place at the end of August. Around the world, Pride Month is widely celebrated in June, and this is to honor the 1969 Stonewall riots in New York City, which was a key moment in the fight for LGBTQ rights. Since 2009, Calgary's Pride Week and Parade have been held over the September long weekend, which usually brings some great weather and a lot of visitors. Pride Week is a vibrant celebration of the 2S LGBTQ+ community, promoting equality and inclusivity within our city. I want to thank my fellow colleagues on council as well as city administration who were able to join the parade. It was very well attended, and thanks to those of you who cheered from the sidelines as well. The city's float was called a Sea of Inclusion, and it returned this year with the same amount of energy as last year. It included symbolic animals, Indigenous design elements, and features that focused on accessibility. Showing our pride as City of Calgary employees and public servants reflects our commitment to equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging, which are core values of our workplace. And while the celebrations may be over, our work to build acceptance and belonging continues on. Our province has made a lot of progress in the last 15 years. In 2009, sexual orientation was added to the Alberta Human Rights Act, and this was followed by gender identity and expression in 2015. But even with these legal protections, discrimination still exists and challenges still exist. So it's important for us to continue the advocacy and provide support. I encourage everyone to explore how you can be an ally and make sure that we are active in supporting youth and all people within the 2S LGBTQ+ community. Everyone deserves to live with respect and dignity, and that's what we stand for here in Calgary. September is also United Way Month in our city. All month long, United Way of Calgary and area hosts events, campaigns, and volunteer opportunities to help raise awareness and support for important community issues such as socioeconomic well-being, mental health, social inclusion, and healthy relationships. The United Way is one of the largest non-government funders of social programs here in our city. Their goal is to improve lives, to create lasting change, and to inspire Calgarians to build a better future for everyone. This year, United Way of Calgary and area is celebrating 85 years of service in our city and surrounding region. And thanks to the generosity of Calgarians, last year, United Way was able to invest more than $47 million into the community, and they were able to help 242,000 people. At the City of Calgary, our United Way employee campaign is another way that we support community. It's a chance for employees to connect, to give back, and build a positive workplace culture, supporting our neighbors in need. 2025 marks our 47th year of partnership with United Way. And last year, our employee campaign raised over $300,000, which helped more than 1,200 people in our city. Let's keep supporting United Way in their mission to make a real difference in our city. And together, we can build a brighter future for everyone that lives here. With that, I am going to go on to question period, and we'll start with Councillor Carra.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. I'm excited to ask this question, but before I do, I want to offer my fellow Calgary Salutes committee member, Councillor Penner. Do you want to ask the question, or do you want me to ask the question? Okay, then I will ask it. Calgary Salutes.
I'll send you a few things just in preparation for our one-on-one for next week.
Okay.
So you'll probably have a lot to report on. Well, but
Hi there. If you're on the line, you should be muted. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, getting back to my question. Calgary Salutes is Calgary's official committee that manages our relationship with the Canadian Armed Forces, manages it and enhances it, creates a bridge to civil society. Of course, Friends of HMCS Calgary has been operating since 2016 and then officially since 2020. And recently, thanks to Councillor Penner's leadership, Calgary Salutes has stepped up to establish those kinds of ties with the rest of the Canadian Armed Forces. We were approached as Calgary Salutes, and specifically our Heritage and History Subcommittee, by a group called the Veterans Walkway that are looking at establishing a really interesting celebration and memorialization of the Canadian Armed Forces participation and significance to Calgary. And we were wondering whether we had to achieve sort of collaboration with this group through a notice of motion, and I'm delighted with a Memorial Drive being ripped up and has to be put back together in a beautiful state, that maybe I've been told that a notice of motion is not necessary. So what I want to ask administration is, what is and how is our collaboration with the Veterans Walkway going?
Thank you very much, Councillor Carra. We are super excited to be working with the committee on this exciting initiative. This project aligns with the city's ongoing efforts to celebrate diversity, acknowledge our shared histories, and foster community connection through accessible public spaces. The Memorial Drive corridor has honored the memory of those that have served this country for over 100 years. The Sunnyside Flood Barrier Project is more than just protecting the community from potential floods. It is also about improving the public realm. And so with that, we will continue to work with the committee on realizing our shared vision within this space.
Thank you so much. Very excited about that.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Thanks, Mayor. My question pertains to our drainage bylaws and working with some constituents over the summer, especially with all of the rain we've had. We've gotten to know the ins and outs of the guidelines and the bylaw. And one of the challenges we've come across is that while the guidelines, Good Neighbor guidelines, direct that you should put your downspout either like away from someone else's property, our actual bylaws say that the downspout just needs to be to the front or the back of the property, which is leading to a lot of issues between neighbors. And really because of the way that the bylaw is written, the only remedy that neighbors have is to go to civil suits with each other over the direction of their downspouts. And so my question really is this something that we're planning to look at, and on what timeline to make sure that we kind of have as strong as bylaws as we can so that we can avoid these types of situations?
Thank you, Councillor Meehan, and yes, it was certainly a season to test how downspouts are working. So we acknowledge that our community peace officers don't always have the legislative tools that they need to resolve those neighbor-to-neighbor conflicts that involve drainage. And frankly, sometimes those conflicts do need to be resolved between neighbors. But in terms of resolving the issue you're identifying in sort of some of our guidelines, the administration commits to reviewing the good neighbor practices and the bylaws and looking at ways to reduce the conflict between those, and so that we can support property owners in protecting their investment and having good relationships with their neighbors. And the timeline we're looking at is that administration will bring that back in Q2 of 2026 to report on the progress that we've made, and that's in advance of next year's rainy season with snowmelt and rainfall.
Thank you. We don't have anyone else in question period, so we're going to move on to the agenda. Can I get someone to move the agenda, please? Councillor Demong, seconded by Councillor Walcott. We are going to have some changes on the agenda. I'll ask Mr. Clerk, do you have them in a specific order?
We do have them laid out in a specific order. This was actually originally, I think, a request from Councillor, if I'm not mistaken, from Councillor Meehan, to set item 7. Oh, actually, this is not the.
Should we go with?
We want the 7-2, the postponement the time setting motion for 729, a request to set it to be dealt with following the dinner recess.
Okay, we'll just wait for
that's
that
correct.
motion to come
Yeah,
up.
that's
Please go ahead.
7.2.9, and the request is to put it after dinner from the applicant. And that just has to do with other conflicts that the applicant has with other hearings and other municipalities today. So if we could help them out with this, that would be most appreciated. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else on this item. I'll assume you're closed, Councillor Meehan.
I am.
A seconder for that amendment.
Oh, seconder, please. Councillor Penner, thank you. All right, so on this amendment to the agenda, is there anyone opposed? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. All right, we'll go on to the next one.
The next amendment to the agenda is a postponement request from Councillor Sharp to postpone item 7.2.12, land use amendment, Springbank Hill, Ward 6 at 30 Elvedon Drive Southwest, to the, actually this should say 2026 January public hearing of council. We'll just get that corrected.
Thank you very much. So if you allow me the latitude, Mayor, I would just like to ask clerks about one question that has come up around agendas, agenda setting, when things can be postponed or withdrawn. Could you just clear the air about who can actually withdraw a item from the agenda before it gets to public hearing? I would say even the horseshoe.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Sharp. The agenda setting process is set out in the procedure bylaw. And in this particular case, with respect to public hearing agendas, administration provides submissions to the agenda that are the subject based on what is submitted by administration, what may flow from other committees, and the mayor. There is one authority in the procedure bylaw for the mayor to defer items. However, public hearing items are excluded from the mayor's authority to set the content of the agenda. So in other words, there is really no authority for council as a body prior to the publication of the agenda to make changes to the agenda. It comes from administration, and it's subject to the advertising requirements set out in the MGA. I would just say that once the council or council committee agenda, in this case it's the council agenda of course, is set or otherwise published, it is the property of the voting body, meaning only council can make changes to the agenda at the meeting itself. So this is the stage of the process, of course, where council does have an opportunity to make changes to the agenda that it will be dealing with on the day of.
Thank you very much for that. I think that just needed to be clear for everyone. So, council, I'm asking for your support to postpone item 7.2.12. I know I have been the fill-in along with Councillor Walcott for Ward 6. We have done both a great job. I think we both can say it's been an honor to serve another whole ward in the absence of a councillor. For this file in particular, that we need more time. The community needs more time, and the applicant needs more time. I did speak to the applicant last week, and we actually spoke this morning on the way here to land on a date. Now, there is no actual date for January because the new council has to set that date for the agenda. So we're trying to make sure we give enough time for the applicant, the community, and administration to work together to get everybody on the same page for this file to come to public hearing where the community is satisfied and so is the applicant. So I believe Councillor Wyness is seconding this, and I am looking for your support today on postponing this item to January. Thank you. I'm closed.
Thank you, Councillor Wyness. You want to second? Anything to add?
Nope, just second.
Council, I just wanted to remind you, we have to set it over to a date specific, and because the 2026 council calendar has not yet been set, this matter will have to be re-advertised. So just for everyone's clarification.
I think we're okay with that. Thank you.
I don't see anybody in the queue, but I do want to pose a question. I know that you mentioned you had spoken with the applicant, Councillor Sharp. The applicant is in the audience. I just want to confirm that you are comfortable with January and that you realize it will be re-advertised. Okay, all right. So I will go back to you to close, Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to everybody that's been working on this, the community, the applicant, and administration. I think this will just kind of set a tone of that we do care about what the community says. And I just want to say thanks again to the applicant for calling me this morning and making sure we could land on something. So that's it. Closed.
Thank you. On this amendment then, anyone opposed? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. So for anyone who's here in the audience, if you were planning to speak to item 7.2.12, it's been postponed to January. So just so you know. And just a reminder that we don't do that in chambers, but I can appreciate your enthusiasm. All right, so we are now moving on to the agenda as amended. Mr. Clerk, is there anything else before we do that?
I don't have anything on the agenda. I do have a procedural motion once the agenda is confirmed.
So on the agenda as amended, anyone opposed? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. Let's go on to the procedural motions, please.
Thank you, Mayor. We have one procedural motion to modify the lunch recess for today's meeting to begin at 11:45 a.m. so that members of council are able to attend the Fallen Firefighters Memorial.
Yeah, so because it is the Fallen Firefighters Memorial and we are expected to be in our seats by 11:50, we'll break at 11:45. What time do we come back, Mr. Clerk?
It would just be the normal 1 o'clock.
1:15.
1:15, excuse me.
Okay. Can I have a mover for this one, please? Councillor Wong, seconded by Councillor Sharp. Anyone opposed to this? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. Next one.
I think that's all the procedural motions we have at this time.
Perfect. Okay, so we are now going into the public hearing meeting of council, and what you're going to see is a changeover of administration, so different people will be seated beside me. When it comes to all of the items that are under planning matters for public hearing, we'll start with a presentation from administration, which will outline the recommendations of Calgary Planning Commission. Mr. Clerk?
Mayor, apologies. I'm just going to remind you that item 9.1 was set to be dealt with.
Oh, yeah, and it's not public hearing.
And it's
Yeah,
not a public
okay. So item 9.1 has been set to be heard first, and because it's not public hearing, we're going to stick with the same crew that we have here?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's go to item 9.1 then, please.
Is this on? Oh, yeah. Thanks. Good morning, Council. My name is Jordan Lamy, and I'm a business strategist in the Partnerships Business Unit. I have a presentation prepared for Council if you'd like.
Anybody want the presentation? Okay, we'll take it.
Great. I'm here today to present change in boundaries request from the Beltline BIA and the Bridgeland BIA. With me today is my director, Kay Choi, my team lead, Kathy Sang, and representatives from both BIAs for any questions you may have. I'd also like to thank our colleagues in assessment and tax and law for being here today and for their team's support to bring this report forward. Next slide, please. This report recommends that Council, 1, provide an opportunity before second reading for current and would-be taxpayers or businesses in the areas and business improvement area representatives to make representations to Council concerning the proposed change in boundaries. Number 2, give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 41M 2025 to amend the Beltline Business Improvement Area bylaw 34M 2019 with respect to the identified boundaries as presented in attachment 2. And 3, give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 43M 2025 to amend the Bridgeland Business Improvement Area bylaw 33M 2019 with respect to the identified boundaries as presented in attachment 3. Next slide, please. Business improvement areas, or BIAs, are established by municipal bylaw under the Municipal Government Act of Alberta and the provincial BIA regulation. BIAs operate as nonprofit organizations that are governed by a volunteer board of directors. The majority of the BIA budget comes from a BIA tax, which is levied on the businesses that are operating within its boundaries. The tax rate is set through an annual process of the BIA board submitting a budget to Council for approval, which then sets the tax rate for that year. BIAs are also required to submit annual audited financial statements to Council. Under the Municipal Government Act, there are 3 defined purposes of a BIA: to 1, improve, beautify, and maintain property in the BIA; 2, develop, improve, and maintain public parking; and 3, promote the BIA as a business or shopping area. Next slide, please. Under the provincial BIA regulation, it outlines how to proceed with a request to change a BIA boundaries. The regulation requires that Council, 1, has BIA board consent, and 2, provides an opportunity to all current and would-be business taxpayers to make representations to Council concerning the change. These requirements have been met. The regulation further requires the municipality take reasonable steps to ensure that a notice is mailed or delivered to every taxable business in the current and proposed boundaries. The notice must set out a summary of the proposed bylaw and the change in boundaries, the ability for the taxable businesses to make representation to Council, and the manner and time period in which they can make those representations. To meet these requirements, administration issued a letter to all current and would-be taxpayers on July 29, 2025. A copy of each letter is included in the information packages in Attachment 4 and Attachment 5. Next slide, please. On the screen in front of you is a map of the Beltline BIA's proposed boundary changes. The current boundaries are in red and the proposed expanded boundaries are in purple. This can also be found in Attachment 6. Next slide, please. Council approved the establishment of the Beltline BIA in 2019, and this is its first request to change its boundaries. The Beltline BIA's proposed expansion would incorporate approximately 347 additional businesses. The Beltline BIA did extensive engagement in the proposed expansion area, which included open houses, door-to-door outreach, distribution of expansion toolkits, and the BIA also used a range of communication methods, including a dedicated webpage, social media posts, radio ads, email and mail updates, and posters. Further information on the BIA's engagement can be found in Attachment 4. Administration mailed 649 letters informing businesses about their request to expand. The letter included information about today's council meeting and details on how businesses could participate, as well as the contact information for myself and for the BIA. Next slide, please. On the screen in front of you is the proposed map of the Bridgeland BIA's proposed boundaries. Their current boundaries are in red and the proposed expanded area in purple. This can also be found in Attachment 7. Next slide, please. Council also approved the establishment of the Bridgeland BIA in 2019, and this is its first request to change its boundaries. The Bridgeland BIA's proposed expanded area is relatively small, with approximately 14 businesses in the expansion area. The BIA...
And then we take public comments from the audience?
So we'll get some clarity from the team. Do we need to ask clerks for procedure? Mr. Clerk, you can explain.
I see Mr. Swin jumping to the microphone there. I don't know if he has something to add, but we have prepped this so that recommendation number 1 gets called first, because although the recommendation calls for council to give an opportunity to current and would-be taxpayers, which is the requirement set out in the business improvement area regulation, it also calls for representatives of the business improvement area impacted to also be able to make presentations. And so that motion would be prepped to go first. Council would then hear those representations, and then we would move on to the other recommendations. That's the way we've laid this out procedurally.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't prepare the motion, but I would like to prepare the motion to allow all the speakers to speak first before questions are asked, if that's appropriate.
You don't have to prepare a motion. We've just been told we could do it that way.
Great. Thank you then. I'd like to have all the speakers first before we ask, council asks questions of the presenter.
I'm going to go through some of the questions that are here.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to go through some of the questions that are here.
Yes.
Yes, before I do that.
Okay.
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 So do you want to get back in the queue, or?
Yeah, I can ask questions right now for this group of speakers and the other speakers. I can ask questions. Would that be appropriate?
Yeah, let me just get some clarification from Mr. Clerk.
Thank you.
Apologies. Although this isn't a public hearing, there really isn't any procedural guidance, so I think it would be appropriate, and I think in past practice of council, they're having questions to those who've made representation to council on business improvement area boundary changes.
Okay. So for those that are in the queue, Councillor Carra will move it after we hear from the BIAs, if you're comfortable with that.
Yeah, I would just like to say, while this is not a public hearing, we're hearing from a particular interest group, which is the ratepayers. If it's not a public hearing, I think we treat it like a committee hearing, and before we have substantive debate or discussion, we hear from the public.
Yep.
I'm happy with that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chabot, you comfortable with that?
Yeah, just, again, I'm looking for clarity. It's not a public hearing, but we are inviting the public to speak.
Not the public, just those that are impacted.
So, but the business owners that are potentially impacted, as well as the BIAs. And have they all been notified that they have an opportunity to present today?
Yeah, this is what we do every year.
Yeah. Just clarifying that. Thanks.
So do you want to, can I go ahead and
Yeah.
invite anybody who's got a presentation, and then we'll go to questions of administration or those folks after? We're good with that? We'll treat it like we do a public hearing? Okay, so members of admin, if you want to just have a seat. Okay, so let me ask, is there anyone who's wishing to speak to this from a business improvement area or an impacted party in that area? Please come on up. Mr. Clerk, please go ahead.
Mayor, just because again,
Oh, we have to do the motion.
if we could do the motion
Yep,
from
got it.
council to invite those presentations.
It disappeared off the screen, so
Thank you.
disappeared from my
Yes.
procedure. Thank you for coming up. We'll just do a procedural motion before we hear from you, if that's okay. Councillor Carra is going to move this. Can I get a seconder for this? Councillor Wong, thank you. Let's go to e-scribe to vote.
Councillor Chabot, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, call the roll, sir.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Do you need to change your vote?
My apologies, it must have been misheard. So,
Can we just correct it?
well, we can change, council can, by general consent, allow Councillor Chabot to change his vote, which won't change the outcome.
Is anyone opposed to Councillor Chabot changing his vote? I am. Okay, let's recast the vote, please.
Okay. Mayor Gondek, call the vote, sir.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? Or you could just tell us.
Apologies, looks like there was a little glitch with eScribe. It popped up and that disappeared. The vote was 13-1 with Councillor Chabot voting against.
Okay, thank you. So that's been passed. Hi, if you could state your name and your affiliation and then carry on, please. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, my name's Marie Semenik Evans. I'm the president of the Crescent Heights Community Association. I would like to ask the clerk to hand out our letter that we had submitted to ensure that it's in front of councillors. Thank you.
And let me just confirm, is this part of the public record as well?
Can I ask a question of procedure?
Yes.
Are community associations
Can we pause the timer,
part of it?
please?
Sorry, I think that's a question of clarification. Is the community association part of?
This improvement area regulation, from what I understand, is to hear from current and would-be taxpayers in the areas. And the motion that council took additionally authorized the hearing of business improvement area representatives.
So can I just get clarity from the speaker that you're part of the business improvement area, not the community association? I think that is actually what's before us. And I apologize, there are rules and regulations we have to follow. And so if we are going to permit a certain narrow number of speakers, so maybe, I don't know if law needs to weigh in on this.
I will weigh in, and you are absolutely correct. Only members, or only the affected businesses can participate.
Okay.
Okay, so unfortunately, we can't hear from you at this particular item.
And when can we speak to this? Because this does impact our community greatly, and we were not consulted about this at all.
So when it comes to business improvement areas, and particularly on this item, it is limited to representatives of BIAs or businesses who can come up and speak today. So that's the procedure.
Okay, so just can you direct me who we would speak to in order to engage regarding our concerns about how this impacts our community?
I would highly recommend you speak with your BIA.
We have attempted to do that, yes.
And then who in administration would be the contact for the community? Okay, do you want to come up, Ms. Choi?
I'd be more than happy to be the point of contact and represent the BIAs as part of administration, Kay Choi Partnerships.
Okay, so Kay Choi is the representative that you need to reach out to. She'll make sure you have her information.
Okay, but that is after a decision will be made, and therefore it will be possibly passed?
Yes. Thank you. I see a couple of people in the queue. This was a procedural item, so the ruling's been made. Is this what we want to weigh in on?
Well, I was going to suggest that we take the interpretation that was just taken, so I'm gratified, but I will tell you that I think a really good practice is to amend the CA bylaws and the BIA bylaws so that you have representatives from each organization cross-pollinating each board, and that's the best possible way to establish sort of maximum collaboration between those groups.
Councillor Wong, is it on the procedural item,
Yes, it is.
even though we've made the ruling?
I'm sorry.
Even though we've made the ruling on the procedural item?
It's an extension of the argument.
So go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Given that we are not listening to the Crescent Heights Community Association, in the attachment package, there's a letter of support from the Bridgeland Community Association, and being that they're technically not interveners or contributors, I'd ask that letter be struck from the corporate records.
Okay, that's a different procedural issue, so Mr. Clerk, how do we manage that?
Actually, Council, if I could just step in, I want regular procedure. Council can always choose to hear from anyone who would like to speak. Council does not always exercise that purview, and it most certainly is not contemplated by the regulation. But under your procedure, you can choose to hear from other parties.
Would that require a motion?
It would.
Mayor, if we can just have a moment to prep that.
Yeah, just take us a minute to set that up. Councillor Wong, is this what you wish to bring?
Yes.
Okay, that's been seconded by Councillor Chabot. Councillor Carra.
Are we hearing from one representative representing the position of the Crescent Heights Community Association? And is this a duly constituted position, or are we just hearing from a variety of people purporting to represent the Community Association? What
So
are we
right
voting
now-
on?
Right now, what is before us indicates that you would be able to hear from the Crescent Heights Community Association. It's pretty vague language. So I would recommend, if you would like to do an amendment, now would be the time to do it.
I would friendly amend to say a representative from, to hear from a representative from.
Somebody going to second that amendment? Councillor Wong, you're seconding? Okay. Okay, so there's a couple ways to do this. If you take this as a friendly, Councillor Wong, we don't have to go through the amendment process, right, Mr. Clerk?
That's correct, Mayor.
It's friendly.
So
Accepted.
it's been amended, and you're taking it as a friendly, so it is a representative. Thank you, Councillor Craw. No need for the amendment. Let's go to Councillor Penner.
Thanks. I actually just want to ask a question, as Bridgeland did.
Not that I'm aware of, and perhaps the clerk would like to speak to that. But generally speaking, if the members of the public wish to make submissions on any item, they would forward them to their councillors or find other ways to get them into the package. But
the clerk can refer the communication to council, the appropriate council committee or administration for a report or for a reply. In this particular case, it's not a public hearing, advertised public hearing item, so we can include communications from the public in the agenda with respect to an item like this.
On community association, and now we're allowing presentation from another community association. So there just seems to be some like unalignment. And so I'm not asking for a fix today. I'm not going to vote against this today, but I think there needs to be some clarity on how we manage this in the future going forward, so that the rules are clear on all sides, so it isn't favoring one association over another. That's all.
And Mr. Clerk, just to get clarity around the original question that was posed and went unanswered, because we went into some procedural stuff. Is it acceptable for a community association to make a submission, even though part of the motion, where it's only BIAs and businesses speaking, precludes them from coming up publicly without a motion?
There is a legal aspect, and thank you to the City Solicitor and General Counsel for answering parts of those questions. Under the Business Improvement Area Regulation, there is a requirement for council to hear from taxpayers and would-be taxpayers in the affected area. In this particular case, the recommendations of administration also added on hearing from Business Improvement Area representatives. That's something council has done in previous years. And so council at a non-public hearing item has to authorize hearing from members of the public who are coming before it to speak.
We're good with all that.
Yeah,
The specific question is, Councillor Wong was trying to strike a submission of a CA.
Oh, from the corporate reg?
Yes.
Well, that is something that council can do, but it requires a procedural motion, a majority vote of council.
But if you've already included it, you did things according to procedure.
Yeah. I'm not sure that the letter in question at this point is before council. We have received something, and what we would normally do in this circumstance under, again, provisions of the procedure bylaw is to receive it and distribute it to members of council. So that is the regimen set out in the procedure bylaw is slightly different than the regimen set out in the Business Improvement Area Regulation. This procedural motion is required to hear from anybody that council hasn't already authorized if council wants to hear from representatives of the particular community association.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Wong.
Yeah, I apologize for getting into this, but at the end of the day, if we're going to give an opportunity for, you know, non-BIA, non-taxpayers an opportunity to speak, and just looking for equity in that, and that's all it is. So I think we were okay to just proceed with the presentations. Thank you.
That's your close?
Thank you.
Okay. You scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, call the vulture.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Please come on up and provide your presentation. We'll take the handout. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning, Mayor Gondek and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for your consideration. My name is Marie Semenuk-Evans, and I'm here on behalf of the Crescent Heights Community Association. We are asking you to postpone the decision on expanding the Bridgeland Riverside BIA boundaries. Let me be clear. We are not opposed to collaboration with our neighbors or to investments in shared corridors. But this proposal right now lacks proper consultation and safeguards. We first heard about this proposed expansion a mere 4 weeks ago, not from the city, not from a BIA, but from a business person in our community. In that short time, we have reached out to our councillor, who informed us that he was not consulted either, to the Crescent Heights Village BIA, who said they supported the expansion. They had not shared that with us previously, and to the Bridgeland Riverside BIA. To date, there has been no engagement with Crescent Heights. The city's own report says BIAs are expected to engage with interested parties, which I think we can all agree should include community associations. That has not happened here. And there's precedent. The Beltline BIA included Sunalta Community Association in their engagement, and in the end, removed Sunalta from the expansion plan based on their concerns. If getting the affected community on side is table stakes in Beltline, Crescent Heights deserves the same, to be informed, consulted, and respected. Why does this matter? The proposed expansion sits significantly inside Crescent Heights boundaries. That means streetscape improvements, promotional programming, even branding decisions directly affect our residents and businesses. Already, the BRBIA has advocated for Main Street's improvements on 4th Street Northeast. We were neither informed nor consulted on this. That's exactly the kind of misalignment that risks sidelining Crescent Heights in decisions that shape mobility, livability, and investment in our neighborhood. So where do we take this? We're not here to block investment. We're here to ensure it's done with Crescent Heights, not around us. We want an agreement, a memorandum of understanding between the BRBIA and the CHCA before any expansion proceeds. Such an agreement should include infrastructure coordination. The BIA must run civic investment requests through CHCA and align with our priorities. Branding guidelines. Any Bridgeland branding in Crescent Heights must avoid confusion and must recognize Crescent Heights to retain its identity. Event notification. The BIA should be informing the CIA of any events in our community so we can keep residents properly informed. And boundary integrity. The BIA must respect Crescent Heights community boundaries and identity, even if parts fall under Bridgeland's ARP or the BRBIA. These are reasonable and practical safeguards that would need to be clarified and agreed upon. So our request to Council is simple. Defer approval of this boundary expansion until there is meaningful consultation and until framework like this is in place. That way, Crescent Heights residents can have confidence their voice is respected, and council can have confidence that this expansion will not come at the expense of one community's identity for the benefit of another. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You've got a question from Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a point of clarification in terms of being consulted. It was seeking a response to a question I was asking for that I haven't received yet. But anyways, my question to you is this. For consultation with the community association, what sort of timeline would you be available to have that consultation?
We would like to see this consultation happening sooner rather than later. It is not our intention to hold anything back. We are quite tied up for the next few weeks with grants and changing over a board, but we would definitely see this as happening as soon as possible.
Within weeks?
I would say within weeks, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the last question was consultation between the Crescent Heights Village BIA and yourself. Has there been any consultation or discussion?
No. We did contact, when we had first heard from a community business person about this in August, when I returned from vacation, I contacted our BIA to see if they knew about it, and that is when I was just quickly informed in an email that they were, and that they had approved the expansion.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Okay, thank you. You've got a question from Councillor Thaliwal as well.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to keep it very brief here. Number two, concerns with the expansion proposal. You're saying advocacy, they're doing advocacy, but at the end of the day, the consultation will be through the city with your community association, right? So that concern, I'm very confused, because you're saying they're doing advocacy, but that's your job. That shouldn't stop us from saying, okay, they cannot expand just because they haven't talked to you.
Right. Well, actually, in their engagement plan, consulting with the CA is actually listed in their own engagement plan, which I don't know why that didn't happen. Our concern going forward is that that we ensure that there is communication between all different services, so that the BIA and we can communicate back and forth regarding any initiatives that we might be proposing. So it's important to do that in order to have a cohesive community with cohesive priorities.
Okay, that's all from me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan?
Yeah, I know you said that you reached out to the Bridgeland BIA, and they said that they are in favor of the expansion. Is that correct?
That is.
Is there any reason you believe you can't just sort of sort out the communications after the expansion fact? It seems more of a process kind of thing that can be worked out amongst community members that you don't, can you speak to that? Why you think you're not able to do that?
I would like to just say that once given permission, there's no need, and I would like to ensure that there is a need to have a conversation and an agreement.
Okay.
So just like this happened, that we were not consulted, and this went forward, we could get left in the dust again.
Okay. Okay. I might have some follow-up questions for administration. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here today.
Thank you again.
All right, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 9.1? Hi, please come on up.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jackie Sanderson. I'm the Executive Director for the Bridgeland BIA. And I just wanted to say thank you so much, Marie, for your comments. I really appreciate those. I just wanted to say thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. So The Bridgeland BIA's objective is just to promote small businesses in our community. The businesses that are on the west side of 4th Street are indeed in Crescent Heights, and they are just outside of our boundaries, and they do not have any BIA support, so that's what we're looking to do. We just want to create a livable and walkable community and a thriving business community to serve all of the residents of Calgary. The BIA wants to support, market, and engage with businesses on the west side of 4th Street to increase awareness and promote their businesses. 2 years ago, the Crescent Heights BIA contacted us to inquire about expanding their boundaries into Riverside, and those are the businesses on top of Edmonton Trail. We agreed to that expansion. At the same time, the Bridgeland BIA talked about expanding our boundaries into include the businesses on the west side of 4th Street. Both parties agreed to this agreement. It just made sense for both of the BIAs. The physical geography of the neighborhoods clearly lends itself to include the businesses at the top of Edmonton Trail and the Crescent Heights BIA, and the businesses at the bottom of Edmonton Trail in the Bridgeland BIA. The mutually agreed boundary expansion will benefit businesses directly through marketing and beautification efforts and ultimately sales. All the businesses that are directly affected were consulted in the proposed expansion area for the Bridgeland BIA. They understand the geographic practicality of this proposal. The Crescent Heights CA, that was a miss on our part in terms of not engaging them, but I would welcome any and all engagement with the Crescent Heights CA to help develop this particular area. To touch on a point that Councillor Craw had mentioned, currently we have a board member from the Bridgeland Riverside CA that sits on our board meetings, and I sit on their board meetings, and we would welcome the same relationship with the Crescent Heights CA. Currently, the Bridgeland BIA has an excellent working relationship with the BRCA, and we would welcome a similar working relationship with the Crescent Heights CA. So the Crescent Heights BIA is in full support of this expansion. Significant development is coming into this area over the next 10 to 15 years, and we want to promote the businesses that come into that area and just make sure that development is good for all of our businesses, the Bridgeland Riverside community and the Crescent Heights community. We all have a shared interest and responsibility to work together to create a wonderful community for people to work, live, and play. And I just wanted to thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much. You have a question from Councillor Meehan.
Actually, Mayor, Ms. Sanderson answered it and is very open to working with the CA, which is really what I was going to inquire about. So glad to hear that and that there's sort of a plan for how to do that. So that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Sanderson, for being here in our conversations yesterday. Crescent Heights Community Association had 3 concerns in their letter to us. One was around the coordination of infrastructure, secondly, about the coordination of branding, and then thirdly, the identity of Crescent Heights residents on the west side of Edmonton Trail versus that. Can you address your perspective on those?
Yeah, so currently the Bridgeland BIA is undergoing Main Street construction. And for those of you who have been to Bridgeland, it really needed that refresher. So taking a look at 4th Street, I've had some very preliminary conversations with our project management team to find out what the process is to get Main Street development on 4th Street. I've had some conversations with BRCA, and I would welcome some conversations with the Crescent Heights CA in terms of what that project would look like. I would imagine we would want to keep the aesthetics very similar to what we have on 1st Street. I personally think it looks really nice, and the community seems to really like the aesthetics, but that is open for discussion. Throughout all BIAs, there is branding that's put up. Currently, we have banners on Edmonton Trail, and that would be a conversation with Crescent Heights, whether we put those same banners on the west side of 4th Street or whether we come up with a slightly different brand that promotes both Crescent Heights CA as well as the Bridgeland BIA. And then, I'm sorry, the third point was?
The residents' feeling of being a Crescent Heights versus Bridgeland.
You know, I think it's a really tight-knit community, and I don't anticipate any effect to those residents of Crescent Heights. My hope would be that the businesses that come into that area is businesses that they are willing to attend and really enjoy those businesses with different restaurants, et cetera.
Further to Councillor Corral's suggestion of having a community association rep on your BIA, would you welcome Crescent Heights CA rep on your BIA?
Absolutely, yeah. So,
thank you.
So currently we have a BRCA rep. It's one of their board members that joins us for all of our meetings, and we would welcome a Crescent Heights board member to join us for our meetings as well, and to join us for any additional conversations that we have with the city that's talking about infrastructure development, and I'd be more than happy to send our branding package over to Crescent Heights CA so they can review, and we can start working on whatever adjustments need to be done.
My last question is that how many properties are on the Crescent Heights side of that equation that's going to be incorporated? How many businesses?
So there's 14 businesses. That's what the city sent out from a letter perspective. Is that correct? I do know one of those businesses has closed, and I believe another business is closing as well. So I think that leaves us with 12 businesses. I've talked to all of the businesses numerous times, and there was no business that was opposed to becoming part of the Bridgeland BIA. But there is a lot of interest from property developers in that area, and I would suggest in the next 10 to 15 years that corridor is going to look very different with new developments coming in, and we just want to be part of that discussion.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to have a question for administration about timing, but thank you.
Thank you. There's no other questions for you. Thanks very much for taking the time to be here.
Thank you for your time.
Of course. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to this item? Okay, I don't see or hear anyone else, so we will go back to questions of administration. I'm trying to go back into the, if you have questions of administration, can you just sign into the queue, please? So let's go with Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Sang and Ms. Langley. No, so getting back to administration and a bit of protocol here. When we do expansions like this, typically we go to obviously to the businesses and ask them for their opinion, yes, no, whether they accept to do so. How far of reach do you go into the actual community to get their understanding?
Thank you for the question. Under the BIA regulation, we're required to send notice or make a reasonable attempt to send notice to all the businesses that are in the current BIA boundaries and the proposed, which administration does. And we recommend that the BIAs do their own engagement with businesses and interested parties as well. But traditionally, we have been fairly hands-off on the process. It's a request from the BIA board, and administration is facilitating that request to council for decision.
And I would just add that the regulation doesn't require consultation with community associations, like it is, as you've seen in the regulation, with current and would-be ratepayers in the BIA area.
Given all the BIAs, we've got the 15 BIAs we've got across the city, when we do changes to bylaws, changes to boundaries, changes to rates, do we not typically get feedback from the BIAs that they have consulted with communities?
So, Councillor, those would be in the information packages, and that might be a point of clarity to your earlier question. We submit to Council an information package to show what the BIA's engagement has been, so that will include if they have letters of support from, say, a community association or businesses or other organizations in the area. We ask them to include examples of like their open houses or mailers or anything to show Council some of the engagement that they did And that helps inform this report and is included as attachments here.
We have a BIA that crosses multiple community association boundaries. Are there any protocols to ensure, that the communities are considered?
So it's not uncommon for BIAs to cross multiple community boundaries. There's lots of examples of that. There is no policy or legislation which requires a working relationship. We'd say they're individual organizations and they manage how they work together.
Okay. The question on timing. Now, we had a conversation earlier today that the approval of this will affect the 2026 tax year, correct? Can you just articulate for the council what that means?
Yeah, so I can go, and if my colleagues in assessment and tax or law may have more to weigh in, but typically we bring these reports to council at this time to ensure that there's enough time ahead of the next year's tax roll to do all the work that's required. We've got our assessment and tax folks have system changes that they have to do. We have to get ready for the preparation of the tax roll for 2026. And so typically we bring these requests to council in September or early October, and that's not available to us this year, to ensure that administration has time to do all that work behind the scenes so that they're set up for the 2026 tax rate setting and tax bills to go out.
And if this was not done before this council expires, in other words, before the end of this September, what's the consequence?
The consequence, if it's not passed today, I think our recommendation would be to bring this forward for the 2027 tax year.
Okay.
So that would be to bring the report in 2026 for the 2027 tax year.
Right. Okay. We heard from a community association. They expressed that given their agenda and time frame for consultation, it'll be weeks before they'll be able to, engage. My assumption of all that is that there will be a conflict to yours timing versus their availability, correct?
I would say yes, but probably would ask our colleagues from assessment and tax just to weigh in on the timing.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wong. My name is Christine Hout. I'm with Assessment and Tax. I'm the Manager of Data and Information. Work is well underway in preparing our 2026 annual assessment roll. The final day to finalize our assessment values is November 20th. If we were to implement the expansion, we do require a couple of weeks to ensure that it's properly implemented into the system, as well as conduct quality assurance, allow assessors time to review the values. If it were not approved at this council meeting and delayed till November, I do have concerns about the risks to our annual assessment roll.
Now, we were told there's only about 14 properties in the area. Do you know what the business tax levy impact would be by adding these 14?
I can speak to that. So we have in the letters that we send out to businesses an annual and a median tax of what the businesses in the current Bridgeland BIA pay. It's a bit speculative to comment on what they might pay in 2026 because, as you know, the Bridgeland BIA will be submitting a new budget for 2026, and then that will be the tax rate will be calculated based on the assessment value of all the businesses.
Okay. The last question, I don't know if you can speak to the Main Street development. Is there somebody from urban development around here?
I don't believe we have anyone from urban development here, but.
Councillor Wong, exactly what is your question?
Yeah, the question is on the Main Street development. We have a bit of membership, inclusion of the boundary. Does that stop Main Street development happening if this was delayed till 2026 or 2027 tax year?
I'm going to look to Ms. Tang in the audience and see if from her past experience she can, but I would say it has no relevance to businesses or boundaries. Am I correct? Yeah.
Okay,
Main Street is going to be a geographical improvement.
Okay.
I'm going to ask Ms. Flowen to weigh in for a moment here.
So, Council, I want to clarify a couple things. So, Ms. Hamilton, I agree with everything she said. And secondly, remember, this request is to expand the boundaries of the BIA. And Council's role here is to determine whether or not the expansion will occur, because that will open the area over which taxation will be imposed. And so it's important and necessary, legally required, for council to hear from the businesses that will be impacted. And I am concerned that there is a bit of a conflating here of land use planning considerations with a request to expand the area over which taxes can be imposed. Planning will and can happen independent of a BIA. And this just allows for the monetary facilitation of all of the amenities and so forth that a BIA will provide. So I hope that's helpful, because I'm starting to be concerned about a conflation of the two ideas.
Thank you, Ms. Sloan. That's actually where I was going to thank you for restating what I was going to get at. Thank you. When we conclude first reading, I do have a recommendation I'd like to put forward at that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Thanks. So when with the BIA expansion, all the businesses that would be included in the expansion, there's no opportunity to opt out, right? They're all required then to pay that tax?
That's correct, yep.
And not to kind of counter some of the statements that were made previously, the amount that's collected from each business is based on the current land use and current assessment, correct?
It's based on a business assessment. So each business is assessed for the purpose of a BIA tax when they're within a BIA boundary.
And if they go through a land use change and that assessment value changes, the amount that they would pay would also change?
Maybe.
Just to clarify, the business assessments are calculated using the net annual rental value. So it's the use of the business at the time of assessment. So a land use change, if the use changes, wouldn't necessarily affect the value.
Until such time as it actually changes.
And until it actually changes, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But because we're on an annual assessment basis, we prepare the assessments based on the information that we have.
Okay, so through the process of consulting with the businesses, how familiar are they with exactly what the financial impacts are going to be to them? Do we have a specific number we give them?
We don't give specific numbers to each of the businesses because that's dependent on their business assessment. And so unless the business is within a BIA boundaries, they're not assessed for the purpose of BIA tax. However, we do, when businesses contact administration directly, we will try and help them provide that information. So I work with our colleagues in assessment and tax to get a hypothetical business assessment for them. And then we would use the current BIA's tax rate. So there's always a bit of an unknown, right? Because the business improvement area is going to bring forward a new budget for 2026, which council will approve with the new tax rate. But we do provide, like I said in the letters, the average and the median tax that businesses in the current boundaries pay to try and provide a bit of a benchmark for the businesses to understand, like, this is maybe where I might fit on that.
Well, they're given at least an order of magnitude of what they can expect.
Correct.
And they've all been given that information.
That's right, yes.
And if they're not here to speak to it today, that sort of implies that they approve it by omission, I guess.
Sure.
Okay, thanks. That's all my questions.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions in the queue, so I'm going to go over to Councillor Carra to move the other two recommendations, please.
Yeah, thank you. I will now sort of open on the whole package, and I've got 3 things to say.
Can I just pause? Sorry, the clerk has something to add.
Sorry, apologies. We already taken a mover and a seconder for the recommendations on this item. Councillor Carra is the mover. And that
was that for all of them together? I thought it was just for the first one.
It applies to all the recommendations.
Okay. All right.
But
Okay, procedurally, I did not open because we wanted to hear from the public, and now I'm going to open on the whole package. And there are 3 things I want to say. First thing I'll note is that this is an interesting situation because the part of Bridgeland that's down by the bridges is actually not in Bridgeland, it's in Crescent Heights. And so it's weird. It's actually part of the Bridgeland ARP. It shares Main Street, but that little flanking on the west side of the couplet, on the 4th Street side of the couplet, is technically in Crescent Heights. But this is not that wild a situation. And in fact, I would suggest that the Kensington BIA is a perfect example. The Kensington BIA straddles 2 streets, 10th Street, which runs north and south, and demarcates the community of Sunnyside from the community of Hillhurst. and then it's Kensington Road, which runs east and west and T intersections into 10th Street. And those two streets form the Kensington BIA, and it's one of the powerful, amazing high street environments in our city. As a council, we support and celebrate those things. We're putting a lot of money into the physical changes to both of those high street environments, the Edmonton Trail couplet, which runs north-south and splits Bridgeland from Crescent Heights, and the First Avenue couplet, which runs east and west, kind of like Kensington Road does. So the fact that the business associations have gotten together and collaborated intensely to figure out how best to do the work that we celebrate and support, which is to allow businesses to do their work and to create great main streets that draw people from all over the city and all over the world when they come and visit Calgary. This is all stuff that we support and love. Now, the first thing we have to ask is, what's being proposed here a good thing? And the answer is yes, we support it all the time. I think what's being asked for is a good thing and reasonable, and all of the actors have gone through a tremendous amount of hoops to get to this point. Now, the Crescent Heights CA is sort of caught out a little bit here. And they're like, what the heck is going on? And some of the suggestions that they're asking for seem like good things too. And what we've heard from the BIA is that they're happy to work with the Crescent Heights Community Association on those things. So, you know, if the Crescent Heights Community Association's mission is to maximize collaboration and community cohesion, consider what's before us. Consider the steps that your neighbors and the business people that serve your community have had to go through to get to this point, and then ask yourself, do we go nuclear and try and stop this from happening? Or do we say this is fundamentally a good thing and we've got some good things that we'd like to add to that, and they've said we'd like to work with you, and so everyone gets to work together. Which brings me preemptively to Councillor Wong. I have become aware that you are agitating to potentially move to kill this or put it or delay it to the other side of the election several more months. And I would just say, look, if we want to be business friendly, if we want to be efficient and effective in the governance that we do, everybody here has jumped through all the hoops that we asked them to jump through. And when the Crescent Heights Community Association came to you and said, what the heck's going on? You should say, this is a good thing. Let me exercise my leadership to make sure you guys are collaborating in a maximum sort of way moving forward. Taking a tremendous amount of council's time here today, asking us to take even more time and everybody to take more time in the lead up to another council meeting like this is bad business, it's bad governance, and it's bad leadership. So please, let's just support this right now, and let's support these amazing actors in our community in collaborating and building the community cohesion that we all want and the effective business environment that we all want. So that's my open, and I hope that I can stay closed after this, but if we want to try and kill this, let's talk about it. Please support this.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I want to thank Ms. Sept Evans for coming here and expressing her concern and wanting to make sure that she's included in the discussions on a go-forward basis, because I too believe that the community association should be integrated into the BIAs, and so I think you've made your point. I think we've heard from the BIA that they're willing to include you in those discussions, and so thank you for that. I initially wasn't supporting moving forward with this until the reason I voted against it is because I wanted to hear from the public first before voting on anything. So in case you're wondering why I voted no, it's because I hadn't heard from anybody yet. I didn't know whether anyone was coming forward.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'll just add, I'm so glad to hear that the community's going to work together. This should be something that should be able to be rectified outside of us, imposing some kind of additional regulation to compel people to work together. I will say that I think that the BIA should work with the CA as a courtesy, but mostly as a courtesy. The BIA taxes businesses an additional amount of money to do improvements. And so I don't necessarily think that we should all allow CAs to trump that, like over and above, but I certainly think that we should listen to their feedback because they have valuable feedback, and it really sounds like that's exactly what's going to happen. So yeah, we've spent a lot of time on this that actually had nothing to do with the businesses in the area, which is I think where we should keep our focus. So I hope that we can proceed in improving this today.
Thank you. Councillor Walcott, please.
Not to insert myself in here, just to remind people about how awesome the Beltline expansion also is. A lot of conversation focused on Bridgeland, but just some notes on how cool the Beltline one is, just to celebrate that and maybe bring the tone up a little. Is when you all looked at the map for the Beltline, like comparing the two is really interesting. Like when you look at Bridgeland versus this one, and it's a very small area that's being expanded versus the Beltline, which is huge. It's a massive expansion, which originally was even going to be bigger. So some real positives here is that one of the biggest surprises that most people had when they first saw the map is that usually when you look at the Beltline's BIA's maps, they're disjointed. You have Vic Park on one side, you have 17th Ave on the south side, and you have the BIA in the middle, the Beltline BIA in the middle, the blocks. The reality that the whole Beltline with all the diverse businesses was not uniformly covered by BIAs in general was a surprise to a lot of people. And so this gap closure is really cool to make sure that the entire Beltline is now served by this collection of business interests who want to see the community be improved through everything from public realm improvements to activations. Most of the things that you actually know throughout the Beltline as like the iconic things that fill those spaces, they are partnerships between the BNA and the blocks, the BIA. And so to see those opportunities expand is awesome. Yeah, I just wanted to say congratulations, and I'll let you all continue worrying about Bridgeland.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Thank you, and sorry to belabor this issue. You know, one of the things we take a look at when we talk about business improvement areas is that, business improvement areas, community associations, residents, businesses, all the other interested party in there have shared places and shared spaces. And when we talk about that shared, there's a need for mutual collaboration, communication, planning, coordination, implementation, everything else that goes with it. A community is not, one organization. A community is the entity of many organizations to identify for the public as a whole what the image, what the branding, what the characteristics are all about. This conversation, while it's been belabored, and I'm sure we've got many other things in this 2,200-page document to go through to deal with, it was an important highlight to say, as we change community associations, BIAs, that collaborative communication support is essential. The fact that it was brought to my attention yesterday, we had to deal with it over the last 24 hours and bring it to your attention. It's not bad governance, it's having to deal with it before this last council is dealing with. Having said that, because at the end of the day, I was put here to represent our constituents and advocate for their respective interests. I think we've done that through the public hearing process. Having said that, though, I will go back to administration. When we have this done, we need to revamp the processes so that we don't get caught here. We have earlier advance notice, a lot earlier than that. Make sure all the stakeholders are engaged properly, regardless of legislation, because, again, shared spaces, shared places, we need to take all stakeholders into places here. So, Councillor Craw indicated I may have an amendment, and I put forward an amendment previous to the clerks on the understanding of what I heard last night and brief conversations this morning. The conversations we've had since then has, enlightened me, and I think it's enlightened all the people, including Crescent Heights here, to the point I'll say, I think there's a general spirit to work together. I've heard from Jackie Sanderson, I've heard from Maria Evan Samanek about the collaboration to do this. Timing is the greatest issue, and timing of getting these 14 businesses in for the tax roll. We also heard that the Main Street development is independent of this and can go ahead with that collaboration and communication. So I will support it as is. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to see if there's anybody else. Don't see anybody else in the queue. I'll go to you to close. Councillor Carra.
Okay, I'm going to close just with appreciate your not making that amendment, Councillor Wong. But I will say that we have taken 2.5 hours on this item. And I think that we can just quickly assess, is this a good thing or a bad thing? How can we make it better, and what's the best way to make it better? And respectfully, I don't think taking 2.5 hours while other members of the public are waiting to discuss other matters is the best use of our time. Next time, feel free to pick up the phone and call me and be like, hey, have you heard about what's going on with the bridge on BIA? What's our plan? I'm closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Nundick, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Is there, we have to do bylaw readings now, Mr. Clerk?
That's correct. Bylaw 41M 2025 and Bylaw 43M 2025.
All right, first reading of bylaw 41M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 41M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 41M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 41M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. First reading of bylaw 43M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 43M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 43M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 43M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Council, I have a request for a quick 5-minute break. So I'm going to do a recess for 5 minutes because we no longer have washrooms back here and people need a bit of a break. We'll be back at 5 past, just taking a recess. Okay, everybody, welcome back. We are getting into the items for public hearing now. So for all of these items, which are called planning matters for public hearing, we start with a presentation from administration. It represents the decision of Calgary Planning Commission or the Infrastructure and Planning Committee, and we then open the public hearing. So at that point, okay, Mr. Clerk.
Sorry, Mayor, can we just do a quick roll call?
Even after recess? Okay, yeah, roll call.
Thank you. On the roll, Councillor Sharp.
I'm here.
Councillor Wenas. Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Dhaliwal. Here. Councillor Wong. Councillor Wong? No. Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Croft. Here. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Dumont.
Here-ish.
Mayor, sorry, Councillor Dumont on the roll. Thank you, and Councillor Wong present. Thank you.
Public hearing. When we open the public hearing, we will go to people who are registered. Generally, we hear from the applicant first, and then we will go to other people that are on the list. It generally goes those in favor and then those who are opposed. In this public hearing meeting, council is restricted to issues of land use, which means it's the use and not the user. And for every public hearing item, members of council also need to remain open to persuasion. Public speakers will have 5 minutes maximum to speak with us, and then at that point, if there's any questions, members of council will ask you. For anyone who's participating remotely, please try to keep a timer with you, and I will certainly let you know when 5 minutes is up. If there are many speakers on an item, I may establish a panel of 5 speakers in each panel. If that's the case, then you will come up, there's seats up there, and each of you 5 will present, and council will ask any questions of the panelists. There's no provision in our bylaw to allow you to defer your 5 minutes to anybody else, so it is each person having 5 minutes available to speak. When we are finished with all the speakers, I will close the public hearing, and then we will go to questions of administration, which will be followed by the motion and the debate. So our first item today is 7.1.1. This is a land use amendment in Manchester.
Good morning, Mayor Gondek and members and council. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. My name is Stephanie Laurier and I'm a senior planner with Community Planning. I'm going to start us off with item 7.1.1, which is a land use amendment to increase the allowable height and density directly east of Chinook Mall. Next slide, please. The recommendation before you today is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 114D 2025 to redesignate the site located at 6100 McLeod Trail Southeast from a direct control district based on Commercial Corridor 1 or CCOR 1 district to the Mixed Use General or MU1 district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southeast community of Manchester Industrial at the northeast corner of the intersection of McLeod Trail and 61st Avenue Southeast. Next slide, please. The site comprises a full block, approximately 1 hectare in size, and is developed with 3 single-story commercial buildings. The site is a 6-minute walk to the Chinook LRT station to the east. Next slide, please. Surrounding land uses are primarily commercial in nature, with the mall to the west and big box retail to the south. The area around the site is characterized by direct control districts, primarily based on the CCOR 1 base district. Next slide, please. This application proposes to redesignate the site to the MU1 district, which allows for a mix of residential and commercial uses, and proposes modifiers to allow for a maximum floor area ratio of 8 and a maximum height of 110 meters, or approximately 26 stories. This is an increase of 20 meters above the maximum height presently allowed. Next slide, please. The site is designated in the Chinook Community's local area plan as being part of the Chinook Major Activity Centre and is within the core zone of the LRT station. Next slide, please. The urban form category is neighbourhood flex, with commercial uses and active frontage oriented towards 61st Avenue and with a building scale of up to 26 stories. The proposal allows for a mix of uses and a building scale that aligns with policy, as well as providing flexibility of uses within the existing buildings. Next slide, please. For the reasons outlined today and in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 114D 2025. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Loria. I will open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.1.1. Do we have Carol McClary? Do we have Carol McClary on the line? All right, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.1.1? All right, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I will close the public hearing on this item. I don't see any questions of administration in the queue, so I will look for a mover for the item, please. Right there, Councillor Carra.
I will delightedly move this. I just want to ask a question. This is exactly what we're looking for in this area. This is one of our sort of like oldest aspirational TOD zones, and we're finally starting to see some traction. Cadillac Fairview is building just to the east of there. This particular site's quite the gateway on McLeod Trail, but also on the improved public realm that we put on in 61st. It's also right across the street from that plus 15 system. Has there been a conversation about linking this proposed development with the plus 15 that's across the street or not?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'll pass it over to Mobility to see. No, I don't think so.
Do we think that'd be a good idea? I'm not a huge plus 15 guy, but I do think that we want to minimize north-south movements of pedestrians at that busy intersection, and we want to funnel people either into the mall or towards the train station, so it might be a good idea.
Through the chair, Shane Batile, Development Engineering Mobility. That's certainly something we can explore at the development permit stage. It's not on our plus 15 maps or anything like that, or noted in the McLeod Trail corridor study, but I take your point. The reason we put the original plus 15 there was the sheer number of pedestrians walking east-west, and we do obviously have people walking north-south as well. They come with their own challenges, of course, but it's something we can explore through the development permit stage.
Okay, having said that, I'm delighted to, and I think the DP stage is probably the right place to explore it, depending on exactly who and what is being proposed. But I think it's worth considering, so I'll just put that thought bubble intention out into the universe. With that, this is exactly where we want TOD. Anytime we have heard from anybody speaking against any particular density proposal anywhere in the city, what they say is, don't put the density here, put it in a better place. And by all definitions, this is a better place. I think there's a very good argument to be made that density shouldn't be in the bad places. Density should be in good places too. But density at this gateway connection next to the mall, which is going to evolve next to the train station on an enhanced public realm, 61st, is in fact a good space, and density will make it a better space, and it'll be a place-making thing. So for all of those reasons, this is exactly what we want. I'm happy to move it, and 3 readings of the bylaw.
Thank you very much. Can I get a seconder on this one? Councillor Penner. I don't see anybody in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Carra.
I'm closed.
All right, e-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Wong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 114D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 114D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 114D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 114D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. That takes us on to our next item, Ms. Loria, which is 7.2.1.
Thank you. Yep, item 7.1.2.1 is a land use amendment in Windsor Park to allow for a 6-story multi-residential development. Next slide, please. The recommendation before you is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 156D 2025 to redesignate the lands at 722 55th Avenue Southwest from the multi-residential contextual medium profile MC2 district to multi-residential high-density low-rise MH1 district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southwest community of Windsor Park, east of Elbow Drive Southwest. The site is well situated with respect to community amenities, with the Windsor Park Community Association and its playground, playfield, and tennis court located 350 metres or a 5-minute walk to the northeast, and Chinook Mall located 700 metres, a 9-minute walk southeast of the site. Next slide, please. The site is approximately 0.18 hectares in size and is developed with 3 single detached dwellings with rear lane access. As mentioned in the report, a 5-storey, 46-unit multi-residential development was approved on the site in 2023. Next slide, please. Surrounding development to the north, south, and east is primarily single and semi-detached dwellings. Directly west of the site is a church designated as the Special Purpose City and Regional Infrastructure District. 1 block to the south of the site, along 56th Avenue Southwest, there are multi-residential developments indicated in brown. Next slide, please. The proposed multi-residential high-density low-rise MH1 district is intended to provide multi-residential development in a variety of forms. The maximum building height under the MH1 district is 26 metres unless a modifier is applied. In this case, the height modifier is 20 metres to limit the building to 6 stories, which is 1 more story than the existing land use. Similar to the existing MC2 district, the MH1 district requires that building height be reduced to 10 metres within 6 metres of a property line shared with a low-density residential district. The MH1 district does not have a maximum density requirement. A maximum building floor area ratio of 3.5 is proposed, which is approximately 6,300 square metres, which is 1 FAR higher than currently allowed under the MC2 district. Next slide, please. This proposal complies with the recently approved Chinook Community's local area plan, which identifies the site as neighbourhood local urban form category, which is characterised by a broad range of housing types. The site's building scale modifier is identified as low, which is defined as buildings of 6 stories or less and typically consists of multi-residential development in the form of apartments. Next slide, please. For the reasons outlined today and in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 156D 2025. I'll note that there is a clerical correction in attachment 1 of the report to update one of the adjoining land uses. That concludes my presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.1. Do we have Jessica Carpat?
Good morning, Mayor Gondek and members of council. My name is Jessica Carpat. I'm the principal of planning at Quantum Place. Sorry, I'm just going to pull out my presentation. I'm the applicant for this file, presenting on behalf of the landowner. Do you have my presentation? Thank you. Can you go to slide 2, please? This land use application in front of you today will change the zoning from multi-residential contextual medium profile district, or MC2, to multi-residential high-density low-rise MH1 with a height of 20 meters and an FAR of 3.5. The site is within walking distance of local shops and services, Britannia Plaza, and Chinook Mall, as administration already mentioned. The site is also in close proximity of Elbow Drive, which is within proximity to primary transit, and the application aligns with the local area plan, which is the Chinook local area plan. We have also applied for a concurrent development permit so the community and administration can understand the development being proposed in a holistic manner. Next slide, please. Prior to our application for a land use redesignation, in 2018, the landowner applied to change the land use to MC2. In 2023, the landowner applied for a development permit that was approved. However, due to the costs associated with stormwater upgrades that were unanticipated at the beginning of the project, the development did not progress. The Chinook LAP was then approved in April 2025, identifying the site for 6 stories, and here we are today. We're applying for a land use redesignation to go to 6 stories to align with the Chinook local area plan. Next slide, please. We have done a thorough engagement program on both the land use and the development permit. We had a project website. We distributed postcards to adjacent neighbors. We hosted a virtual open house on April 23rd, 2025. We also met with the community associations and adjacent neighbors. We completed a What We Heard report, which is submitted within your package, and we will continue to engage with residents as we progress through the development permit. Slide 5, please. Sorry, next slide, please. So there are 3 consistent themes from the community engagement. One is shadowing, the next is step backs and setbacks, and the third is waste access and egress. I'm going to address these from a land use perspective over the next few slides. Next slide, please. This is the initial massing that was submitted for land use redesignation. Shadowing studies were submitted based on this initial massing. The neighbors to the east and north were concerned about the impact of shadows that would cast to their properties. And this is the initial image of the initial DP submission from the 6-story massing. Next slide, please. As a result of engagement, we created a step back both at the 6th-story and maintained the step back at the 4th story, and that is the revised DP submission and the front elevation. Through engagement, we were also speaking directly with the adjacent neighbor, and their specific request was that we maintained the east setbacks and step backs from the initial development permit application. Next slide, please. This results in a shadowing and a massing study, as you can see, and you can see the difference between row 1 and row 2. Row 1 is the initial development permit submission, and once we did that step back at the 6th-story, you can see that we have reduced the impact of shadow on the adjacent neighbors to the north and the east. Next slide, please. On step backs and setbacks, here I'm describing the step backs for both the 4th-story and the 6th-story, where we're maintaining the MC2 step back at the request of the adjacent neighbor to the east. Next slide, please. At their request also, the adjacent neighbor did ask for us to maintain access and egress, access for the parkade to the front from the avenue, and waste and recycling from the rear, as is consistent with the existing DP application and due to difficulties with the lane. We have kept that approach.
You're just at time.
Okay, I'm almost done. We've kept that approach, and I request council to approve the application.
I'm just looking to see if there's any questions for you in the queue. And I'm not seeing any from my colleagues, so thanks very much for taking the time to be here today. And I am actually going to set up a couple of panels on this next one because we've got about 8 people signed up. So the first panel that we're going to set up is going to be Bradley Pierce. Do we have you here? Yep. And Greg Frison. Okay. Do we have Greg Frison on the line? Do we have Ken Young? I'm going to call things in the order that I have them, and we'll make adjustments as needed. Okay, so do we have Daria Krisan? Yeah, please come on up. And do we have Evgeny Zhuromsky? Yeah, please come on up. The next panel is going to be John Watson. Do we have John Watson? Do we have Johnny Sang? Okay, great, you'll be on the next one. And do we have Simerjeet Danoa? Great, you'll be on the next one as well. So, what's your name, sir?
Bradley Pierce.
Yeah, sorry, this gentleman.
My name is Ken Young. If I could go last, please. I'm on the Windsor Park Development Committee, and I've just got some wrap-up comments.
So, can we go Bradley Pierce? Greg Frison, do we have you? Do we have Ken Young? Oh, yeah, right there, sorry. Do we have Daria Krisan? Yep. And we've got Evgeny as well, right? Okay, so Mr. Young, you'll go right after Mr. Zhuromsky. So please grab a seat. Mr. Pierce, please start.
Sorry to interrupt again, but can I go last on the second panel?
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So in that case, we're going to move up. We didn't have John Watson, right? We had Johnny Sang. Johnny, please come on up. Okay, Mr. Pierce, thanks for your patience. Please go ahead.
Your Worship and members of Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Brad Pierce. I reside with my partner, Donna Tilden, at 729 55 Avenue Southwest, almost directly across from the subject property. We object to the proposed amendment and rezoning, not because we are against more density, of which Windsor Park has experienced its fair share, but because the new zoning is inappropriate for this location based on the MH1 or multi-residential high-density, low-rise district stated purpose and criteria. If I might, could I get the slide up from the Community Association presentation that shows the original proposal and the new proposal?
Who would have sent it in? Okay, let's see if we can get that up for you.
Yes.
There you go.
So specifically, if you might indulge me, as I'm sure you are all more familiar with your own land use bylaws, but some of the stated purposes and criteria for this higher density rezoning include it is intended to be typically located at community nodes and transit and transportation corridors and nodes. Includes a limited range of support commercial multi-residential uses, provides outdoor space for social interaction, and provides landscaping to complement the design of the development and to help screen and buffer elements of the development that may have impacts on residents or nearby parcels. Your Worship and members of Council, none of these criteria apply to the subject property or the applicant's proposal. Could I also bring up the photos that I submitted in my submission of 55 Avenue, 50th Avenue, and 58th Avenue? Your Worship and members of Council, this is 58th Avenue, where this type of zoning would be appropriate and is appropriate, as you see with the boardwalk property that was developed there. Next slide, next photo, please. This is 55 Avenue. 55 Avenue is a narrow tree-lined street with a church at one end and a fire hall at the other, and an elementary school in the middle. There is no community node, no commercial or retail use, no bus route. Further, there is no utility corridor, as in the case of 50th Avenue, or park, as in the case of 58th Avenue, to buffer the impact of this type of large development. In simple terms, the proposed rezoning and proposal run contrary to the city's own rules and criteria and must therefore be rejected. Those are my submissions, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Oh, if I could bring up the 50th Avenue. Here again is a place where I would have thought that type of zoning is appropriate, and as you can see, there is already a 6-story there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pierce. We'll ask questions of the panel once it's concluded. I'm going to go to Dana Crescent next, please. Daria, my apologies.
Am I on? Okay, thank you for opening the floor for the people in Windsor Park to express their concerns. I'm here to express my strong opposition to this rezoning. Next slide, please. First, just to clarify some of the things in your package, Windsor Park community population has not peaked in 2019. That's when you stopped counting. Since 2019, there have been at least 400 housing units built in Windsor Park. 2 of them are the 6-story buildings you've seen in the presentation before. I'm going to refer to them again. There have been at least dozens of bungalows teared down to build infills, duplexes, RCGs, RCGXs. Alberta School is overflowing. The Windsor Park School has been reopened after a number of years to accommodate the increase in population. Next slide, please. And CB apparently has better numbers. They say this school will be full in 3 years. By the way, this school is only a couple of blocks from the site that this property is looking to rezone. Next slide, please. Okay, why are we here? Because the local area process has, planning has a glitch. where 4, 5, and 6-story buildings are lumped together in a category. And if you already have a 4-story or a 5-story building already approved, next step, you can apply for rezoning for 6 because the community has already basically consented. This is a sign of incremental creep density, and I think this is a serious flaw with the local area planning that you may hear about in the upcoming elections. Next slide, please. What is already approved on this site is too large. It's a 5-story building in between 1.5-story house and a 2-story church. The building that is already approved for this site is about 3 times larger than anything in the neighborhood, but that ship has sailed. Next slide, please. The new proposal is even worse. Today I found out that it's not going to be a maximum of 18 meters, it's actually going to be a maximum of 20 meters. So about 4 or 5 times bigger than the buildings to the east, to the west, to the north, to the south. And this is not low density. The district is called literally high density low rise. They are looking to add an extra floor, but 40% more housing units. This is not a modest increase. Next slide, please. We do have 6 stories in Windsor Park in 2 very business locations. Both of these, by the way, are the ones opened after 2019, which conveniently are not even mentioned in the package. 105 units, I believe, the Windsor, 6-story, with a very thoughtful gradual decline to only 2 stories next to the neighboring house. Next slide, please. Where is this located? Elbow Drive and 50th Avenue, a very busy location, straight on the number 3 transit line. The other 6-story, 58th Avenue and Elbow Drive, completely recently, 250 units, I believe. Many of them still vacant. There's lots of vacancy in Windsor Park if you want to move there. And where you can see how this building literally dwarfs the 4-story buildings behind it and on the side to it. This is where 6-story buildings belong. Next slide, please. This is the site we are talking about. 3 bungalows to be replaced by a 20-story massive building in the middle of the block on a very small residential street. Directly next to this site, there is a daycare, children walking back and forth to the playground all the time. 1 block away, it's an elementary school, recently reopened. Hundreds of children will need to walk on this sidewalk every day and compete with the 75 cars in the parkade that will need to get out. Next slide, please. These are the neighbors. The church, less than 7 meters. This is not a massive church. This is not a cathedral. This is a small church housing a daycare. To the right, a neighbor with a 1.5-story building. He recently updated his house. He will have a 20-meter tall building next to them. And to remind you, there is already a 16-meter building or so, 5-story, approved for this site. Next slide, please. This sets an unfair and dangerous precedent that anything that's 4 to 5-story in the local area plan can be upgraded to 6 with minimal planning concerns. This is not about infrastructure. The community has asked for the documents that developer to substantiate the developer claims that it's infrastructure upgrades that requires this higher level of density. We have never received the documentation. This is simply profit maximization at the expense of the community. Next slide, please. There are many other issues. The developer has a history of incremental density creep, including litigation with a former councillor. You can research that. The planning department does not look at the infrastructure anymore once the local area planning is approved.
Ms. Krisan, you're just at time.
And so you can read the next.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Evgeny Zhoromsky.
Can I please have my slides? I emailed them last night.
I think we're just going to bring them up.
Hello, Mayor and Councils. My name is Evgeny Zhoromsky. I live on the 54th Avenue in Windsor Park, just 1 block north of the proposed land use site. I wish to express my strong opposition to land use redesignation from MC2 to MH1, and I urge the Council to reject this application. The project, if approved, will deny the adjacent homeowners and the use and enjoyment of their properties and will significantly reduce their home values. Slide 2, please. In Chinook Community's local area plan, map 3, this area's urban form is called neighborhood local. This means that at all scales, redevelopment should consider existing context, parcel layout, building massing, and landscaping to sensitively integrate into the community. And paragraph 2214 on the policy, it says, development in neighborhood local areas should consider the local build form, consider shadow impact on neighboring properties and parks, and also 2216, multi-residential development is only supported in the neighborhood local limited scale areas in a grade-oriented form. Do you really think that building a 6-story apartment block with 64 units, no transition space of any kind, 1.5 meters away from surrounding 1- and 2-story single-family homes will meet this definition, sensitively integrate this project into the community? Consider the local build form and shadowing impacts. Slide 3, please. Municipal development plan. In the municipal development plan, this land use change application does not respect the objectives and policies of Calgary's municipal development plan either. In the section 225, strong residential neighborhood, the objective is intensification should be accommodated with existing communities in a sensitive manner. The city promotes a feeling that is sensitive, compatible, and complementary to the existing physical patterns and character of neighborhoods. Under policy, it says, encourage growth and change in low-density neighborhoods through development and redevelopment that is similar in scale and build form and increases the mix of housing types such as accessory suites, semi-detached townhouses, cottage housing, row housing, and other ground-oriented housing. The proposed land use change is anything but sensitive, compatible, and complementary to the existing character of the neighborhood. It is very different from the existing pattern of development in Windsor Park and is compatible with surrounding low-density residential homes. This land use change and concurrent development permit, if approved, will obliterate the values of surrounding homes and destroy the use and enjoyment of neighboring properties for their owners. It's cruel, unfair, and cynical to subject Calgarians, constituents, and taxpayers to such harm and stress so that one commercial developer can make a windfall profit. Slide 4, please. The original public hearing that took place in November of 2018, the current MC zoning was obtained in 2018 despite the overwhelming opposition of Windsor Park residents and Calgary Planning Commission's recommendation to refuse the application. The council vote to approve it was a contentious decision by itself. Slide 5, please. At that time, the Calgary Planning Commission report stated the following reasons for recommendations. Administration considers this application to be inconsistent with MDB policy and incompatible with the context. A 4-5-story building adjacent to single detached houses at a mid-block location, it represents significant intensification and a height difference that is considered incompatible in this context. The subject site is not considered appropriate for greater density considering its mid-block location. The application does not meet the policy standards of the municipal development plan. The application represents an abrupt change in height and massing from the adjacent low-density residential development in the area, said the Calgary Planning Commission report. The only thing that changed between 2018 and now is that the proposed structure became taller, bigger, and more massive. It is even more inappropriate, and it clashes even more with the applicable policy and statutory documents governing redevelopment. I urge the City Council to reject this land use change application and to reconsider the appropriateness of the existing MC2 zoning on this parcel.
Proposing a 6-story building within the Windsor Park neighborhood, this seems like a miscommunication towards the community. As shown below or before in the other presentations, there are countless row homes being built within the community that are selling well over 800 grand a unit. And in the last couple of years, there's a developer. The proposed building now is intrusive and it dramatically outscales the 2-story homes within the area. It diminishes privacy and sunlight for nearby residents. This is not a gentle densification. It should be gradual, non-disruptive, and additional row homes like townhouses or secondary suites that integrate within the neighborhoods, but not this large towering structure that's being presented that overshadows neighboring 2-story homes and clashes with the character within Windsor Park. It should be a blend of new houses that go with the neighborhood, but not dominate them. The original intent of the local area planning was not meant to enable developers to revise approved plans for significantly larger buildings, and the current handling of this application represents, I believe, like a bait and switch approach that undermines the trust of the LAP process. This development does not reflect what residents were led to believe during earlier planning and discussions, and it fails to reflect the vision and priorities of the community. Windsor Park residents support responsible, thoughtful growth, but developers must respect neighborhood, scale, and community vision, and a 6-story building at this location does not do either. And following up with Quantum Place, it's great that they send out postcards and they let us speak, but there hasn't been any follow-ups with our new concerns with this 6-story complex. It's still the same proposed building that was brought up in April 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So panel, I hate to do this to you, but I'm going to have to. You have to be outside for a firefighter memorial right away. So I'm going to recess the meeting. When we come back at 1:15, we will go to questions of your panel. So I appreciate you understanding why we have a time constraint today. Members of council, we need to be in our seats by 11:50. So I will see everyone out there. Thanks for understanding, everybody. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the public hearing meeting of council. Mr. Clerk, can we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Sharp,
I'm here.
Councillor Wyness, Councillor Meehan,
Here.
Councillor Chu, Councillor Dollywell, Councillor Wong, Councillor Walcott,
I'm here.
Councillor Craw, Councillor Chabot, Councillor Penner,
Here.
Councillor Spencer,
Here.
Councillor McLean,
Here.
Councillor Demong, and Mayor Gondek.
I'm here, and just a reminder that Councillor Demong has a conflicting council obligation with the committee he sits on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we're ready to come back. Thanks, everyone, for your patience. The memorial lasted a little longer than we had anticipated, so thanks for sticking around. We had heard from our panel, and we were going to go to questions. There is a question from Councillor Penner.
Yeah, I had a question for Mr. Singh. Did he leave? Okay, then no further questions.
All right, I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you so much for taking the time to be here today. We appreciate it. I'm going to go to the next panel. We have Simmerjeet Danoa. Yeah, please come on up and grab a seat. Thank you so much. Do we have Ken Young? Please come on up, sir. I'm going to check again on Greg Friesen. Check on John Watson. Oh, sorry, who's this? Hi, who's on the phone line? Is that Greg Friesen? How about John Watson? Okay. Is there anybody else who's waiting to speak to this item 7.2.1? Okay, then let's get going with our panel. We're kicking it off with Simmerjeet, please.
Good afternoon, Council. Good afternoon, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Simmerjeet Danoa, and I live across the street from the proposed redevelopment site. For my stance, I'm strongly opposed against this rezoning and this development. My neighbors who have come up before have made some excellent arguments against the development, so I won't rehash those, as being respectful of everybody's time here. I wanted to note before I dive into things, though, is I'm not here to talk about NIMBYism, as my wife corrected. Not everybody's aware of NIMBYism, so not in my backyard. As I recognize the importance of densification and the need to build housing, what I really want to kind of highlight and drive home here is the need for responsible and thoughtful rezoning and redevelopment. Within that context, I have three main arguments against this rezoning and redevelopment as why I believe it's not thoughtful and it's not responsible rezoning and redevelopment. The first one is that this is not gentle densification. Windsor Park, I think, is a community that's a great example of kind of some modernization, some increased density efforts, and some redevelopments, and I think a lot of them are really thoughtfully done. We've got a number of fourplexes, duplexes, up-down rentals, secondary suites, townhomes, as well as a mixture of apartment buildings mixed into Windsor Park. And however, those are all strategically located either on intersections or other key areas where it makes sense to do the development. This proposed rezoning and redevelopment would drop a 6-story apartment building into a mid-block location, which I feel is not gentle densification at all, given the makeup around there. My second argument is that this mid-block location stands out from all other developments as well. So again, the developments are thoughtfully put in order to kind of allow for additional parking, any other kind of considerations when looking at redevelopment, versus this one is placed right in the middle of a city block here. This is also significantly larger than any other development in Windsor Park. We have the developments on the edges at 50th Avenue and 58th Avenue, which I think, again, are placed responsibly in the right locations. But other than that, there's nothing else of this size or this magnitude in Windsor Park, and I question why we need to allow this size and this magnitude of development in the location that it's in. Now, I understand that the local area plan, this was redesignated prior to the local area plan coming in. And due to that prior redesignation, this one now needs to be upped to a 6-story designation, as there is no designation for 5 stories. It's either 4 or 6. But I don't believe that interpretation of the local area plan should justify pushing this up to 6 stories. I believe that's a sign of good faith to not zone down the zone of this development, but I believe the developer is being opportunistic here and pushing for the 6 stories. This continues a pattern of the developers shifting the goalpost to better suit themselves. We've gone from initially a 4-story proposal to a 5 to now a 6-story proposal. There was also talks of creating a unique and contemporary building that'll integrate with the with the rest of the community. None of that is apparent in their current submission here. I believe Councillor Kara made the excellent point earlier of density in good places. And I would just question what makes this a good place where it currently is. Is it on a main intersection? It's not. 55 Avenue is a small local street. Is this across the street from a green space to create some kind of community hub or a central space in the community? It's not. It's in the middle of 2-story houses at most with a 3-story church on the one side. And is this close to a major transit hub? Aside from the number 3 bus line, the closest transit hub would be Chinook Station. So to kind of sum this all up, we've seen responsible development everywhere else in Windsor Park, from, again, 4plexes, townhouses, to the large apartments kind of bookending Windsor Park in the north and south on 50th and 58th. And all I would ask council is, can we please be responsible with this development? The developer, I believe, is already getting a win with a currently approved 5-story apartment. So if we can strike some kind of fair middle ground between the developer and the neighbors, those of us that live around there, and keep it to a 5-story, I believe we can all walk away feeling okay about this outcome. And I would just ask, are we looking to do thoughtful and responsible development, or are we here to facilitate a maximum profit for developers, which is the pattern that this one is leading down here? So appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. If you grab a seat, I'll let you know if there's any questions for you, and that takes us to Ken Young.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is, excuse me, is Ken Young. I'm speaking for the Windsor Park Development Committee and many, many other people from Windsor Park. The proposed 6-story building in Windsor Park is at odds with the spirit of our community's local area plan, the unique circumstances of this site, and the principles of responsible densification. The developer cites the LIP, but a closer look reveals a troubling discrepancy. Community representatives maintain that the up to 6 stories classification for this site within the LIP was narrowly intended to ratify the previously approved 5-story building, not to grant new authority for an even larger structure. Knowing the history of this parcel, it did not occur to us that the developer would opportunistically change their long-running plans, attempting to capitalize on an opening. But now we watch as the developer flips their project to the maximum cap within that building scale. The current application is seen as a bait and switch. This undermines the trust and goodwill essential to the planning process and breaches the understanding reached during earlier discussions. A Calgary Police Commissioner's recent public statement that, quote, council was intentionally allowing 6 stories on this particular site was speculative. It fails to account for the unique context and specific planning history of this site. Community input during the LIP working groups was aimed at accommodating an existing approval, not enabling a larger project. During the council hearings on the Chinook Communities LIP, the map of the entire area was displayed and attracted no discussion relevant to this parcel. Even when this parcel was originally rezoned for a 5-story development, administration described it then as a, quote, abrupt change in height and massing, a significant intensification that is considered incompatible in this context. But we are resigned to the reality that council approved that 5-story structure and zoning. However, we were aghast to hear another member of the Planning Commission recently describe the 6-story revised proposal as a, quote, modest policy evolution and a good way of gently densifying. This mischaracterization of this large structure at this location clearly does not align with the concept of gentle densification, typically characterized by gradual, non-disruptive, and incremental additions. Think of how you would react if you were Donna, Simmerjeet, Kevin, Lori, or Johnny, all directly facing this building from different angles. Would you consider a 6-story apartment building creating a 150-foot street frontage visual wall to be gentle densification? I described this as a bait and switch. Please look at the one slide I provided. Can you put that up, please? Which contrasts the original proposal with the current one. The slide illustrates a troubling discrepancy between what was promised and what is now proposed. Initial design promises of a, quote, unique and contemporary design with a varied articulated facade have been abandoned. The current application shows a large monolithic building with no mature tree preservation, a stark contrast to the original commitment. You may say that this is irrelevant, but we would counter that the original rendition was used to sell the redesignation concept in 2018. It was in the materials presented at town halls, to administration, and on display to you, council, previous council. This was a marketing process, and the developer was trying to sway opinions and emotions with pretty pictures and promises that were not met. Metaphorically speaking, the developer presented images of a Mercedes, but ultimately delivered a Lada, and a very large Lada. And it's deplorable that there seems to be no mechanism for accountability in this process. In summary, we contend this development is a material misapplication of the local area plan that fails to respect our neighbors' context and vision. Our understanding is that council has discretion on how to apply this policy. We are here today asking you to apply that discretion wisely, fairly, and careful consideration for the intent behind the LAP. In your deliberations, we plead with you to reflect on this fundamental point. The community's intention was to designate the building scale of this site to be sufficient to accommodate the approved 5-story building, not more than that. I'm available for your questions.
Thank you. Let me just put out the call again. Is there Greg Friesen? Do we have John Watson? Okay, we're going to go to questions of this panel. Let's start with Councillor Penner.
Thanks. I used to drive a Lada. Fun fact. Yeah, I know. Terry doesn't believe me. The images that you just put up were not the same images that the applicant showed us in their presentation. So when is that image from? Because that's not the current one that I either have in my package from a development permit or what the applicant put up today.
I copied that from the development permit application that was filed this summer.
So it's been changed. So the one that the applicant put up, though, was different. So, like, respectfully, I get that there's a difference here, but it's not the most current version of the development permit. So, and I'm going to ask planning about how we get development permits and images changed online. That's total other aside. When was the last time you met with the applicant?
We met with the applicant in the summer, probably kind of mid-summer. The applicant had reached out to us 2 weeks ago to have a follow-up meeting. That it was like the first week of school, people were very busy, and then this meeting was coming up. So I think we're probably gonna maybe meet in the next week or two. They said that they wanted to meet to discuss possible revisions to the development permit.
Okay, so there's been a commitment to continue to work on the development permit. So we're just, so some of the massing and movement can still happen.
Just based on history, we're not entirely comfortable with commitments made by this applicant. And that's not towards the actual people who are here speaking, but since 2018, there have been so many false and misleading undertakings and commitments made. And in the materials, I provided a lot of detailed documentation. I went through the 2018 hearings.
Yeah, I think we're not here
detail.
to discuss 2018, and I think we can all agree that the economy around building has changed. So I don't want to actually reference what was done in 2018. I need to address what's before us today. And
It's
so
the
I guess
pattern, it's the pattern of misleading information that I'm referring to.
I guess we're not also here to judge the character. We're here to judge the project. So
No, we're not talking character. We're talking evidence and quotes.
Okay. I'm not going to be able to take it into consideration. So I'm just going to say, are you committed to working with the applicant still on the development permit?
Well, sitting down and having meetings where they're going to tweak a few things. If you're asking me to do that, of course we'll sit down and meet with them. But if they're not going to fundamentally change this, so for example, they'll do a few tweaks around shadowing.
Mr. Young, I just needed a yes or no. So it sounds like you're saying yes, so thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes, we would.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chu.
Thank you, Worship. Maybe my eyes, I'm getting old, so maybe my eyes are playing game, but the picture on the right, there's 5 green spot I see on the bottom. Are they trees? Assuming that there are trees, because from what you wrote on top, no tree retention.
Well, preservation of the existing mature trees. Yeah, in the development permit, they show new trees planted there. But when they're digging, where that would be located, the existing trees would not survive. On the original plan, possibly, it looked like they actually were preserving them on the original intended plan, but it's not evident that those trees would be preserved now.
Okay, so that's something I had to ask the applicant. But anyway, the picture to the left, it shows also 5, I see, trees, but about 3-story. On the right side is almost the same size. That's what I see.
So on the far right side, it is 3 stories.
No, the tree, the size of the tree, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's a mature tree that's there. And at that point in time, they committed to preserving the trees. That was in their materials, and they said that multiple times.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We've got a question from Councillor Meehan.
Yeah, I guess I will ask Simmerjeet if you'll come up. Thanks for your presentation. And, fundamentally, we're talking about the difference between, of a story, really, of a story here. So one of the things that allowing more density would do is allows the applicant to change the massing so that there is actually an additional step to that other neighbor. And so, in your mind, is there any benefits to doing that? Or you think just the increased density is not a good thing because there will actually be more distance between the residents and that neighbor, that single family neighbor, because of the additional massing? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
I can show a picture if it's helpful.
I think I know the one you're talking about where they're going up 3 and then a little bit on the top.
So there's an extra layer of,
Yeah, I'd say that's on the one side, and I'd argue the developers really lean towards appeasing the one neighbor on that side. As being a neighbor directly to the south of the property, south of the site, I've had developers had no conversations with me about maybe what we would like to see, because again, I'm going to be looking out right into directly 6 stories. Okay. So I think, to answer your question though, I think if they're willing to make concessions on maybe consulting the neighbors behind, in front, do a more detailed discussion and redesign with the neighbors in mind and allow for more easebacks, more setbacks, and a more varied design, that may be something we're open to. But my only caution there, and what kind of my hesitation there, is that is it going to be the case of give an inch, take a mile? They don't owe anything to us to hold it to anything that we ask them for. At the end of the day, the designation rezoning, will state it's approved for 6 stories, so they can put up a 6-story rectangular building if they so chose to, and they'd be within their right to do so. So that's my caution. If they're willing to give concessions and really go through a thoughtful redesign with the neighbors and really fundamentally change the way that this looks, that might be something we'd be open to. But I just, with the history you've had with the developer too, I'm wary of that will happen.
Okay, is there anything from your vantage point though that could even happen? Other than it not being 6 stories, I understand you don't want it 6 stories, but what differences could they make on the building to make it better for you?
I think just a better attempt to integrate with the rest of the neighborhood here. Maybe, again, a varied facade, maybe a little bit of changing within the roof line. So, they can touch 6 in a couple spots within there, but, maybe something on the east side of the west end of the building too, maybe some setbacks there. Maybe something towards the south side to ease shadowing for the neighbors in the back. Yeah, I think that the crux of it would be something that fits within the neighborhood a bit better.
Okay. All right, thanks for that. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else with any other questions, so thank you both for taking the time to join us today.
Thanks for the time.
Thank you. And I will ask one more time, is there anyone else interested in speaking to item 7.2.1? Seeing and hearing none, I will close the public hearing on this item. We'll move to questions of administration and council. I just need to remind you, a lot of your lines of questioning are delving heavily into DP, and we're not here to discuss the development permit. We're here to discuss the land use, so just be cautious. Let's start with Councillor Penner.
Thanks. And I think this is just that point of clarification that any changes to the building facade is dealt with at the development permit phase, not here at land use. And so the development permit hasn't been released, correct?
Correct. It's still under review.
Okay, thank you. I don't actually have any other questions for administration.
All right, let's go to Councillor Meehan.
Yeah, I do have a question. And it really has to do with the Chinook LAP, which has all the different scale, the limited scale map, or the legend for that hasn't limited up to 6 stories. And I guess when the colors are on the map, how do you decide where one color starts and one color ends? So I guess what I mean by that is if we were to pull up the LAP, you'll see that this is just inside that line of allowing up to 6 stories. Do we actually have a property number that line goes to? And then you'll sort of say, nope, now you're into, just the limited. I'm just not sure how you would make that sort of distinction and how neighbors could know that this type of development is only going to creep a little bit more up the block and then it would definitely stop.
I can answer that question.
Thank you.
I can read text directly from the interpretation section, part 4 of the LAP, which states whether low or low modified building scale areas, as indicated on map 4, which is the building scale, are shown within the neighborhood connector urban form category, as indicated on map 3. Areas shall be interpreted to extend a distance of 48 meters from the property line along the road identified as low or low modified building scale areas unless the boundary of the low or low modified building scale area is clearly delineated with a lane, a road, or other recognizable physical features or fixed boundaries. So there is a way to determine. In this case, we can feel confident that it is related to the property lines of these parcels.
And then for these parcels, the 3 that it is, how many meters in from the block is it?
I'm not sure exactly, but I can more or less estimate that it's related to...
it's within. Yeah, it's within. I get that. I'm just curious how much further it really goes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Thanks. Well, somewhat related to the last question. Based on the LAP map, it looks like it extends beyond what was originally identified. Is it because there's consolidated parcels that it's considered to be appropriate to go to 6 stories?
I think this is for specifically the 3 parcels or the 3 lots that are in question, where there are 3 single detached. And then to the left along that corridor is where there's presently a church.
Along Elbow Drive?
Yeah, along Elbow Drive is where the church is. And then what you can see now is the site in question.
Okay, so one of those 3 lots, I assume, falls within that colored map section that's considered to be up to 6 stories?
All 3 of the lots would be within that, whatever that color is, darker red there.
Right. So there's concerns about ingress and egress, and there was issues raised by the community. Is that not something that we have to factor in when we look at land use as well, as to whether or not it can accommodate the proposed density? And are you satisfied that it can meet the requirements? Maybe that's a question for Mr. Laboutier.
Thanks for the question. Shane Laboutier, Development Engineering. Yes, at land use, we do have a look at stuff like access, egress, waste and recycling, fire, because we do need to make sure that a future development is workable. The level of detail depends on the land use in front of us, sort of thing. So we did have a look at potential accesses. We looked at the lane as a part of the land use consideration.
And you're satisfied that it can meet this land use?
Yes, we have no concerns for access and egress.
Interesting. And is it just one way in? I'm trying to understand the site context.
The way we are currently considering access is to the avenue to the south. And when we look at what we call trip rates generated by multifamily development, we would expect to see 18-ish trips out in an AM or PM peak hour, which means about one vehicle every 3 minutes on average. We don't have any concerns with that. We just ensure the development permit has appropriate sight lines, so that, because we're crossing a sidewalk where vehicles are also legally obligated to stop, etc. So we did have a cursory glance at it, and based on our professional opinion, we have no issues with what's being proposed and the potential access options to be further reviewed and refined at development permit.
Okay. And there's no parking relaxations required on site?
No.
So it meets the test of the land use bylaw insofar as all of the legislative obligations.
At this point in the review, it is still under review, so things are still getting worked out and there could be changes.
So there's an active DP, right?
Correct.
Okay, I think that covers all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions in the queue. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Penner.
Thanks. This has not been the easiest file. When it first came to me as a land use change, I was really frustrated because I knew the community was going to be upset. And I wanted to hear them out today. And I think that there are some really fair comments from the neighbors across the street around the facade, especially that front-facing facade. I think lots of work has been done on the backside from the development permit, but perhaps and definitely not enough on the front, and so we can have those conversations. One of the things when this application came forward was I really pushed the applicant to do that concurrent DP and to maintain many of the things that existed in the 2023 DP, which was access off of the street for parking and the step backs and the setbacks. And I think what I saw is from a shadowing perspective, it's actually improved. If this was not at a signalized intersection, if this wasn't next to a church, I would definitely struggle to support it. What I hear is that the market conditions since 2019 and even since 2023 have changed. And so when I think about development and what I know of it, and who ends up carrying the costs of development, those carrying costs end up getting passed on to the user. And in a moment where we are trying to house a good number of people in an affordable way, we need to build projects that make a lot of sense. And while I agree that perhaps my answer would have been different in 2018 when I looked at this, we are in this position now where we're saying, how do we make best use of a land that has something, and how do we make sure it best serves the community going forward? And this is one of those balanced ones that's definitely not easy. With respect to things like the school being opened and crosswalk safety intersections and new sidewalks being added in Windsor Park, that's all a result of the increased housing in the area and things I commit to continuing to push forward as long as I can. So with that, I move it, knowing that I will continue to work with the applicant, and if the community reaches out to talk about what that facade looks like and to continue to make sure that we are making this fit within the neighborhood. So moved.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Spencer, thank you. Don't see anybody else in the queue for debate. Over to you to close, Councillor Penner.
Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 11-2 with Councillor McLean and Councillor Thaliwal voting against. First reading of bylaw 156D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 156D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 156D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 156D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. We are now going on to item 7.2.19. Just checking who it is. Ms. Ganzar, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. The next item on the agenda is a land use redesignation application to enable a mixed-use development. Next slide, please. The recommendation from Calgary Planning Commission is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 152D 2025 for the redesignation of 101 and 109 17th Avenue Southwest from the Commercial Corridor 2 or C-Core 2 district to a direct control or DC district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the community of Mission and is approximately 0.14 hectares in area. Next slide, please. The site consists of 2 parcels and is located at the southwest corner of 17th Avenue and Center Street. It is currently developed with a single-story commercial building and surface parking. Next slide, please. Oh, I think we're one ahead. We should be on slide 5. Thank you. Surrounding development consists of multi-residential, mixed-use, commercial, and community developments. 17th Avenue is a neighborhood main street and is part of the primary transit network. It offers a wide variety of multi-residential housing and commercial, retail, and medical services. Humpy Hollow Park is located directly across the street to the north and recently received more than $3 million in upgrades. The subject parcels are currently designated as the C-Core 2 district, which is intended for a mix of commercial and residential uses in a mid-rise built form and where vehicular access is acceptable from the street or rear lane. The maximum floor area ratio, or FAR, is 3, and the maximum building height is 46 meters, or approximately 13 stories. The parcels also fall within the plan area of the recently adopted West Elbow Communities Local Area Plan, or LAP. The parcels are located within the neighborhood commercial typology, which is intended to be characterized by a wide range of commercial uses in buildings oriented to the street with frontages that have frequent entrances and windows to encourage pedestrian activity. The parcels are also located within the high building scale area of the LAP, which allows for buildings up to 26 stories in height. Next slide, please. The proposed DC district is based on the Commercial Corridor 1 or C-Core 1 district. The purpose of the base district is to provide a wide variety of commercial uses with storefronts along a continuous block face, while also allowing opportunities for residential and office uses on the upper floors. The base district requires at least 20% of the gross floor area to be dedicated to commercial uses, and vehicle access is required from the rear lane. The proposed DC district varies from the base district in that it includes modifications to accommodate a high-density mixed-use tower with commercial uses at grade, rather than meeting the 20% requirement, and with limited tower floor plate areas. The maximum height in the proposed DC district is 70 meters, or approximately 20 stories, and the maximum FAR is 8.0. Next slide, please. Administration had recommended refusal of this application, as the proposal could create significant shadowing on Humpy Hollow Park across the street. The proposed DC district could result in a future tower which would cast significant shadows over the park during key periods of the day and year, notably mid-morning to early afternoon on spring and summer dates. The resulting shadow would reduce sun exposure across the park's central gathering and seating areas, negatively impacting comfort, usability, and the return on recent public investment. However, Calgary
and I hope you take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here today. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.19? Right, seeing and hearing no one else, I'll close the public hearing on this item, and we will go to questions of administration if there are any. Not seeing any, so I'll look for a mover. Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. This file has been going back and forth for a very long time. And so I wanted to start at the end with Ms. Morrison and describe the ways that people were thinking about the Duke. One of the biggest fears of any type of development, especially when you're doing short buildings, 4 stories, 5 stories, 6 stories, and I know many people consider those high density, but those are considered shorter buildings, is they generally come in the form of a block. A rectangle, a square, the same way that the Duke is actually built, right? 4 stories, edge to edge on the entire property line. One of the reasons why many people push for taller buildings is because they can be thinner, skinnier, and not block out the entire view. Because whether or not it's a 4 or a 6-story building, the Duke would lose everything to a 4 and a 6-story building, but a tower that's tall and skinny, you don't lose everything. But the difference there is, of course, just like in nuance, which is why there is such a push for taller versus skinnier in a lot of the recommendations we hear, taller versus shorter versus the recommendations that we hear from the community, because they know that a wall versus a tower is a lesser product for them. The recommendations that came forward from administration, they were challenging for many reasons. And on one hand, it's because I think there was possibly a consideration that the local area plan didn't consider this already. During the local area plan conversations and development, there is ample conversation on whether or not the shadow policies of 17th closer to 8th Ave and Tompkins Park should extend all the way down to Victoria Park Station. And what does it mean to have a new train station, $100 million of investment, massive developments happening there, all these changes that are happening on Stampede Park? What does it mean to the growth of that side of 17th and its relationship to the rest of 17th? And it was in there that it was intentionally done, that these policies about shadow minimizations were put here versus what you will see as restrictions further and further away from these major transit corridors, and of course McLeod. That thought was there the entire time. It was, what types of buildings do we want this far down 17th that'll help mitigate all the challenges, and what do we want further up 17th when you're much further away from these primary transit hubs that you would get like Victoria Park Station. And so while there was disagreement with administration, Calgary Planning Commission looked at it and said that this is appropriate. This is also something that the Beltline Neighborhood Association, who was one of the core advocates behind Humpy Hollow, also agreed to. Is that this is a tall building, but it's the better version that they want, because they know that you have to balance and navigate what it means to be living in downtown with these open spaces and how shadows work. So the neighborhood association that advocated for Humpy Hollow was in support of this. The effort and changes to the DC to separate the tower from the back building, the Duke, is there. And of course, the fact that we wanted to maintain retail on the ground level to keep that local community feel of businesses, it was all very intentional. And so with that, I'm happy to move.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder on this one, please? Councillor Penner? Anything to add? Okay, I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back to you to close. Councillor Walcott.
I'm close.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 12-1 with Councillor Sharp voting against. First reading of bylaw 152D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Sharp is opposed, and that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 152D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Sharp is opposed, and that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 152D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 152D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Sharp is opposed, and that is carried. We are now going back to item 7.2.2. Ms. Loria.
Thank you. Item 7.2.2 is a land use amendment in the community of Haysboro to facilitate the development of a healthcare service. Next slide, please. The recommendation before you today is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 135D 2025 to redesignate the site located at 9504 Horton Road Southwest from Industrial General IG District to Industrial Commercial IC District. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southwest quadrant of the city, in the community of Haysboro, east of the rail line and west of McLeod Trail Southwest. Next slide, please. The triangular parcel is approximately 0.11 hectares in size and is developed with a 2-story building with light industrial and commercial uses, taking access from Horton Road Southwest. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is characterized by a mix of light industrial and commercial developments to the north, east, and south. The residential part of Haysboro is located west of the parcel beyond the LRT tracks. Next slide, please. The proposed IC district is intended for locations on the perimeter of industrial areas to accommodate light industrial uses and small-scale commercial uses that are compatible with and complement light industrial uses. The IC district allows for a maximum building height of 12 meters and a maximum floor area ratio of 1, and will allow the existing uses in the building to legally remain while allowing for the desired use of healthcare service. Next slide, please. The site is identified within the Heritage Communities Local Area Plan as forming part of the building commercial corridor category with a low up to 6-story building scale modifier. The proposed land use is in alignment with the applicable policies of the local area plan. Next slide, please. For the reasons outlined today in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 135D 2025. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.2. Do we have anyone here interested in speaking to this one? Okay, one more time. Anyone interested on 7.2.2? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. Looking to see if there's any questions of administration. Not seeing any, I'll go to Councillor Penner to move.
Yeah, happy to move this item. Just for council, the applicant did speak to me. They had to step out for an appointment, so weren't able to be here today. So happy to move this item. Fairly straightforward. Just a small change in the appropriate district. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's going to second this? Councillor Wong, thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Penner. E-scribe to vote, please.
We'll mark Councillor Chabot absent. Mayor Gunnick, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 135D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 135D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 135D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 135D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Ms. Lauria, we're on to 7.2.3.
Thank you. Heading east to the community of Acadia, item 7.2.3 is a land use amendment to allow for childcare service. Next slide, please. The recommendation before you today is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 140D 2025 to redesignate the lands at 9316 Fairmont Drive Southeast from the housing grade-oriented HGO district to a direct control DC district to accommodate a childcare service. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southeast community of Acadia at the corner of Fairmont Drive and Arbor Crescent Southeast. The site is close to local parks and schools. Next slide, please. The corner parcel is about 0.07 hectares in size and is developed with a single detached dwelling and a detached garage with rear lane access. The site shares a property line with a single detached dwelling to the north and has access to a combined 55 meters of street frontage. As illustrated on the map on screen, transit stops are located close by. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is primarily characterized by single detached dwellings on parcels designated as HGO district along Fairmont Drive Southeast and as residential contextual grade-oriented RCG district to the east of the site. Multi-residential housing is located 1 block to the west, indicated in brown, and there are schools located approximately 400 meters to the northwest, southwest, and east of the site. Next slide, please. The proposed DC district is based on the existing HGO district and allows childcare service as a discretionary use. A development permit has been submitted for a childcare service proposing 65 children located within an addition to the existing building. Next slide, please. The site forms part of the Heritage Communities Local Area Plan and is identified as neighbourhood connector with a scale of up to 4 stories. Development in neighbourhood connector areas may include local commercial uses to serve nearby residents. The proposed land use is aligned with the local area plan. Next slide, please. For the reasons outlined today and in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 140D 2025. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.3. Do we have Manuchu?
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Mayor, members of the Council. My name is Gibran. I'm representing Manuchug Architects and the operator, Mr. Manpreet Singh Man. I'm happy to answer any questions the members may have.
Okay, we'll get your name after.
Sure.
Okay. Let me see if there's any questions. I don't see any in the queue, so thanks very much for taking the time to join us. Someone from Clerks will come up and make sure we have your name correct. Okay. Do we have Keith Simmons?
Use the overhead. Thank you. The Acadia Community Association I represent, and I'm here to oppose the application for a couple of key reasons. The first one being that even within the DC application, we plan to make minor modifications to the existing building to meet the needs of increased childcare capacity, and as there is a concurrent DP, we do know what that means, and I will get back to that one in a moment. In the documentation that we were provided in the package that's online, the proposed district maintains all the existing uses, rules and regulation in the district and would still allow for residential uses consistent with surrounding development if a childcare service does not materialize. So the applicant has put forth the DP, and I know this is not the DP stage, but it is a considerable size. What we've been proposed to accept is that we have currently a house of 79 square meters and a garage of 36 square meters. The application is expecting to take that house and add, not attached to the house, but basically the entirety of the backyard will be a 169 square meter building with 159 square meters of that being the basement. I don't really see how that can possibly allow, consistent with surrounding development. So I appreciate that we're not within the DP stage right now, but this is what is being expected of the neighbors to have in their alley. And it's of the community association's opinion that this is considerably more a commercial drive up facing the alley than it would be a residential change to the current HCO bylaw. There is a letter in the package that outlines a lot of the considerations better. The other thing is that the amount of traffic that's being anticipated, like we're looking at this as more of a commercial installation, it would very much exacerbate a current unfortunate traffic scenario that is as a result of the Fairmont Drive being a collector and the fact that it's at the end of a crescent that has a junior high school at it with 2 streams. So there is a lot to that, and I think there's a couple other people who want to present that I think could probably give more meat to the traffic conversation, but I can answer those questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here. All right, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.3? Seeing and hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on this item. Looking to see if there's any questions of administration. Councillor Penner.
Thanks. Just a quick question of clarification. The number of children, that's decided by the province, not by the application, either land use or development permit, correct?
It is based off of the floor area.
Okay, so depending on the outcome of the development permit would then trigger the number of kids or the children that could be out on this site through childcare.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to move it whenever the time is appropriate.
Why don't you do it right now?
Great, thanks. I am going to move this application, recognizing there will be changes to the facade to the building, that those are not set yet. When I look at the other childcare services that are in Acadia at other major intersections, they are working. And in fact, I would argue that a child care service actually adjacent to a high school probably poses more risks to safety than a child care service that is down the street from a junior high. So recognizing it is a busy intersection, we continue to work on improvements on Acadia Drive at the request of the Community Association and through the plans, through the Heritage Communities Local Area Plan that have been identified, and that is ongoing consultation. And so opportunities for upgrades at this intersection continue to exist. As a growing and a changing community, childcare we know is always needed. These are the kind of services that families are looking for, and so I am supportive of this application, knowing that we continue to work through the development permit process, and we'll see what the outcome of that is. So moved.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder on this one, please? Councillor Dhaliwal, thank you. I don't see anybody in the queue with questions. Over to you to close, Councillor.
Closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 140D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 140D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 140D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 140D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Ms. Loria, we are on to 7.2.4. I think it's your last item.
That's right. Thank you. Item 7.2.4 is a policy and land use amendment in Sept Industrial to accommodate mixed-use development. Next slide, please. The recommendation before you is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 64P 2025 to amend the Southeast Industrial Area Structure Plan and proposed bylaw 136D 2025 to redesignate the lands at 11519 29th Street Southeast from a direct control DC district to mixed-use general MU1 district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southwest community of Sept Industrial, forming part of a larger parcel located north of Deerfoot Trail Southwest and north and east of Douglasdale and Douglas Glen residential communities. It is situated immediately south of the Douglas Glen Terminal BRT station, southwest of the Barlow Solar Park, and east of the Douglas Square Shopping Centre. Next slide, please. The 1.75 hectare site is undeveloped, bounded to the north by 114th Avenue Southeast and to the east by 29th Street Southeast. On the southern portion of the parcel, a 3-building multi-residential development is currently under construction. Next slide, please. The site is surrounded by regional commercial, light industrial, and commercial-based direct control districts. The Industrial General IG district to the north, highlighted in green, is the location of the Douglas Glen Terminal BRT station, which is also the future location of the Douglas Glen Green Line LRT station. Next slide, please. The proposed MU1 district allows for a mix of commercial and residential uses within the same building, with regulations that support a quality public realm interface. The application proposes a maximum floor area ratio, or FAR modifier, of 3, which would be an increase from the present FAR of 2. The proposed maximum building height of 46 metres is the same as the current maximum. There is no maximum density proposed. Next slide, please. As mentioned, this application includes a text amendment to the Southeast Industrial ASP to enable residential development. This text amendment is similar to another policy amendment that was approved in 2019 on 24th Street Southeast. Given its industrial nature, the ASP does not offer any guidance or direction regarding residential development in the plan area. However, both the MDP and the transit-oriented development guidelines provide strong direction for residential site and building design near LRT and BRT stations. The Tier D guideline is expected to supplement the policies of the South Industrial ASP and as such has the authority to help shape the creation and review of future development permits. Next slide, please. The site is classified as standard industrial in the municipal development plan and is also the location of a primary transit hub, and as such the goals and policies of transit-oriented development are applicable to the site. The application as proposed helps to shape a more compact urban form by bolstering a transit-supportive land use framework and helps meet many of the transit-oriented development goals of the MDP. Next slide, please. For the reasons outlined today and in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to proposed bylaws 64P 2025 and 136D 2025. I'd like to note that there is a clerical correction to the parcel address in the recommendation, as the parcel has since been subdivided after Calgary Planning Commission. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.4. Do we have Mitchell Martins?
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek, members of council. Thanks for being here today. My name is Mitchell Martins. I'm representing Rick Balby Architect on behalf of the property owner Telsec Property Corp. We are, as outlined in the presentation by administration, there's quite a few examples of how the context kind of limits what can be done here, and we think that moving forward with options for mixed use, whether it be commercial, residential, really is going to be supportive for the surrounding area, and I'm available for any questions if you may have any.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here. And let me see if there's anybody else wishing to speak to item 7.2.4. Right, not seeing or hearing anyone else, I'll close the public hearing on this item. Also don't see any questions of administration, so I'll go to Councillor Spencer to move it.
Thank you, Mayor. Quarry Park has been through a couple seasons of evolution, as it's obviously a very successful office park, but right when it was kind of realizing its vision for the future, things changed pretty quick. And it has been reeling ever since. If you've been driving past this lot, and some others have sat for quite a while. So grateful to see a plan for it, and I hope council is supportive.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder for this one, please? Councillor Petter. Okay. I don't see anybody else in the queue for debate. Over to you to close, Councillor Spencer.
Closed.
All right. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 64P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. We have an amendment now. Councillor Spencer, I believe you're bringing it.
Yep, this is brought by administration, just a cleanup. Hopefully, if anyone needs any explanation, ask them.
Mr. Lee, maybe you
I will provide an explanation, Councillor. The address and legal description of the property was changed after the CPC meeting requiring this change.
Perfect. Can I get a seconder on this one, please? Councillor Penner again. Thank you. I don't see anybody in the queue with debate. Close, Councillor Spencer.
Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote on this amendment, please.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? The amendment's carried unanimously. Second reading of bylaw 64P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 64P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 64P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. We are on to Ms. Stengel and item 7.2.5.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. I'm Courtney Stengel, a senior planner with Community Planning, and I'll be presenting the next batch of items on today's agenda. Item 5 is a land use redesignation to allow for mixed-use development near a future LRT station. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 150D 2025 for the redesignation of 80R Mahogany Road Southeast from the Commercial Community 2 or CC2 district to the Mixed-Use General MU1 district. Next slide, please. The site is located in the southeast community of Mahogany at the corner of 52nd Street and Mahogany Street. This site serves as one of the primary entrances into the Mahogany Village commercial and residential area. A future Green Line LRT station is planned approximately 100 meters southwest of the subject site along 52nd Street. Next slide, please. The site is approximately 2.36 hectares in size and is currently vacant. Access to the site is available from 52nd Street along the western boundary and from Mahogany Street to the north. Access is also available through the existing commercial development to the south. Next slide, please. Surrounding lands to the north and south are predominantly commercial, which include a variety of retail and consumer services, restaurants, and medical clinics. Adjacent lands to the east and west include a variety of residential and mixed-use developments. The existing CC2 district is intended to accommodate commercial developments that allow for a wide range of commercial uses. The district allows for a maximum building height of 18 meters and a maximum floor area ratio of 0.75. Based on the size of the parcel, this would allow for development of approximately 17,000 square meters and a maximum building height of 4 stories. Next slide, please. The proposed MU1 district is intended to accommodate a mix of residential and commercial uses, either in the same building or across multiple buildings. The proposal includes a floor area ratio of 4.0 and a height modifier of 26 meters, which would allow a maximum building height of approximately 6 stories. This is in alignment with the Mahogany Community Plan, which identifies the area around the future LRT station as having the highest intensities and encourages a shopping, living, and leisure environment. Next slide, please. This application would allow for a mixed-use building near commercial and transit options in alignment with the Municipal Development Plan and the Mahogany Community Plan. Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 150D 2025 for the redesignation of the subject site. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Mr. Clerk, I neglected to do the second bylaw reading on the last item, so can I just postpone this item for a moment and go back to that bylaw reading?
Yeah, you can postpone this item to the call of the chair.
Okay. Do I need consensus or can I just do that?
General consent.
Anybody opposed to that so we can get back to the bylaw reading? Seeing none, that's great. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the second bylaw reading, which is attached to item 7.2.4. First reading of bylaw 136D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 136D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 136D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 136D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. All right, I'm going to go back to item 7.2.5. Thanks for your presentation, Ms. Stengel. I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. Again, it's 7.2.5. Do we have Grant Mahalshin?
Mayor Gondak and members of council, my name is Grant Mahalshin with B&A Studios. I'm here as an applicant and in support of the application and here to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks very much for joining us. I'm not seeing any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.5? Not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. Go to questions of administration. Not seeing any, so I'll look for a mover. Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor. This parcel of land is kind of in a similar situation as the last one we were talking about. This one was designated for commercial. Market factors have changed. When the applicant first approached me to talk about this changing land use, this is my hood, and I knew I'd have neighbors that took great interest in this, and was delighted to find out that the purchaser is somebody with deep kind of local connections. This is opportunity for them to grow an asset mix, and they genuinely care about the kind of product that's going to live here long term. So obviously some expectation shift, but this will allow a whole lot of foxtail growing property to turn into something much better. So I'm grateful. Please support.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder on this one, please? Councillor DeMong, thank you. I don't see anyone in the queue with debate. Back to you to close, Councillor Spencer.
Closed.
Be scribed to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 150D 2025. Sorry. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 150D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 150D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 150D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Ms. Stengel, we are on to 7.2.6.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 6 is a land use redesignation to allow for the conversion of a single detached dwelling to a childcare service. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 137D 2025 for the redesignation of 317 Seton Stone Green Southeast from the residential low-density mixed housing, or RG district, to a direct control DC district. Next slide, please. The site is located in the southeast community of Seton, east of Deerfoot Trail and south of Seton Boulevard. The area is actively undergoing its initial build-out, as can be seen by the aerial photo here. Next slide, please. The site is on the corner of 45th Street and Seton Stone Green. Although no buildings or roads are shown on this aerial image or the one before, construction of the roads and this block and the subject site has been completed, and the site is currently developed with a single detached home with parking accessed from the rear lane. Next slide, please. The subject parcel and surrounding lands are designated as the residential low-density mixed housing, or RG district, which is intended to accommodate a variety of low-density housing types, ranging from single detached homes to row houses. As can be seen in this image, the homes immediately adjacent to the site have been constructed, and a variety of housing types are developed in the surrounding area, with construction continuing as seen by the previous aerial photos. The parcel to the immediate south, labeled SSPR, is developed as a park space and has been identified as a potential future middle school site as per the Rangeview Area Structure Plan and the approved outline plan. Next slide, please. The proposed direct control district keeps the existing rules of the RG district and adds the discretionary use of child care service, which is intended to allow for the conversion of the home. Should the child care use never commence or be discontinued in the future, the rules of the RG district would guide any changes or future development on the site, the same as it would with any of the neighboring parcels. Next slide, please. The application aligns with the child care policy and development guidelines, which notes that residential conversion may be appropriate for parcels that meet the site selection criteria. In particular, this site is a corner site on a collector street adjacent to a park and a future school site, and has the opportunity to provide parking and outdoor play space for children. Operational details will be further reviewed against the policy at the development permit stage. Next page, please. This application would allow for a child care service in alignment with the site selection criteria and the municipal development plan. Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 137D 2025 for the redesignation of the subject site. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.6. Do we have Boris Dimitrov?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Boris Dimitrov, and I'm the applicant of this amendment, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here today. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.6? Seeing and hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on this item. I'm also not seeing anyone in the queue for questions, so I'll look to you to move the item, Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor. Corner lot, needed use, and in a neighborhood that's developing, so not shifting expectations. Seems like a slam dunk. But this is my last public hearing, and I think I'd never have had 3 items. So if you want to fight me, Boris and I are ready. Let's go.
All right. I'll get a second from Councillor Demong. Thank you so much. I don't see anyone wanting to fight you, so I'm going to go to you to close, Councillor Spencer.
Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 137D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 137D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 137D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 137D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. We are on to item 7.2.7.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 7 is a land use redesignation to allow for grade-oriented housing units. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 134D 2025 for the redesignation of 4607 Valiant Drive Northwest from the residential grade-oriented infill RCG district to the housing grade-oriented HGO district. Next slide, please. The site is located in the northwest community of Varsity, east of Shaganappi Trail, and northeast of Market Mall. The University of Calgary and the Children's Hospital is to the south as well. Next slide, please. The site is mid-block along Valiant Drive, currently developed with a semi-detached home with vehicle access available through the rear lane. Next slide, please. Surrounding uses consist primarily of low-density residential homes with multi-residential apartments to the north, as well as commercial center to the north. Semi-detached homes are currently developed along Valiant Drive. The subject site and the surrounding area is designated as the residential grade-oriented infill RCG district, which allows for a variety of low-density housing forms. The RCG district has a maximum density of 75 units per hectare, which would allow for 4 dwelling units here. Next slide, please. The proposed housing grade-oriented HGO district allows for a range of grade-oriented building forms that are consistent with low-density residential districts and allows for a range of housing forms that may be attached, stacked, or clustered. The district allows a maximum building height of 12 meters and a maximum floor area ratio of 1.5. Next slide, please. The proposal meets the site selection criteria in the purpose statement of the district, as the South Shaganappi Community's local area plan identifies the subject site as being part of the neighborhood connector urban form category with a building scale of low or up to 6 stories. Next slide, please. This proposal would allow for increased density on a residential parcel in alignment with the local area plan and the municipal development plan. Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 134D 2025 for the redesignation of the subject site. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.7. Do we have Tom Hogg? Do we have Barbara Laprade? Please come on up.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondak and council members. My name is Barbara Laprade, and I live on Valiant Drive. As a resident in this neighborhood, I have several objections to this development application. First, this development would not give greater housing choice, as there is already abundant housing choice within a block or two on Valiant Drive. There are apartments and condo complexes, single detached and semi-detached housing, all within this neighborhood on this street, and as I said, within a block or two. It was suggested that it would appeal to young families, but how could it with no yard or area for the children to play in? For seniors, with stairs, it will not appeal to the elderly. Therefore, it has very limited appeal. Land use. The allowed proposal of height of 12 meters will overshadow and cause privacy problems for the adjacent neighboring detached and semi-detached housing. This is overwhelming massing. Shadowing and privacy will be great concerns. The utilities and servicing. The utility and servicing in this area is aging. It is already heavily utilized by the businesses and condo buildings and apartments along Valiant Drive. Expanding the number of dwellings on this street will not help the water supply and the sewer load, and could easily exacerbate water and sewer problems. Parking. The section of Valiant Drive in front of the proposed development only allows 2-hour parking, and that's 24 hours a day. Therefore, the inhabitants cannot park in front of the building overnight. The proposal is for 2 3-plex townhouses, each with secondary suites. This would be 6 suites, 6 people, 6 couples, or 8 couples. Each person could have a car for a total of 12 or 16 cars. Since only 3 spaces are needed to be provided, that means 9 to 13 extra cars to park on the street. If 4 university students live in 1 suite, then each of them could have a car, and that would mean 4 more cars for that suite. There will now be 17 and upwards extra cars to be parked. At present, daytime and evening parked cars line both sides of Valiant Drive from Shaganappi Trail to 40th Street. 5 blocks of solidly parked cars due to the condos and apartments on the north side of the street, where couples and families also have 2 cars. Where will these 12 or 16, 17 extra cars from this project be parked? Calgary is a safe city now, fairly safe. But with the frustration growing over parking and unavailability of parking in this city, I fear for the future. We have parking rage. No, we have street rage. But what if it comes to parking rage with somebody being assaulted over a parking space? The on-street parking on Valiant Drive looks and feels very much like downtown Calgary, Marda Loop, and Inglewood. People are not happy parking here. Half or 0.5 parking spaces requirement is not adequate. This must be changed. For all these reasons, the choice of housing, the very limited appeal, for massing, shadowing, and privacy concerns.
Ms. LaPrade, you're just at
What is-
time. You're
Thank
just at
you.
time, so thank you very much for your presentation. I'm looking to see if there's any questions for you, and I'm not seeing any, so thanks for being here with us today. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.7? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I will close the public hearing on this item. I also don't see any questions of administration, so I'm looking for a mover, please. Councillor Penner?
Yeah, thanks. I think especially in the context of a local area plan right across from a mall, near to main streets, this is appropriate for HGO. Of course, I always love HGOs when they are bundled with adjacent properties a little bit better, but generally I actually appreciate them more than an RCG on connector roads like this. So happy to move this item.
Thank you. I think Councillor Walcott, you're seconding.
Yeah, second, no comments.
Let's go to Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Penner, for moving this. So, Council, I'm just going to give you some context here of this site. On paper, it looks appropriate. If you were to drive down Valiant Road, the speaker that you just heard from, Barbara, she's 100% right. Even if this application was further down, it would have been more contextually appropriate. The amount of vehicles parked on each side is a lot. And, you know, I know that this was blanket upzoned to our CG and then the HGO coming in. I'm just going to say, vote whichever way you need to, but I know with my conscience, I cannot support this on the amount of vehicles I see on that road and the amount of small children we see running in and out of them. We also have some low-income housing where people don't have vehicles, but there's a lot of people walking to the 7-Eleven, to the strip mall and stuff, and it is very busy. And she spoke of maybe road rage and things like that. I have seen it firsthand. The community actually had to also install speed humps on this road because of the amount of traffic. So I cannot support this file, but I do thank Councillor Penner for moving this.
Thank you. Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Similar to Councillor Sharp, the building across the street from this particular property actually houses my dentist. And I can attest to the fact that even the way it is today, it's difficult to find parking on the street, never mind adding more residential parking. The other is that in your attached document, you have a letter from David Atkinson. And David Atkinson's a former engineer with the city. He cited a number of considerations here, particularly around stormwater runoff, sewage, and parking increases. And again, if we have a former city engineer opposing this, there's a good reason why to oppose it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back over to you, Councillor Penner.
Yeah, I would actually just say, you know, if people have vehicles, and that's not always a guarantee, I actually think being closer to Shag is probably better than further down the street. That's actually less people that they would be interacting with. So again, happy to move this item and let the vote be what it may.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 8-6.
Your
Councillor
Worship.
Chu, you're standing up. Yep.
Sorry, I actually was going to vote no. I clicked the wrong button.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I was going to vote no.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that possible to recast?
Okay, let's recast the vote.
Sorry, just a sec.
Yes, Mr. Clerk.
Mayor Gondek, in order to change the vote, there's a process set out in the procedure bylaw. You give me just 1 minute here. I'll bring it up.
So in procedure bylaw, I can either ask general consensus for council to let him change his vote, and if that doesn't happen, we have to have a motion for a revote. Is that right?
If the requested change would alter the vote result, the member has to move to reconsider the original vote. And in this case, because the actual first cast of the vote was 8-6, changing the vote. I just have to look at this.
So we have to bring a motion to reconsider the vote.
Yes, because it would change the vote from 8-6 to 7-7, I believe, if Councillor Chu changes his vote, which would then be a different outcome.
Okay, so Councillor Chu, you're bringing a
Move
motion.
to reconsider, please.
Okay. Who's seconding it? Councillor Sharp. So we'll just take a minute to write that up.
If you already got it, Jordan. Oh, Mayor Gondik, the motion's on screen.
So this is being moved by Councillor Chu. The council reconsiders its decision on this item that we are on. Councillor Sharp has seconded it. I'm going to ask you to go to eScribe to vote on the reconsideration. A yes means you're going to allow reconsideration, a no means you will not.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 12-2 with Councillors Penner and Carra voting against. So we are now going to go back to the original recommendations.
Correct.
Okay, and this was moved by Councillor Penner and seconded by Councillor Walcott, or do we need to do it again? We
Sorry,
need to
Mayor.
remove it.
Yes, we do need to recast the vote.
I get a mover, please? Or it's a
already-
recast,
it's-
yeah, so this
it's-
is what
it's
I'm
already-
asking. It's already been moved and
It's already
seconded.
moved, yes.
Okay. Do you still need me, or is your thing just
Oh,
on?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
No.
Okay, thanks. All right, so now you are going to vote on this item that's before you. eScribe, please.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is defeated on a tie, 7-7, with Councillor Demong, Councillor McLean, Councillor Wyness, Councillor Wong, Councillors Chu, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. And that takes us to our next item, which is 7.2.8. Ms. Stengel.
Thank you, Mayor Gondik. Item 8 is a land use redesignation to allow for a secondary suite. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 133D 2025 for the redesignation of 272 and 276 Carrington Way Northwest from a direct control DC district to the residential low-density mixed housing or RG district. Next slide, please. The site is located in the northwest community of Carrington, north of Stony Trail, and between 14th Street and 1st Street Northeast. This portion of the community has completed construction, although areas north and northeast of the site continue to be actively developing. Next slide, please. The site is a corner parcel along Carrington Way and is developed with a semi-detached home with attached garages accessed from the rear lane. Next slide, please. Surrounding parcels to the east are developed with single detached homes, shown in yellow, and to the west are developed with row houses and apartment buildings, shown in brown. A commercial area, including shops, restaurants, and a grocery store, is 200 meters to the west, shown in red, and parks and open spaces are shown in green. The site and parcels along this block face are developed with semi-detached homes built under the rules of the current direct control district. This DC district is based on the R2M district, but contains a specific list of permitted and discretionary uses, which does not include secondary suites, as these were not part of the district in 2015 when the DC was approved. Next slide, please. The proposed residential low-density mixed housing, or RG district, accommodates a variety of low-density housing types, including semi-detached homes and secondary suites, which the applicant has indicated is the basis for this application. This district is used in the developing area and is the predominant low-density housing district in the area here. Next slide, please. This application would allow for the development of a secondary suite and is in alignment with the Municipal Development Plan and Keystone Hills Area Structure Plan. Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 133D 2025 for the redesignation of the subject site. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.8. Is there anyone wishing to speak to this one? Anyone wishing to speak to 7.2.8? Seeing and hearing none, I will close the public hearing on this item. I'm seeing no questions of admin. I'll go to Councillor Meehan to move the item.
Yeah, no questions and probably no applicant because it is fairly straightforward. Just to move this to an RG to allow secondary suites, which we allow just about everywhere across the city, and they'll still have to go through DP process and meet all of the criteria, and so the community can weigh in at that time again. So thanks. With that, I am open.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot, is seconding this. I don't see anybody else in the queue for debate. Over to you to close, Councillor Meehan.
Closed.
Be scribed to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 133D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 133D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 133D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 133D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. We are, aren't we moving on to 7.2.9?
Got to time specific after recess.
Okay. Never mind. So 7.2.10.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 10 is a land use amendment to allow for approximately 34 units through continued build-out in Saddle Ridge. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 155D 2025 for the redesignation of 6811 89th Avenue Northeast from the Special Purpose Future Urban Development SFUD District to the Residential Low Density Mixed Housing, or RG District. Next slide, please. The site is located in the northeast community of Saddle Ridge, west of Stony Trail, and south of 96th Avenue. The site is 1 kilometer northeast from the Saddletown LRT station and about 700 meters, or an 11-minute walk, from the shops and services at the Community Activity Center in Savannah to the west. Next slide, please. The site is currently developed with a single detached home with a garage and accessory buildings. Historically, the site has been used as an acreage with limited agricultural activities. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is characterized primarily as single detached homes. There is a commercial parcel under development to the west, labeled as CN1 here, and there is a multi-residential parcel labeled as M1 to the northeast. Parks and green spaces are shown in green on this image. The subject site is currently designated as the Special Purpose Future Urban Development, or SFUD District, which is for lands that are awaiting urban development. Next slide, please. The proposed residential low-density mixed housing, or RG district, accommodates a variety of low-density housing types, including single-detached, semi-detached duplexes, row houses, and it includes a maximum building height of 12 meters. It is anticipated that a future subdivision would allow for approximately 34 units here. Next slide, please. The proposal aligns with the approved outline plan, which extends the existing roadways through the site and aligns with the current development pattern in the surrounding area, which is also designated as the RG district. Next slide, please. The Saddle Ridge Area Structure Plan identifies this site as being within Community C, which directs residential build-out with a minimum density of 17.3 units per hectare. This application is in alignment with the ASP, proposing 24.5 units per hectare here. Next slide, please. This application would allow for the development of a remnant parcel in alignment with the existing development patterns and is in alignment with the area structure plan. Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.10. Do we have Grant Mahalshin?
Mayor and members of council, Grant Mahalshin. I'm the applicant representing B&A Studios, here to lend my support behind the application and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. You have a question from Councillor Thaliwal.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one simple question. Are these going to be all single detached homes?
That is the intent.
No multi-residential?
That's correct.
Okay, great. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot has a question as well.
No, it says the initial application, and there's 44 letters of opposition. Is this still that same application, or how?
No, the application had been amended from the MG district to RG. So the density that was originally proposed and had opposition from the community members has been reduced.
Okay, so you don't feel that we're going to see the same level of opposition?
That's correct.
All right, well, I remain amenable to persuasion and see what we hear from the rest of the public. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.10? All right, seeing and hearing no one else, I'll close the public hearing on this item. There's also no questions of administration. Councillor Thaliwal, are you moving this?
Yeah, happy to move. Like Councillor Chabot was saying, this application came in, was proposed, and there was density was a little higher. There were concerns from the residents, and it was. And I really want to appreciate the applicant going back, listening to them, and then modifying the application to make it more amenable to what their needs are. They are in favor of single-family homes because that's how the neighborhood is. Plus, it's very dense already there. So, thank you to the applicant and thank you to the administration for working on that. With that, I'm open.
Thank you. I'm looking to Councillor Chabot for a second. Okay. There is no one else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Thaliwal.
Close.
Be scribed to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 155D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 155D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 155D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 155D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. So we've only got 5 minutes. Let's at least get the presentation done from administration. We're on to item 7.2.11.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 11 is a land use amendment to allow for approximately 32 units through continued build-out in Aspen Ridge. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 149D 2025 for the redesignation of 1477 69th Street Southwest from a direct control DC district to the residential low-density mixed housing RG district and the special purpose school, park, and community reserve SSPR district. Next slide, please. The site is located in the southwest community of Aspen Ridge, west of 69th Street, south of Bow Trail, and north of 17th Avenue. The site is a 10-minute walk from the 69th Street C train station located to the south. Next slide, please. The site is currently developed with a single detached home and accessory buildings accessed from 69th Street Southwest. It is approximately 2 hectares in size and is 195 meters deep with 102 meters of frontage along 69th Street. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is primarily single detached homes with parks and green spaces shown in green on this image. The subject site is currently designated as a direct control DC district based on the previous land use bylaw 2P80 and is intended to accommodate rural residential development. The maximum building height is 10 meters and the DC allows for single detached dwellings. Next slide, please. The application proposes 2 land use districts on the site. The proposed residential low-density mixed housing RG district accommodates a variety of low-density housing types, and it has a maximum building height of 12 meters. It is anticipated that the future subdivision would allow for approximately 32 units here. The proposed special purpose school, park, and community reserve SSPR district is intended to provide for schools, parks, and open spaces on parcels of varying sizes and use intensities. This would be in alignment with the neighboring SSPR parcels to the south and to the west. Next slide, please. The proposal aligns with the approved outline plan, which aligns the road access to those to the north and allows for the park spaces surrounding the site to connect to and extend through this site along the western boundary. Next slide, please. The East Springbank Area Structure Plan identifies the site as being within the standard density infill development area, which allows for residential development similar to what is proposed here. Next slide, please. This application would allow for the development of a remaining parcel in alignment with the existing development patterns and is in alignment with the ASP. Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Council, let's get this item done. Can I just have general consensus to go a little bit longer? Anyone opposed to that? Nope. Okay, Mr. Clerk, that's all you need?
Correct. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.11. We've got Bob Clark.
Should have a presentation that goes with this.
Do we have anything?
Mayor, we don't seem to have it at hand, so we'll just check our email.
Sent
Do you know-
it several times, so.
And you sent it yourself?
I sent it as well, Bayless IL sent it, and I think there was a mix-up at the planner in the first place, but the presentation was sent in.
So
at
it
least
went to
twice.
clerks? It was sent into clerks?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I can proceed without it, but it would be helpful to have it there.
Why don't you start?
Okay. Appreciate council. Hello, Mayor Gondek, members of council, my name is Bob Clark, and with me are Corey Scott, Mike Tidmarsh, and Bayless Ayal. Chris Larson is also on the line through phone bridge. We all represent William Blake Homes for this land use application. By way of introduction, William Blake Homes is one of Calgary's premier home builders, known for its innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. The company has built a justifiably admirable reputation for constructing high-quality homes in both the inner city and in select suburban communities. This application requests land use approval to redesignate 1.99 hectares or 4.92 acres of land to RG and SSPR to allow for the construction of 32 single-family homes and the development of linear park space to promote pedestrian connections throughout Aspen Woods. The proposed 32 homes will result in a density of 16.1 units per hectare, or 6.5 units per acre, and is slightly higher than the requirements of the East Springbank Area Structure Plan, which calls for a density in the range of 3 to 5 units per acre. However, the ASP also allows for density ranges higher or lower than this range, should the proposal be consistent with the intent of the Area Structure Plan and otherwise be considered appropriate by the approval authority. The proposed land use is compatible with the existing RG land uses to the north, south, and west of the community, and the RCG land use to the east of the site. A 3-meter regional passway along the east side of the site will provide pedestrian and non-motorized vehicular access to the regional path network, and a 3-meter multi-use pathway along the north side of this site provides access to and from the existing community of Aspen Woods. The provision of municipal reserve along the western edge of this development allows for the retention of trees in this area and for the completion of a link for pedestrian and non-motorized vehicular connections to the rest of Aspen Woods and key community destinations. The plan was unanimously approved by the Calgary Planning Commission and is generally supported by the community, and we respectfully ask that Council approve the proposed land use for this site. Thank you very much, and our team is available to answer any questions that Council may have regarding this land use application. Oh, good, we've got it up.
Yep. Let's go to Councillor Penner with a question.
Thanks. I'm going to ask you, the applicant, but I'm probably going to have the same questions for administration. The access, the right-in, right-out, and the road closure of Aspen Meadows Way, limiting access to 15th Avenue. Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, I mean, that was sort of a given condition on the property. The land use to the north, which was approved, as you can see, in July 2022, called for that right-in, right-out access, and that is the condition that we have left with this site. Does that answer your question, or do you need further elaboration on that?
Yeah, so that's a condition of their land use, not your land use?
That's the condition of the access period. So the access, if we can skip to we can skip to slide 3 there, if you don't mind, and we can sort of have a look at that. That's the site there. That was their land use application. As you can see, they required a right-in, right-out. We share that access with that particular piece of land. It's a 5-acre parcel to the north. That's been approved and is largely built out at this particular point in time. So we are left with that particular access, or the right-in, right-out type of an access in that location.
So did you not discuss an access to the south?
We did. There is a possibility of putting an access to the south, and if you can skip to slide 2, there we are.
Yeah.
There is an existing road. As you can see, the access to the south would require significant. It doesn't immediately go to 69th Street. So in order to get to 17th Avenue, you can see what a convoluted access that is in fact required. The right-in, right-out still remains, but to get in and out of this area and to get to 17th Avenue, you can see that it is an extremely convoluted methodology to get to that area. And the other thing that we found with this, as you can see by that red line, it creates an extremely inefficient plan. So creating that road cutting through that area cuts up the property in the way you see it there. You end up with inefficiencies where you lose yield and you build more road. Therefore, we discussed this substantially with administration and came to the conclusion that that access to the south was not, in fact, a viable access, and we went with the mirrored access to what was, in fact, approved immediately to the north.
And did you discuss moving that red line just to the entire east side of the parcel to line up with Aspen Meadows Way?
If you moved it to the entire east side of the parcel, you wouldn't be able, that would go against any technical sort of an access requirement. So you can't just sort of run it there and then have that immediate. I guess you'd say if you're leaving that one cul-de-sac or leaving the area, you couldn't make that turn safely, so you couldn't do that. You'd have to run it through and have that line that you see there such that the intersection spacing met the requirements of the technical intersection spacing.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
I'll talk to administration. I don't like this at all. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Great, we've got a question from Councillor Chabot.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark, have you, the development to the north of that, also fairly large lots, have you done a direct comparison as far as the density, whether you've got the same number of lots, more lots?
We anticipate having one lot less than what was developed to the north. They have 33. We're looking at 32 lots in there, so very, very similar sort of a density.
Any particular reason why you have one less?
Sorry?
Any particular reason why you would have one less?
Just the way it lotted out. We are looking at maybe slightly larger lots than what was approved in
6.5
that
units per acre is what is proposed density for this site, and that is in alignment with the ASP?
Yes, the ASP, as I said, it calls for 3 to 5 units per acre. We're at 6.5, so it's slightly higher. However, the ASP does allow for variances in Calgary Planning Commission.
Arguably, that's pretty low density, but I said arguably that's pretty low density, but it is in keeping with what has been approved in the ASP.
Yes, and it follows pretty much what is developed around the area, i.e. to the north you have similar densities. South maybe slightly higher, and to the west and east I would suggest they're actually a little bit lower.
Okay, thanks. No further questions.
Thank you. There's no other questions for you, so thanks for taking the time to be here.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. And let me just ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.11? Seeing and hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on this item. Councillor Penner, question of administration.
Yeah, thanks. I don't like the road configuration at all. And I think a right in, right out, we're going to end up posing different problematic challenges with U-turning to the north of this, coming off of 14th Avenue. So how do we try to create safety in one area and not inadvertently creating challenges in another area?
Thanks for the question. Shane Labatille, Development Engineering. This is really kind of an order of operations issue, Councillor. You can see that the road stub was left there at the original subdivision quite some time to connect these two non-participatory landowners back in the day. And the parcel to the north came in for redevelopment first, and the land use was granted. And we do have to provide legal access to lands. So that right in, right out exists for that parcel to the north. And so when this parcel came in, we had that conversation with the applicant to say the road stub is there. We should be using that road stub. The applicant put forth the same argument that you heard today about yield, et cetera. And ultimately, when we looked at the access that was there and the total number of units between the two developments being around 60, we felt the right in, right out would still operate safely and within parameters for us. As you mentioned, it's difficult for people to turn north. They're going to have to do a circuitous route anyway. That said, at the time of subdivision, we will be looking at what the crossing looks like. You'll see a multi-use path on the east side of 69th Street. So we'll be looking at the very least at an active modes crossing. That would be, you know, pedestrian overhead lights, that kind of thing, because we do see that desire line that is there. So ultimately, that's how we got to where we are. We have no particular concerns from a safety point of view for this, and I would say that we would one day kind of be considering what the future of this intersection is to service these two parcels. But that's the history where we got to and what our thought process was.
Why are we not looking at the intersection now?
Because it's a subdivision matter, not a land use matter.
So if something were, okay. Okay, thanks. Don't like it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Carra.
Yeah, I understand how we're sort of cooked on this particular layout. I share Councillor Penner's concern about it. And unfortunately, a lot of the subdivision patterns up in this part of the world are like that. My big issue is that the houses, despite the fact that they're going to be quite wealthy, will never collect enough property taxes from them to cover the replacement costs on tiny little road stubs that are only used by them. Is there any way to have a conversation with them about privatizing these roads so we don't have to take that onto the tax base? If they were willing to do that, I would have much less of an issue with it.
That's a great question. I will say that the east-west road, Aspen Woods Gate, I believe it's called, at the north end of this parcel, is a public road.
Okay.
So that's done. It's been dedicated to the city. This subdivision could very well be private roads, because you're right, in terms of paying for infrastructure, it's not terribly efficient for the city to own and maintain cul-de-sacs like this. And I will note that as a part of their subdivision conditions, they do have to close that road stub to the south, so our real estate department can work with what's the future best use of that road stub, which they are turning their back to.
Who makes that decision?
On what?
On whether that's a private road or whether the public takes that on as an expense forever.
That would be administration at the time of subdivision.
Okay, well, I highly encourage administration to do that. I'll probably register a vote against this to just remind you that that's something we should be considering.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions of administration, so I'm looking for a mover on this one. Councillor Sharp.
Yep. Just need a seconder, but I will start opening. So council, I'll remind you, most of you approved the other side of this in 2022. If you have issues with subdivision, take that up with them. There's also bare land condo applications that we do, but I think, you know, some of the conversation I hear around even applications that you voted for or an hour ago around parking and driving and all of that in condensed areas you supported, and this one here, I think it's falling on the fact that they're single-family homes. So this is a great project. It mirrors the other side, and I think there's just a little bit more of a personal angst on some of this stuff. With that, I'm open.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, you're seconding? Okay. Let's go to Councillor Penner for debate.
Yeah, I want to be very clear. I actually have no issues with the fact that these are single-family homes. What I have issue with is it doesn't matter because everyone gets painted with the same brush when you make broad comments like that. So I want to be very clear that, you know, what my issue is with the roads and the way that the roads are done, and that's not always necessarily an issue with the applicant as much as how much the city works on this file in order to achieve good outcomes. So that is why I'm voting against it today, simply to say that I think that there should be better solutions, and I understand that sometimes how a lot of these parcels are coming together in these developing areas, without the city setting forward plans and intentions better earlier on, we get left with this piecemeal and frustrations and that end up happening, and then we end up going back and re-putting in an intersection to the cost of the taxpayers that can't be borne actually by the taxpayer because it's never going to pay for itself. So while I appreciate that we're going to look at overhead crossings, if we're going to look at overhead crossings, let's just do it right the first time and create an intersection here and just make it good for everybody.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you, Councillor Sharp, to close.
Closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 11-3 with Councillors Carra, Spencer, and Penner voting against. First reading of bylaw 149D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Penner is opposed, and that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 149D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Penner is opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 149D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 149D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Penner is opposed, and that is carried. We are going to take our 30-minute break and be back here at 4 o'clock, everyone. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to public hearing. Madam Clerk, could we do a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. On the roll, Councillor Demong. Councillor Dollywall. Here. Councillor McLean.
I'm here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner. Here. Councillor Sharp. Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
Here.
Councillor Wong. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carra.
Here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Here. And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you. We do have quorum.
Thank you. So, Ms. Stengel, I believe we are on to 7.2.13.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 13 is a land use amendment to allow for parcel consolidation and multi-residential development. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 145D 2025 for the redesignation of 1439 23rd Avenue Northwest from the residential grade-oriented infill, or RCG district, to the multi-residential contextual grade-oriented MCG district. Next slide, please. The site is located in the northwest community of Capitol Hill along 14th Street, which is part of the primary transit network. Confederation Park is to the immediate north, and North Hill Center Mall and Sept, the University of the Arts, and the Southern Alberta Jubilee Auditorium are to the south along 16th Avenue. Next slide, please. The site is on the corner of 14th Street and 23rd Avenue. It is currently developed with a single detached home and has rear lane access. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is characterized by a mix of single and semi-detached dwellings with increased variety and density along the 14th Street corridor. Multi-residential development is located across the street to the north and to the southeast on 22nd Avenue Northwest. Parcels to the east and across 14th Street to the west are designated as the MCG district, which would allow for multi-residential development. Mixed-use and commercial districts are located to the south along 14th Street as well. Confederation Park is highlighted in green on this image to the north and the east of the parcel. The subject site is designated as the residential grade-oriented infill RCG district, which allows for a variety of low-density housing types from single-detached homes to row houses and townhouses. The RCG district has a maximum density of 75 units per hectare, which would allow for 4 dwelling units here. Next slide, please. The proposed multi-residential contextual grade-oriented, or MCG district, allows for multi-residential development of low height and low density, allowing a variety of multi-residential development forms, including row houses and townhouses. The MCG district is intended to be in close proximity to or adjacent to low-density residential development. The maximum building height is 12 meters, and the maximum density is 111 units per hectare, or 6 units on this parcel. The MCG district is in alignment with the neighboring parcels to the east, which the applicant has indicated would be consolidated with this parcel, allowing for comprehensive development of the larger site through a development permit. Next slide, please. The application is in alignment with the North Hill Community's local area plan, which identifies the site as being part of the neighborhood connector urban form category with a low building scale, allowing up to 6 stories. Next slide, please. This application would allow for comprehensive redevelopment of the subject site with the neighboring parcels in alignment with the LAP and the MDP along the primary transit network. Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 145D 2025. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.13. Do we have Tom Dong?
Yes, hello.
Hi there.
Hi. Yeah, I have something to talk about. So can I begin?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, Your Worship, member of Council, Administration, and members of public. My name is Tom Dong, and I'm one of the architecture designers at Calgary Living, who is the applicant company representing the landowner Incan Homes Limited. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this application. The site is currently zoned as RCG, and we're seeking a redesignation to MCG to allow contextual multi-residential development up to 3 stories. Our intent is to consolidate this parcel with the adjacent MCG lots at 1435 and 1431 to the east, creating one cohesive project. A development permit was submitted on July 14th, proposing 2 3-story row house buildings with 14 units above grade and 14 secondary suites in the basement, along with carport providing 14 parking stalls. And prior to the DP submissions, we've discussed extensively with the pre-application teams and obtained their supports as well. So this rezoning is strongly supported by the site's location along the primary transit network of 14th Street and its walkability to the C train stations and nearby major activity centers such as Nose Hill Mall and Sept. The rezoning aligns with the MDP and Nose Hill LAP by promoting multi-residential options in low-density areas, optimizing land and infrastructure usage while diversifying housing choices for the communities. So in conclusion, this rezoning supports thoughtful growth in the Capitol Hill community and Calgary's vision for a resilient neighborhood. We hope for your support and approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see anybody with any questions for you, so thanks for taking the time to be with us today. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.13? Right, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else. So I'll close the public hearing on this item. Questions of administration, starting with Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick question. Given the number of units that's being proposed there, and given that we've got 14th Street, a very busy corridor, in terms of the access and egress of the, I believe it's a carport in the back lane, can somebody just give me a perspective of how much demand we'll be putting in on, particularly on 13th Street and 12th Street respectively, exiting out of that laneway?
Tom Hopkins, Development Engineering. So there would be approximately, I believe, what was the number of units? It was 14 units. So it would be, the vehicles would have to exit off of the lane and or go around the block or out onto 14th Street. It is very busy on 14th, being a major connector to the north and downtown, but it can be accommodated safely with the appropriate controls in the area. And at the development permit stage, that'll be investigated further as well.
Okay. One of the things I'll say is in that corridor along 23rd Avenue, they've got a series of townhouses as most people are exiting eastbound and thereby getting onto 20th Avenue on 13th Street. And the concern from residents in the area is crosswalks in that area. Are there any plans for, or is that a DP question about doing a TIA around not just 14th, but 13th Street and 20th Avenue?
Through the development permit, that'll be investigated. Likely it'll be looking at a crossing of 14th Street potentially and looking to create safer connections across 14th Street as well. The details of that are through the development permit though.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions, so look to you to move it, Councillor Wong.
Glad to move it. So this is again a development on 14th Street, sorry, and then many people know 14th Street is a high traffic area and so populated by a good transit system. And given the type of housing development here, we're also close proximity to Sept as well as a North Hill Shopping Center and access to the downtown core. So given the transportation, the employment, education, and access to the downtown core, this is a good opportunity to see housing. Thank you.
Okay, get a seconder on this one, please. Councillor Walcott, thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Wong. Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Sharp, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 145D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 145D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 145D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 145D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. That takes us on to item 7.2.14. I think we're on to Ms. Ganzar.
Still with me on this
Still with
one.
you? On 14?
On 14, yep.
Oh, we've got it wrong here. Thank you.
Item 14 is a land use redesignation to allow for grade-oriented housing with a minimum density. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to refuse and abandon proposed bylaw 141D 2025 for the redesignation of 1623 6A Street Northwest from the residential grade-oriented infill or RCG district to a direct control DC district. Next slide, please. The site is located in the northwest community of Rosedale, south of 16th Avenue and east of North Hill Centre Mall and Sept, the Alberta University of the Arts, and the Southern Alberta Jubilee Auditorium. Next slide, please. The site is mid-block along 6th Street and is currently developed with a single detached dwelling with a rear detached garage accessed from the lane. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is characterized by a variety of commercial businesses along the northern side of 16th Avenue, with single detached homes on the south designated as the residential grade-oriented infill or RCG district. This district allows for a variety of low-density housing forms, including single-detached, semi-detached, row houses, and townhouses. The maximum building height is 11 meters, and the maximum density is 75 units per hectare. Based on the parcel area, this site would allow for up to 4 units. Next slide, please. The proposed direct control district keeps the existing RCG district as the base and removes the uses of contextual single-detached dwelling and single-detached dwelling. The maximum density of 4 units would be maintained, and a minimum of 2 units has been introduced by the proposed direct control district. This would require, at minimum, a semi-detached home on the site and would not allow for a single detached home. Next slide, please. The application does not align with the North Hill Community's local area plan. The LAP categorizes the site as being within the neighborhood local urban form category, and within those policies includes Rosedale as a single detached special study area. The plan specifies that single detached homes should be the predominant low-density housing form within the study area until one or more single detached special policy areas has been identified through a future amendment to the plan. This study area would allow for a limited number of developments that have more than a single unit. However, the policy is clear that single detached homes are to be the predominant building form, which would be evaluated on each development permit. Next slide, please. The proposed DC would remove the option for single detached homes, which are to be the predominant building form within the single detached special study area. As such, the application is not in alignment with the local area plan, and Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council refuse and abandon proposed bylaw 141D 2025 for the redesignation of the subject site. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.14. Do we have Lee Wang? Hello.
I have a presentation. I'm not sure if you can put it up. Okay, this is Lee Wang. I'm speaking in support of this application. For this specific community, we have been working very hard in bringing what we think positive change to the community. In 2023, we applied a land use on another side from RC1 to RC1A. I received the full support from Calgary Planning Commission, a letter, the approval from the councillors at public hearing. Subsequently, we filed and received DP and subdivision approval for 2 singles on this lot. Despite all the approvals, the project cannot proceed due to retreat covenant. Next page, please. Later, after, this is the site where the location of the site is. It's half a block from 10th Street, within 50 meters of 16th Avenue, right by Sept. Next slide, please. And then this is the initial plan is to build 2 singles, and then each with about 2,200 square feet. And later we have to switch this to 45, to a big single, which is about 4,500 100 square feet. It will be estimated to be cost over 2.3 million. Next slide, please. And then later, after city's blank rezone, we did another subdivision for a site really close to the last one. Same thing. We received the city's approval. The subdivision is registered in land title office. The homeowner has 225-feet lot, but it cannot proceed due to the court challenges. Next slide, please. This shows the location of these two sites. Next slide, please. So we are in no doubt that the community Rosedale is a rather unique community with predominantly single house. Despite its proximity to State University of Calgary, primary transit, commercial, etc. But we strongly believe gradual change is needed for the better of the community in the long run. The data in 2019 shows that the community population is dropping, despite the overall population gain in Calgary. The majority of the bungalows are built in the 1940s and 50s with old-style floor configuration, and some comes with stone foundation. During rainy months, water can come in from cracks and flood the basement. Next slide, please. This chart shows the population in Rosedale 2019. It is very costly to renovate the old house into modern style that young generations can call home. The price tag for an old giant single is beyond what young generations can afford. We think changes are necessary in this community to make it more sustainable and attractive. That's why we put this proposal forward. Next slide, please. Before I get to our specific project, I want to mention in 2007, city removed restrict covenant on some properties along 16th Avenue and turned those into affordable housing. I can see records of people's opposition to that move, and some even call it the end of Rosedale. Next slide, please. This is how it looks like for those affordable units. Those are a lot smaller than normal standard lot, and city managed to put 2 units, sometimes 3 units, into those kind of lot, and then people actually live peacefully with their neighbors. Next slide, please. Our proposal is to rezone 1623-6A from RCG to direct control RCG and set up minimum density. We also have concurrent DP application for semi-detached dwelling. The semi-detached dwelling fully follows the heritage guideline in terms of contextual front setback, front interface of the building, roofing style, tree protection, etc. Municipal Government Act gives city power passing the zoning policy. We think where it think appropriate. Next slide, please. The application is not about removing restrict covenant, although it might help with the case. Restrict covenant is legislated through Land Title Act. Any removing a restrict covenant will need to go through court system. Judges often need help to understand planning policy, which is sometimes a few hundred pages. We wish to make clear, though through the process, that city considers semi-detached appropriate at this special location. Next slide, please. So public engagement, we did extensive public engagement, and we thank those who give us very valuable feedbacks, including Councillor's Office, Community Association, and many neighbors. Next slide, please. So through this public engagement, we make many changes to the design. Initially, it starts with this, 2 semi-detached with detached garage. And next, please. And then you go to 1 building with 4-corner fourplex. And then next, please. And then it shifts to duplex, semi-detached. And then next, please. And then after more engagement with the community, we change this to more contextual sensitive front setback, roofing, front interface, siding, etc.
Mr.
Next,
Wang?
please.
Mr. Wang, you're just at time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here. Do we have Brett Horan?
Yes.
Hi, please go ahead.
This is Brett Horn. So we live in 1627, which is the property immediately north. We are certainly opposed to an apartment complex being built next to our house. It's proposed as an 8-unit, which could be up to 16 people living there without places to park, without enough garage space for everybody. The restrictive covenant that was on the property was improperly removed by the developer, because he stated that he had notified all the people, except he never notified us, which is why he said it's caught up in legal issues, because he did not notify us. he could have walked over and handed us the document. And the restrictive covenant we have does stop people from building multiple homes on one piece of property. So we are certainly against turning this one piece of property into DC. As to the meeting on May 30th that Mr. Wang spoke of, this was a rather lively meeting. It was a conference room booked for about 8 people. Probably in excess of 15 people showed up. Mr. Wang started the meeting by explaining how much money he was going to make destroying this house and building an 8-plex. 2 hours later, with all the residents chanting, "No, no, no," he responded, "How can I make money if I just have to build one house?" Certainly, he is not interested in the community, not interested in building a home. He's coming in, he wants to make a quick buck and move on and destroy the neighborhood for the people like myself who have built a home for our children. So, and on June 23rd, we sent a similar letter to Councillor Terry Wong on this topic. So, without taking up more time, that's the end of my comments.
Thank you very much. I'm just looking to see if there's any questions for you. I don't see any, so thanks for taking the time to be with us. Do we have Douglas Christie? Hi, please come on up.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I've lived in the Rosedale community for coming up on 45 years. The house in question, 1623, our friend June used to live there, would be turning over in her grave, hearing what's going on right now. The developer has previously tried to illegally remove the RC on this property designated for a single-family dwelling. The removal of this RC was overturned by the courts and is currently being appealed by the developer. The developer is apparently trying to use an example from the Banff Trail Area Redevelopment Plan, ARP, which is significantly different than the Rosedale Community Association. The developer seeks the DC bylaws, which is granted in previous places, to approve this. In contrast, the Rosedale situation is significantly different from a DC standpoint. The city has never had a goal of densifying Rosedale until the recent upzoning bylaw, general bylaw, not specific to Rosedale at all. Furthermore, the LAP does not stress the densification in the same way as the ARP. It recognizes the unique nature of Rosedale as bounded community of single detached dwellings. It makes no comment on the widespread presence and similarity of identical RCs in Rosedale. The developer on 1623 6/8 Street has not been granted a development permit for an 8-plex, duplex, or I don't know which one he's in, about the 5th or 6th application to try and get around this. Based on the North Hill Local Area Plan 2022-1206, in this map 3, it identifies Rosedale as a neighborhood local in terms of urban form categories. Under 2.2.1.6, neighborhood local mentions the area has limited scale policies that recognize that a single detached housing is and will continue to be the desired housing form. Rosedale is specifically identified on one of the figures as a single detached special study area. In addition, above, the property is located within what is designated as MAPS Area 5 on the Heritage Guideline area. None of the proposed developments by the developer appear to follow any of those guidelines. To sum up, Rosedale has followed the community development plan of single-family housing since its inception almost 100 years ago, and is strongly committed to maintaining this going forward. This developer has been turned down by the courts on existing attempts to illegally remove an existing RC, stating that the property is for a single-family dwelling. This blatant attempt to use the city planning to apply a DC bylaw to 1626A Street should not be permitted, as this situation is totally different from what he's asking for. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you, so thanks very much for taking the time to be here. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.14? You can come on up. I don't have your name, but if you can just tell us your name when you get there, that'd be great. Thank you.
My name is Jen Varzari, V-A-R-Z-A-R-I.
Thank you.
I'm a community development volunteer in Rosedale. This is the fourth time I've been present before council speaking on this same issue. I'm here to speak in opposition to this application and ask that council follow the recommendations made by both administration and the CPC to reject Horizon's application for a DCD that deliberately and artificially conflicts with the restrictive covenant on this property. I note that as the CPC wrote in its materials, city administration received 159 letters in opposition from the public and 2 letters in opposition from the Rosedale Community Association. Today in my submissions, I'm going to focus specifically on how the DCD here does not comply with the mandatory requirements in Section 20 of the bylaw. I'm going to go in opposite order of the bylaw, though. The bylaw Section 22 says that DCDs must not be used in substitution of any other land use district in the bylaw that could be used to achieve the same result. That is not passed here by Horizon. This land use in Rosedale, the land use designation of RCG, is appropriate for the plan that he has for this property, for Mr. Wang has for the property. The only impediment is that restrictive covenant. And what he's not making clear, and with respect, hasn't explained properly to the council and the mayor, is that this is an ongoing application. It's in the process with scheduling happening between his council and Rosedale's council, and another council for a property that he also referred to that's been subdivided on 9th Street. It is a live court application. No determination has ever been made on the merits of any of the restrictive covenants in Rosedale, including the very first one that he talked about, 1619. So this is not necessary. All Mr. Wang needs to do is finish that application and be successful in it in arguing that the restrictive covenant is no longer valid and enforceable, and the city does not need to involve itself in the process by granting a DCD and allowing him to easily achieve the similar result by going under Section 48 of the Land Titles Act to remove that restrictive covenant. So that's Section 20 sub 2 of the land titles, or sorry, the land use bylaw. That is not passed by Horizon. Section 20 sub 1 is also not passed. DCDs under this section say that they must be only used for developments with unique characteristics, innovative ideas, or unusual site constraints. And that's simply not the case here. There's nothing unique or innovative about Horizon's proposed development. It's for a fourplex, and housing of that sort is abundant in Calgary. As of yesterday, MLS listed almost 600 duplexes and almost 1,200 row houses for sale in Calgary. There's also no unusual site constraint on this property. It's got an RC on it. Those are abundant in Calgary. And House, the determining case right now, the Court of Appeal said it's not just the presence of a restrictive covenant that determines that there's an unusual site constraint. You have to look at the total factual matrix. And that involves looking at everything, including the community, which is Rosedale, which is very different than the community that was assessed in House. Banff Trail, not the same thing at all. The history and nature of the city's policy and planning goals for the community, not the same as Banff Trail. The nature and the extent of public consultation regarding planning, and the city's position and approach over time with regards to the historical restrictive covenants. Altogether, the totality of the factual matrix says that Rosedale does not have an unusual site constraint with that restrictive covenant on 1623 6A Street. The historical character of Rosedale, its historical built form as an exclusively single detached dwelling subdivision, not predominantly, exclusively. The specific location of the property, mid-block on a cul-de-sac, and most importantly, the LAP and its unique designation of Rosedale, and Rosedale only, as a part of a special single detached single special detached policy area. I get that wrong every time. It's only Rosedale. In fact, as far as I understand, Rosedale is the only community in all of Calgary that received this designation. Rosedale is 3% of the North Hill area local area plan. And if you look at the history, and I put this in a 13-page presentation that I put to administration, the history of how this special policy area came to be and what it was designed to do, it's precisely to do what it's doing in Rosedale. It's a very narrow area that is protected because of its nature and its history. It recognizes the presence and importance of the restrictive covenants that have been in this community since its inception in 1909. And it allows development to continue in the 97% of the rest of the local area plan. Those are all my submissions, unless there are questions of council. I kind of responded to what Mr. Wang said, as opposed to sticking to the plan of what I wanted to speak about.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm not seeing any questions for you from members of council, so thanks for taking the time to be here.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.14? Come on down, sir. Sir, have you filled out a form to speak, or no?
No, I have not. I
Okay.
just came partway through the afternoon.
I'm sorry?
I just got here partway through the afternoon.
Okay, so we'll have you speak, and then we'll make sure that you get a form to fill out so we can capture your
Yeah,
name
sure.
properly. Okay, thank you.
Okay, my name is Rob Power, and I live just down the road from this property. So I live in a 1930 home just down the road. My daughter lives in a 1930 home on the next street. I take it from his opening comments that the developer is not too fond of these old homes. We actually love our old homes. And I think that to use these homes, rather than have them knocked down and put in a landfill, is actually pretty noble. So in any case, I align myself with the comments made by Rosedale colleagues and similarly oppose the application. So aside from the legalities, as I understand it, the proposal is to switch to a zoning type that would prohibit a single-family home. That's my understanding. And aside from the legalities, I just see that as totally illogical, given the character of Rosedale, the predominance of single-family homes and the restrictive covenants that apply to a very large number of them. And as the prior speaker so eloquently spoke, really the developer is trying to do an end run around court action that's alive before the Court of King's Bench. So I would see this application as premature, and I would implore council to let that court action run its course. As a final comment, I was at the open house that was held on May 30th, and I can tell you that there was 100% opposition to the proposal. So I just briefly saw how the minutes were, or the summary was produced for that session, and I think it's pretty vanilla. There was very vehement opposition and unanimous opposition that day. So those are my submissions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for being here.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.14? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody else on this item, so I will close the public hearing on this one. I'm also not seeing any questions of administration. So, do I? Is that for admin? Please go ahead, Councilor
Thank you,
McLean.
Mayor. Just question administration. Bit of my mint. When you were talking in the original presentation, I was a little confused because right now it's all single-family homes, and yet they maybe had one convert to multi-residential or something before the other ones could be developed into not single-family homes. I guess my question is what our last presenter said. If this passes, or what we're looking forward, what would happen was that there would be no single-family homes allowed at all zoning in this area. Was he right?
What this DC is proposing is that there would be no single detached dwellings, contextual or discretionary, on this parcel only. We are recommending refusal because the predominant building form, as outlined by the LAP, is to be single detached dwellings. And while other building forms may be supportable in the area when reviewed at the development permit stage, the land use is a long-term guidance on the site, and it would remove the predominant building form that the LAP does expect to see in the area of Rosedale.
So if there was a new development permit for a single-family home, that would be allowed, or no?
Under the current development, or under the current zoning, yes, they could build a single detached home. Should this DC be approved by council? No, they could not build a single detached home.
Yeah, see, I can see the problem with that. We're just saying you can't build a single-family home in a whole block area. I have a problem with that, so you've answered my question. Thanks.
I will provide a bit of context just for all the councillors who are likely about to vote on this item. The recommendation from Calgary Planning Commission is to refuse and abandon. So in a situation once the vote is called, a yes means you are refusing this. Just flagging that in advance.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions, so I'm going to go to Councillor Wong to move the item.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Administration. I also want to say thank you especially to the Rosedale residents who have spoken out. Just to be very, very clear, Rosedale right now is part of a North Hill Communities Local Area Plan. Rosedale, within that North Hill Local Area Plan, has a special policy area that says, you know, the only type of housing in the area, the only type of building structure in there, single detached. In other words, no duplex, no row house, no townhouse, just single detached. That was approved by council, the previous council, as part of the local area plan. The refusal that I understand from administration is to honor the local area plan and honor the policy area that says single detached homes are the only thing allowed here. Therefore, the application for a DC, which allows for, you know, other types of housing forms to be built there, is in contrary to the policy itself. So again, the administration's recommendation is, you know, reaffirming the LAP special policy area, and until that changes, we don't have an authority unless we use the DC to overrun it. The use of a DC to overrun it, again, is something that, you know, one property amongst several hundred properties in Rosedale is a precedent that is not appropriate for a DC change. If you want to change it, you change it through an LAP. Go through the LAP process again, change it so that you can have different policy types. There was an attempt to do that through a LAP Reconnect way back earlier this year. We refused it, okay? So this council is not the council to make that one single parcel change. Therefore, please support administration's recommendation to refuse it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. You're seconding? Okay. Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. I'm glad actually Councillor Wong brought up the housing strategy and the LAP Reconnect plans, just because, again, this is the issue that's in front of us in particular with the DC is almost not the problem that I have, and it's more so actually that the single detached policy area, it is the lone inequitable piece of policy that exists within the city with regard to this type of restriction. And that is something that this council has committed in various different ways to eliminating those types of inequities until it came time for us to do it. Right? We passed the housing strategy with it. It was included in the housing task force. But when it came down to do it, it was what I would consider to be a bystander of a larger item that was in front of us that didn't get removed. In the future, I do think it is incumbent on the next council to really consider whether or not these types of inequitable policies we want on the books still for us, because when they are there, administration doesn't have a choice, right? Like that is their job to bring a refusal, and it's only council that can reverse those things. And we saw something similar to that with the economy glass site earlier today, where it was CPC that brought a refusal based off of administration's interpretation of the policy. And so in the future, this is a significant or this is an equitable policy that I really do believe the next council should take this will be the third look at, because we continue to run into these inconsistencies of policy direction from citywide when we get down to the local level. And so with that, I'm done my debate.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just wanted to jump in, particular around for those of you that are running and are going to be stewarding this city into the future. When I think of all of the conflict that's connected to city planning, it really does come from the places that Councillor Walcott just outlined very eloquently. Our protection of something like a single detached special study area, and talking about using this again in the future. Like, if you think things are gross right now, just wait till you start trying across the city to pick winners and losers on where areas like this exist and don't exist. Boy, that will be fun. So encourage you to be introspective as you move forward on this, and quickly and with haste make sure it is an even playing field across the city, because I think it is to the long-term betterment of all of our city when you're talking about pitting neighbors against neighbors. I mean, this is where things will get messy.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot.
I'll be brief. I think administration made the right recommendation here. The North Hill local area plan just went through an extensive public consultation. What came out of that is what's currently been approved by council. It's in alignment with that policy, the file and refuse. I think it's a no-brainer in this case. What needs to be done, if the committee so chooses, is to amend the local area plan. But as it stands, it exists as it does, and we should continue to honor that process and support the file and abandon.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions in the queue, so I'll come back to you, Councillor Wong, to close.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. Again, the recognition that the decision here that administration is putting forward is supporting the local area plan, as Councillor Chabot has indicated. Any changes to that is due to a future local area plan change, not to a direct control approval today. So again, I really urge you to, in clarity, vote yes, which will refuse this. And if you want to take care of it as part of an LAP, that's for the future. Thank you.
Closed. All right, be scribed to vote, please.
Councillor Wong, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Mayor Gondek votes for it.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 11-3 with Councillors Carra, Walcott, and Chu voting against. Let's go on to the next item. This is 7.2.15. Is it Ms. Ganser now? Okay, great.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. The next item on the agenda is a policy amendment to enable the development of a multi-residential housing building. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 65P 2025 for amendments to the Bridgeland Riverside Area Redevelopment Plan, or ARP. Next slide, please. The subject site is located at 420 and 422 Meredith Road Northeast in the community of Crescent Heights. Next slide, please. The site consists of 2 parcels and is located on the north side of Meredith Road, west of 4th Street Northeast. Each parcel is currently developed with a single detached dwelling and a detached garage accessed from the front street, as there is no rear lane. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists of a mix of residential, commercial, and community uses. 3-story and 4-story multi-residential buildings are located on either side of the site, and a large place of worship is located 2 properties to the west. 4th Street and Edmonton Trail are located a 1 to 3 minute walk east of the site, both of which are urban main streets and part of the primary transit network. 1st Avenue Northeast is located a 4-minute walk to the north and is a neighborhood main street. All 3 of these streets offer a wide variety of commercial, retail, and medical services and feature several multi-residential developments. Next slide, please. A text amendment to the Bridgeland Riverside ARP is required to exempt the subject site from a specific parking rate which was originally intended to address parking around the former General Hospital. Exempting this site would allow the parking rate for multi-residential districts in the land use bylaw to determine minimum parking, which is the more appropriate and consistent approach. Next slide, please. For these reasons, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the Bridgeland Riverside ARP amendment. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to the public hearing on this item. Do we have Daryl Grant?
Members, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just have a quick presentation on behalf of Meredith Condo Group. We seek Council's approval to amend the Bridgeland Riverside Area Redevelopment Plan to allow the parking stall ratio to align with Calgary's Land Use Bylaw 1P 2007. The subject property is designated MC2 and the owner is not proposing a redesignation. A development permit for a 40-unit apartment is currently filed with the city. 1 level of underground parking is proposed to accommodate 27 parking stalls or a ratio of 0.675, which aligns with the Calgary Land Use Bylaw of 0.625. The subject area is in an subject site is in an area suitable for higher density. For communities north of the Bow River, it is one of the closest residential areas to downtown Calgary and approximately 100 meters west of Edmonton Trail primary transit network. Working within the building envelope of the MC2 land use district, a number of apartments can be visualized based on typical sizes, in this case, a mix of 30 one-bedroom and 10 two-bedroom units. Under the ARP policy of 1.25 stalls per unit, 50 parking spaces would be required. On this size of property and under the rules and regulations of the MC2 land use district, it would require 2 levels of underground parking. This increased infrastructure would in turn increase costs for the development passed on to future residents, making the residential units less affordable. A request by the Crescent Heights Community Association was made to increase the number of bike stalls, and the DP applicant responded by proposing in-suite bike racks in addition to the bylawed number in a designated bike room as well as outside. Meredith Condo Group seeks Council support to amend the BRARP to relax the parking ratio to accommodate much-needing housing stock for the reasons stated above. I'm available to answer any questions Council may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here. Is there anyone else?
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.15? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. I'm also not seeing any questions of administration. Oh, yes, I do. Councillor Wong.
Yeah, sorry about that, Mayor. Administration, the exemption, again, based upon the bridge on ARP, 1.25 parking stalls per unit. The 1P 2007, it's 1, is that correct? Thereby, if we approve this, they'll be building less parking stalls. Is that correct?
Not quite, Councillor Wong.
Sorry.
So the ARP currently requires 1.25 stalls in this location. Again, that was a rule that was developed really for the area around the old hospital site, but it did bleed into other areas of the neighborhood. The land use bylaw for the MC2 district would require 0.625 stalls per unit, and yep, and that's it.
Okay.
So it's not quite a 1 stall reduction.
Okay, sorry, my ratio was wrong there. Okay, so the question I have for our development engineer, in terms of the parking around the area, again, by forcing people on-street parking, is there a concern about on-street parking?
Councillor Wong, there isn't a concern currently. There is 2-hour restricted parking during the day in the area, but there is plenty of parking in the area in the evenings and weekends. And we would be reviewing the parking in more detail at the development permit stage, and I understand that there may be a parking study looking at that to ensure that it's sufficient.
And now that study we did part of the DP?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Great, that's it for questions, so I'm looking for a mover. Councillor Wong.
Thank you. Again, this, as we heard from the applicant, building this apartment 1.25 parking, it will introduce additional costs for the additional layer of parkade, and that additional cost of parkade will only add to the cost of housing in the area. And as we know, housing is certainly, affordability is certainly a challenge here. But I think one of the benefits of this as well is that it's so close to the downtown that people will be more inclined to be walking or cycling to work anyways, and therefore the need for parking in the area may not be as strenuous as in other areas of the Crescent Heights area, so therefore I'm supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Craw, you're going to second.
Yeah, could I just quickly debate? I appreciate the movers' comments. I think that this old parking ratio is overblown and unnecessary, and we've relaxed it in many times in my time on council in this part of Crescent Heights, which is also considered, I think, by people who don't realize where the boundaries are, part of Bridgeland. But happy to support.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back over to you, Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Crow. One of the things that, just a bit of a sidebar, one of the things when the first year of council being here, Councillor Crow and I did a walkabout in this exact area, and I do appreciate the insights that he shared with me at that time about the area, and some of the insights he's gained over his years of being on council. So thank you for that walkabout and insights. But with that, I'm closed. Thank you.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 65P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 65P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 65P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 65P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Now, as we move to the next item, which is 7.2.16, before we have the presentation, I'm going to go to Councillor Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship. I spoke with Ms. Laidlaw today because of this application that's before us. And I was concerned because I have an association with one of the two brothers that are the owners of this site. The association is that one of them is married to my sister. And so the question is whether or not I had a pecuniary interest. And what I was advised is that under the MGA that a pecuniary interest can only be declared if it is a family member as it relates to wife, children, father and mother. Siblings don't qualify under the pecuniary interest declaration. And unless I have a very specific reason as to why I should not be voting on the matter, and I am required to vote on the matter under the MGA. I do have to state, though, that I am amenable to persuasion. I am open to public submissions, and I will base my decision on what I hear through the public hearing process. And as I stated before, I do remain amenable to persuasion, and I will not let the association that I have with my brother-in-law as a determinant on my vote today. But I had to make that public. And Ms. Robershire, if you would like to comment further on that matter, I'd be happy to hear from law as to your interpretation of the MGA.
No further comment.
I'm sorry?
I have no further comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the clarification, Councillor Chabot. Okay, with that, let's move on to 7.2.16. Ms. Ganser.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. The next item on the agenda is a land use redesignation application to enable a mixed-use development. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 146D 2025 for the redesignation of 201, 207, and 217 4th Street Northeast from the mixed-use active frontage or MU2 district to the MU2 district with different modifiers. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the community of Crescent Heights and falls within the plan area of the Bridgeland Riverside Area Redevelopment Plan, or ARP. Next slide, please. The site consists of 1 block containing 3 parcels and is located on the west side of 4th Street Northeast between 2nd Avenue to the north and 1st Avenue to the south. It is currently developed with several commercial buildings included as a municipal historic resource, so it is not legally protected from alteration or demolition. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists of a mix of residential, commercial, and community uses. 4th Street and Edmonton Trail are both urban main streets and part of the primary transit network. 1st Avenue Northeast is a neighborhood main street, and all 3 streets offer a wide variety of multi-residential housing and commercial, retail, and medical services. The subject parcels are currently designated as the MU2 district with a floor area ratio, or FAR, modifier of 4 and a maximum building height of 34 meters. The MU2 district is intended for commercial street-oriented developments with a mix of residential and commercial uses in the same building, but requires commercial uses on the ground floor to promote activity at the street level. Next slide, please. This application proposes to redesignate the subject parcels by changing the MU2 district modifiers to a maximum FAR of 9 and a maximum building height of 80 meters, or approximately 26 stories. The Bridgeland Riverside ARP states that buildings in this location should not exceed 34 meters in height. However, applications for higher levels of intensity and height may be supported, subject to further analysis, engagement, and approvals process, including a land use designation as part of a comprehensive plan submission that may include community infrastructure improvements. A comprehensive plan has been provided to administration, which proposes infrastructure improvements, including a plaza space and widened sidewalks. Next slide, please. For these reasons, and in the report before you, the Calgary Planning Commission recommends that the Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of the subject parcels. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.16. Do we have Mitchell Sticalo?
Hello, Mayor Gondek and members of council. My name is Mitchell Sticalo. I'm an urban designer with O2, here representing the property owners as the applicant. Today we are seeking your support for a land use redesignation at 3 parcels located in the community of Crescent Heights. I'm joined today by Brian Horton from O2, as well as the co-owners Dean and Greg Santucci. And Greg will be delivering his own presentation afterwards as well. Next slide, please. The site is located on 4th Street Northeast at the boundary of Crescent Heights and Bridgeland Riverside, with frontage that wraps around both 1st Avenue and 2nd Avenue Northeast. 4th Street is part of the primary transit network and has frequent bus service, providing connections across the city, including direct access to downtown. The surrounding area has a variety of amenities within walking and cycling distance, including local stores in Bridgeland, nearby parks and bikeways, and of course the Bow River Pathway. Recent multifamily development, such as Minto's Era, just south of the site, demonstrate ongoing neighborhood growth and highlight the site's potential to support housing. Next slide, please. The site is currently designated mixed-use active frontage, or MU2, with a base density of 4 FAR and max building height of 34 meters, or approximately 10 stories. This application proposes to retain the MU2 district and increase the height and density modifiers to facilitate mixed-use multifamily development up to 26 stories. This translates to a new maximum FAR of 9 and 80-meter building height. The current height and density modifiers constrain the site and make it challenging to deliver high-density housing in today's market conditions. The proposed redesignation unlocks the site's potential, enabling a mixed-use development that delivers substantial new housing in a highly accessible, amenity-rich location at the confluence of two established inner-city communities. Next slide, please. This site is designated Community Center in the Bridgeland Riverside ARP, which was last updated in 2017. The ARP direction for the 4th Street corridor supports mixed-use development, active frontages, and consideration of higher density with appropriate analysis and engagement. This application aligns with the ARP's guiding policies, and no amendments are required to facilitate the vision for the site. Next slide, please. As part of our engagement process, we met virtually with the Bridgeland Riverside Community Association, published a project website to provide information and a platform for the community to connect with the project team, and we hosted a combined open house at the Italian Cultural Center with an adjacent land use application. Additionally, this application received support from the Calgary Planning Commission in July. Next slide, please. In summary, this application provides an opportunity to diversify housing options and increase housing supply in an amenity-rich, centrally located area. It supports transit-oriented growth by leveraging the proximity to the primary transit network. It aligns with policy intentions as a mixed-use development with active frontages. And finally, it unlocks the site's potential, enabling higher density housing that is otherwise constrained by the current regulations. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You have a question from Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a simple question. The change for height and FER, can you just explain again why that specific height?
It's to accommodate,
as opposed to something in between.
Right. We just found that that's an appropriate, 26 stories being an appropriate level of density. We found that that's been listed in other LAPs as the upper limit of tower density, and I think it provides a preferential level that developers can build in terms of making it viable for them to be able to offer housing.
Okay. And you've engaged with both the Bridgeland and the Crescent Heights Community Association and their response to the height?
Correct, yeah.
Sorry, what was their response to height?
Oh, what was their response? They were concerned about shadowing. We did have a lot of conversations about the shadow impact and how, especially because there's multiple applications in the area. We communicated too that having this level of height and tower configuration is most often preferential compared to a more slab-style building, as often referenced in council here. So that was a lot of the dialogue between us and the community associations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so thanks very much for taking the time to join us.
Thank you.
Do we have Greg Santucci?
Thank you to all for recognizing me. It is not our position as applicant to speak too defensively of the proposed maximum high density multi-residential application before you. However, we as a family spent the last 3 years working with experienced land advisors, and in the end result retained O2 planning and design for their experience and recommendations in working within the Bridgeland community. As applicant, we feel somewhat qualified and experienced as longtime vested business and community members to speak on 201 to 217 properties within the immediate surrounding properties from 2nd Avenue Northeast to Memorial Drive in and along 4th Street. As current family business owners of Santucci Enterprises, we are not short-term property owners, simply looking for a profitable flip. We have participated with a long invested history in the communities of Bridgeland and Crescent Heights ongoing. The 217 property has been in our family tree for over 115 years, including the still existing adjacent small home, once residential, on same property of which our now past father was born in 1927. Up to 75 years of ownership for the other two properties, 201 and 217 involved. We do respect Bridgerton's request to recognize the Roma Grocery for a perceived historical value to the community, but do not hold it in the same historical context. It was our family tree's first Calgary residential home on our grandmother's side, purchased in approximately 1909. The front room of the home, facing onto 4th Street, then a two-way street, was converted to a family-run grocery store as a way to survive in 1914 through the First World War, and was officially defunct in 1940 with the start of the Second World War over 85 years ago. Over the years, 217 saw transition as our immediate grandparents built a new home directly behind 217 on 2nd Avenue in 1942. The 217 home was then rented as a residential home again for a number of years until the start of our father's business in 1951. In the following years, 4 commercial additions were constructed to hold our father's business as it grew. Only the front exterior facade remains today as a structure. To today's existing building really has no historical value from a residential structure it once was. We feel justified in our perception that 99% of the residents of Calgary, including Bridgeland community, save possibly a very small handful of people north of 90 years old, would have ever known of the Roma Grocery's existence. Hopefully not to be too pragmatic, but in reality it has become irrelevant in today's Calgary. Sure, all sitting council members today can appreciate there were many homes with family-run businesses in the downtown core and various communities all long time gone that went unrecognized for any historical value when the demands of a growing city dictated densities both commercially and residentially. Finally, to today. As my brother and I realize, entering in our golden ages and being business of City of Calgary stakeholders, we with past and present residential, multi-residential, and commercial properties realize it has become our time to step aside sometime in the future and let potential purchasing developer acquire these future to be combined properties. With the CPD and the CDC's overview, management, and guidance upon a developer application, they can provide a multi-residential property these communities will come to appreciate for years in the future. Thank you. Any questions?
Thanks very much for your presentation, and I don't see any questions for you. Thanks so much for taking the time to be here. Right, do we have D. Naidu? Yeah, please come on up.
I believe I have a presentation submitted as well.
It's ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Dee Naidu, and I live in an adjacent block to this LOC. It is one of 3 applications by O2 here. Today, I will highlight just 2 major concerns. Point A, height. New slide. The requested change from 34 to 18 meters represents a 135% increase. What is critical to planning at this location is the height of the escarpment. The topographic map and cross-section on slide 2 indicates a drop in elevation of about 35 meters in the southeast. This means that the community living on the steep slope is dependent on light from the east and south, especially in the winter. Hence, the current zone height of 34 meters is well justified. Next slide. Slide 3 shows the summary of that shadow study by O2. The adverse impact of an 80-meter tall tower is obvious. For the 6 months from September to March, the shadow cast would extend even beyond this city block, past 3rd Street Northeast, all the way to the north side of 2nd Avenue Northeast. Now let's take a look at the fit of the proposed 26-story tower to the area. Next slide. The map in the middle of slide 4 indicates the location of completed, current, and upcoming construction projects in the immediate vicinity. As you can see, all the surrounding developments are within the scale of the Bridgeland ARP and apparently quite viable. Point B, density. O2 is requesting an increase in FAR from 4 to 9. As you could tell from the slide 2 that I showed previously, this is not an area of single-family dwellings. In fact, it's dominated by low to medium-rise condominiums and apartment buildings that provide affordable housing to own or rent. It is also apparent from this slide that the supply is actively being replenished by newer constructions that fit contextually with the neighborhoods. In order to envision the effects of this LOC, the adjacent Minto-era building, for which O2 is also the proponent, is an insightful case study. Next slide. On slide 5, the figure to the left shows is a screen capture from Airbnb.com. It shows at least a dozen listings for a 3-day weekend in October. The figures on the right are from Realtor.ca. They show almost a dozen listings, and that has been consistent since the opening 2 years ago. O2 has also touted, as you've heard, proposed investments in a widened sidewalk and plaza, and the benefits of an active streetscape. Next slide. Again, Minto next door is informative about the state of such amenities after 2 years. As evident from the photos in this slide 6 that I took over the past 2 days, the 3 storefront spaces are still vacant. There are 2 spindly trees on 4th Street and 3 planter boxes that have always been bare in what was also marketed as an outdoor patio space. Along 1st Avenue Northeast, there is barely patches of grass. In closing, I respectfully suggest that the Council take the following actions. New slide. 1, require the City Administration to engage with residents on a comprehensive redevelopment plan that integrates the remaining heritage assets, pictured in the next slide, to achieve a connected vision for the neighborhoods. This should also include setting standards for the size of units to suit people's lifestyle and avoid the glut of shoebox condos. 1B, setting targets for at least 25 to 30% of apartments to be classified as below market housing to address the affordability crisis. Next slide. Point 2, mandate that all 3 LOC applications by O2 be submitted together. Slide 8 depicts the magnitude of these projects that will take up a large part of 2 city blocks. Finally, last slide, vote against this LOC application, or at least postpone consideration until the next council.
You're at time. So thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks so much for taking the time to be here. And let me ask, do we have Simonetta Actison?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you, Council and Madam Mayor. My name is Simonetta Actison. I'm here on behalf of the Crescent Heights Community Association Planning Committee. Crescent Heights has commented on this application as well as the 2 neighboring applications, one other which is before you today, LOC 2024-0322 and the forthcoming LOC 2024-0221. We have asked repeatedly that these 3 LOCs be addressed as a group rather than as individual applications. We are here to ask this again. These should be considered in a group, since together they will fundamentally change the physical structure of this portion of our community. Together they will impact transportation, infrastructure, population, sunlight, and the overall feel of this area. Let me say first that the Crescent Heights Community Association supports redevelopment in this area and appropriate increases in density as set out in the Bridgeland Riverside ARP. We do not support the significant increase in height and density being proposed for LOC 2024-0166. It is our understanding that the Bridgeland Riverside Community Association also does not support this increase. We do not object to the MU designation already in place for this site, nor the FAR and height limitations established. We note that under LUB 1333, under Part 14 mixed use districts, the mixed use districts are intended, and I quote, A, to be characterized by buildings typically between 4 and 6 stories in height and generally not exceeding 10 stories. The current height already exceeds this at 34 meters, approximately 11 stories. The proposed FAR and height more than doubles this to 26 stories. The proposed community reinvestment for this increase in density is a widened sidewalk on 4th and a plaza area. These are not significant reinvestments in exchange for twice the height. Public open space is already under some pressure in this enclave of the community due to its proximity to the drop-in center, and though may be appreciated, its value to the community is negligible. In addition, there's no promise to include non-market housing, which Ms. Naidu just referred to, which we have repeatedly suggested. The shading with addition of a building that more than doubles the height of neighboring properties and existing buildings in the area, the resulting traffic and parking issues that will doubtlessly occur as a result of this density increases are not warranted and offer no advantage to the area. The argument that this height is more preferential and more cost-effective is questionable, since there are several other applications within the existing height restrictions, one of which you just approved before this. We respectfully ask that Council not approve this LOC and that Council direct the applicants to submit a comprehensive plan for the 3 LOCs being considered. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm just looking in the queue and I don't see any questions for you, so thanks so much for taking the time to be with us today. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.16? Not seeing or hearing anyone else, I will close the public hearing on this item and we will go to questions of administration. Unless there are none, in which case I'm looking for a mover. Councillor Wong.
That's very good. Question of administration, with regards to the Bridgeland Riverside ARP and the inconsistency in this application for height versus what's in the ARP today, are there any plans to revisit the ARP in the near future?
Councillor Wong, not that I'm aware of. I'm not sure any in-depth amendments to the ARP will occur while our local area plans team is considering a local area plan for that area. I may be corrected though, but as I had mentioned in my presentation, I think I made it a bit more confusing, but the ARP does support higher heights than what is allowed under the commercial typology of that ARP with the submission of a comprehensive plan, which the applicant team has done. So through that, administration is able to consider a higher building height.
Hi, just to add some clarity to the future LAP for the area. As you know, this area was left out of the Northfield Community's local area plan, and that is something that we intend on revisiting in the next year or so, but no firm deadline in terms of when we'd start that.
Okay. The previous speaker made reference to other applications that are pending in front of CPC and ultimately council. Is that being part of the considerations that you're referring to?
If it's part of the area within the Bridgeland ARP, yes, it would be part of a comprehensive review of this area in relation to amending it to the North Hill Communities Local Area Plan.
Okay. And you have any timelines as to when those might come forward?
No, we don't.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's, Councillor Craw, you either want to move it or second it, not questions? Okay. So I'll go to you. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Bridgeland was caught in an awkward space where we were sort of doing a new next generation ARP, and then we moved into the LAP, and then at sort of the 11th hour, they were like, hey, we don't necessarily want to be part of this LAP because we're not really resolved on our ARP. And now they have officially requested to have their part of the North Hill LAP embedded back in it. I understand that's on the work plan to sort of incorporate Bridgeland into that. Can we get a sense from administration where that fits in the work plan? Because that's, I think, the answer that Councillor Wong was looking for.
Kevin Fraser again. You're correct in terms of the recap of the history between the city and Bridgeland Community Association and requesting to be excluded from that LAP. And as of now, we have a work program which we're working on now for future LAPs. However, we haven't made final decisions yet, but certainly the future LAPs are all resource dependent, and we have a lot of other areas that are requesting LAPs at this time that we want to pursue. They're all very strategically located and ones that are seeing a lot of redevelopment as well. So we do commit to getting to it, but certainly it's not known yet in terms of timing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Thanks. I'm trying to rationalize the increased height that's been considered. While I get that the MDP sort of leads us towards that, say it's a main corridor, it's a, I know there's a whole bunch of different criteria that were cited as far as the justification for it, but I'm still struggling to understand how we got to this. There isn't a concurrent DP on this site, is there?
No, Councillor Chabot, there is no current DP application.
But there is a comprehensive development plan that's been put forward by O2. Is that my understanding?
That's correct, and it includes some conceptual drawings as well as the commitment to the community infrastructure improvements.
Which could include things like minimizing shadowing, a smaller podium, those sort of elements?
Yes, that's correct. That would be dealt with through the DP once a complete plan has been submitted, and shadow studies can be completed on that. Shadow studies won't be completed on the conceptual drawings thus far.
Yeah, of course, I'm familiar with the site, and I know that it's at the bottom of a really big hill, and so the issue around shadowing on adjacent neighbors would be somewhat mitigated by virtue of the significant grade variation on the west side. Again, I'm just trying to understand, like there isn't a bonus density, specific bonusing density incorporated within any of this ASP, is there? How was the determination made for these exact numbers? It's all part of the comprehensive plan put forward by O2 that made these suggestions, and administration thought it was in line with the MDP?
Councillor Chabot, the height and FAR that is being proposed at this point by the applicant may not necessarily be maximized at the time of DP. However, if we were to consider this location of the city, if it were under the current regulations of our new LAPs that are coming about, it would meet the intent for the commercial kind of corridor that it is on right now. Say, for example, if it were to fall within a neighborhood commercial urban form, then 26 stories would be permitted in this area. So it does fall within the parameters of what we're seeing for other LAPs. And of course, we've just had that discussion that doesn't fall within an LAP. It's still the Bridgeland Riverside ARP. So it's not something extreme or outside of what we are seeing in other parts of the city right now for the same local context.
And forgive me for asking, because I don't remember exactly what MU2 specifies as far as parking requirements. I know the commercial minimum parking requirements have been pretty much eliminated, but the residential element, do you know what the parking requirements would be for a site like this?
Yes, Councillor Chabot. Parking requirements in the MU2 zone are 0.75 stalls per unit, as well as 0.1 visitor stall per unit. So it differs from our multi-designations, where it does require some form of visitor parking.
Adjacent to the primary transit network, walking distance to downtown.
And there is a reduction that can be applied because of the proximity to the transit network. And that would be determined whether or not the applicant applies that or not at the time of DP.
At the development permit stage. And obviously between Edmonton Trail and Edmonton Trail, ingress and egress probably would not be an issue. Am I correct in that assumption? So Mr. Outier could respond to that. From a density and potential number of units.
That's correct, Councillor Chabot. There was a traffic impact assessment done with the application, along with some of the other files and applications that the community mentioned earlier, and we will be monitoring it into the future. There was no massive concerns currently at opening day, but we will be monitoring it into the future to look at the intersections along 4th Street and some of the connections across 4th Street and Edmonton Trail.
Okay, notwithstanding whatever this land use could grant, those could impose limitations on the development if it's determined that the transportation network cannot meet the needs of the development. Is that a correct assumption?
I would not agree with that. The study so far that we've reviewed shows that the transportation network can accommodate this development and the other developments. It'll just have to be monitored into the future to make sure that individual intersections will be improved or connections across the streets are improved in the future.
Okay, thanks. That's all the questions I had.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions of administration, so I've got a willing mover, unless Councillor Wong, you're going to move it. I'll get Councillor Corrado to move it. Please go ahead.
Okay. Earlier today, we were talking about the part of Bridgeland that's down by the bridges. It's actually in Crescent Heights, and this is a really interesting part of the city where the western edge of the bowl that sort of faces south and creates the space for Bridgeland Riverside meets Edmonton Trail, which is a historic trail. It's a historic little agglomeration of, and I'm talking about this and the other two applications. It's a historic sort of little piece of Main Street fabric that is looking for a significant and needed upgrade. When we talk about wanting to densify on main streets and in centers, a place where two main streets meet at that L on a historic pathway really close to downtown, this is exactly where we want it to happen. And so I want to congratulate the Santucci family, I think, for doing it right, which is to reach out to their neighbors, the Italian Center, and create a comprehensive plan for how over time this area can transform from a little interesting mixed-use commercial node to a really high-density, interesting mixed-use commercial node in the city. I think there's a couple of heritage assets there that have been discussed and addressed, and they will be sort of addressed in the DP stage. And I look forward to watching this place evolve, but that won't happen unless we give consent to sort of an overall framework, and I think this is the right one. I would be surprised if the final plan comes in as dense as this, but giving them the room to maneuver, I think, will create a better public realm and more opportunities. I'm happy to move it and 3 readings of the bylaw.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Wong to second and add whatever you need to.
Yes, thank you. As I said earlier, Councillor Corral and I, first year in council, we did a walkabout. We talked about the future potential for this area and where it can be. A bit of history as well. Back in 1982, when I first came to Calgary and worked at the Calgary General Hospital, that was my first residence. It's exactly in this area. And I think about the history, the heritage, and there's one commonality that Councillor Corral and I have, and that is respect the history and heritage and build it up where you can, but we can't rebuild or renovate the history and heritage, then allow development to go forward. In this particular corridor, I'm challenged by obviously the needs of and wishes of both the Bridgeland Community Association and the Crescent Heights Community Association about height and the impact on the adjacent area. And that is a reflection of where we are today. But if we take a look at where we end up and need to be going in the future, this is an area that will be an area of transformation in the future. And again, Councillor Corral referred to many different development opportunities in there. The critical question is the comprehensive planning proposal that's being put forward. How does this all blend together, and ultimately how do we amend the ARP to reflect that? We also had a conversation earlier about Crescent Heights and the Bridgeland BIA boundaries, and one of the conversations I want to have with council moving forward is to take a look at the boundaries of Crescent Heights and Bridgeland to see if there's a way we can modify that so that we have more constructive conversations going forward as opposed to conflicting conversations. Having said that, though, this is just one of many opportunities, and we've heard administration say that if there is an LAP in place and neighborhood connector corridor, 26 would be appropriate. And I think this is the direction we will be eventually going towards. So this is one of those things that whether they do it now or do it later, it's going to likely be the case. But again, as Councillor Cross said, it's just the upper limit of what can be done. There's a lot of work that can be done in terms of coming with the right size and shape and everything else that goes into it as we get into DP. So with that, I look for people to support. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back over to you to close, Councillor Corral.
Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Chabot, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondek, votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 13-1 with Councillor Chu voting against. First reading of bylaw 146D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chu is opposed, and that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 146D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chu is opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 146D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 146D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chu is opposed, and that is carried. Councillor Meehan.
Thanks, Mayor. At the top of the agenda, I did ask to time an item to immediately after the dinner break. The applicant is in Rocky View with a very contentious file there. And so they were actually just reached out to me to let me know that they won't be able to be here immediately after the dinner break. So they're just wondering if we could move item 7.2.9 to the call of the chair.
I'm happy to do that. I think we might need a motion. Okay. We'll just take a minute to do that up.
Sure. Or we can come back to it after the next one. Yeah.
Yeah, let's move on to the next item and then we'll come back. Okay, thank you very much. So it's 7.2.9 to the call of the chair. Perfect. In the meantime, let's go on to 7.2.17, Ms. Ganzar.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. This next application is right around the corner, adjacent to the application we just heard. It is a policy amendment and land use redesignation application to enable a mixed-use development. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 75P 2025 for a map amendment to the Bridgeland Riverside Area Redevelopment Plan, or ARP, and to proposed bylaw 147D 2025 for the redesignation of 423, 425, excuse me, and 431 2nd Avenue Northeast from the multi-residential contextual medium profile, or MC2 district, to the mixed-use general or MU1 district. Excuse me. Next slide, please. Excuse me.
Can we get you some water?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Oh, you've got some. Okay.
Excuse me, I have a tickle in my throat. The subject site is located in the community of Crescent Heights. Good. And falls within the plan area of the Bridgeland Riverside Area Redevelopment Plan. Oh, my voice is changing now. Next slide, please. Whew. The site consists of 3 parcels and is located on the south side of 2nd Avenue between 4th Street to the east and 3rd Street to the west. It was previously developed with 3 single detached dwellings and a detached garage, but demolition has commenced on site. Next slide, please. Oh, excuse me. Surrounding development consists of a mix of residential, commercial, and community uses. There are several 4-story multi-residential buildings located on the subject block, and a large cultural center is located across the rear lane to the southwest. 4th Street and Edmonton Trail are both urban main streets and part of the primary transit network, while 1st Avenue Northeast is a neighborhood main street. All 3 streets offer a wide variety of multi-residential housing and commercial, retail, and medical services. The subject parcels are currently designated as the MC2 district, which is primarily intended for multi-residential development of medium height and medium density. Intensity is measured by a maximum floor area ratio, or FAR, of 2.5 to provide flexibility in building form and dwelling unit size and number. The maximum building height in the MC2 district. Sorry. Oh my goodness. Actually, could I just pass
Do you
these
need a
notes
break or?
on? Yeah. Would you mind just reading these notes for me? Thank you.
Surrounding development consists of a mix of residential, commercial, and community uses. There are several 4-story multi-residential buildings located on the subject block, and a large cultural center is located across the rear lane to the southwest. 4th Street and Edmonton Trail are both urban main streets and part of the primary transit network, while 1st Avenue Northeast is a neighborhood main street. All 3 streets offer a wide variety of multi-residential housing and commercial, retail, and medical services. The subject parcels are currently designated as the MC2 district, which is primarily intended for multi-residential development of medium height and medium density. Intensity is measured by a maximum floor area ratio, or FAR, of 2.5 to provide flexibility in building form and dwelling unit size and number. The maximum building height in the MC2 district is 16 meters. Next slide, please. This application proposes to redesignate the parcels to the MU1 district with an FAR modifier of 5.0 and a maximum height of 26 meters. This district is intended to accommodate a mix of residential or commercial uses, either in separate buildings or in the same building, and allows either residential or commercial uses to be located at grade facing a commercial street. Next slide, please. In order to support the proposed redesignation, a map amendment is required to the Bridgedale Riverside Area Redevelopment Plan. This subject site currently falls within the non-family oriented redevelopment area, which is intended for higher density housing. Since the proposed MU1 district allows for commercial uses, an amendment to Figure 3 in the ARP is required to change the subject site's typology to the community center, which supports mixed-use redevelopment. Next slide, please. For the reasons identified today and in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for this redesignation of the subject parcels. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thanks very much for taking over that presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.17. We've got Brian Horton.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Brian Horton. I'm a principal at O2 and the applicant for this project. If you could advance to the next slide, please. Briefly, as mentioned by administration, this site is located directly adjacent to the west of the site of the previous application. It is, as mentioned, the site is currently being cleared. It also benefits from all the amenities, the location to the river, the neighborhood main streets, the schools, the parks that our previous application also benefited from. Next slide, please. Our proposed land use change is to the MU1 district to allow up to 5 FAR and 26 meters in height. This is intended for a 6-story building. And I might add just a bit of color to the conversation, maybe of Councillor Wong's question. O2's, we're involved in a lot of applications in the inner city, and what we're finding right now is our clients are looking to either build 6 or 26 stories, and for multiple reasons in terms of the efficiency of once you get above 6, you're into a concrete built form, but also because the tower built form is more attractive, and not only from an economic point of view, but also from a built form. The slab block building we find also is just more intrusive and invasive on the context in terms of shadowing and visual impact. So certainly you probably see this site be built before the site that we just presented, because our client is clearing the site. It can be built quicker, and so they have a clear intent to develop this as a 6-story building in the near future. Next slide, please. As mentioned by administration, a small amendment is required to the ARP to allow for this development. It would allow for mixed use. The MU1 is optional on the ground floor. There might be a potential for some very small scale retail, but certainly the intent is that this development would be majority residential. Next slide, please. As with our previous application, we undertook an intensive engagement strategy with the community associations, both the Bridgeland Riverside and the Crescent Heights community associations, because this is on the border of those communities, as well as public open houses. The application was approved by Calgary Planning Commission, and we are here obviously today, and we seek your support for this application. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I don't see any questions in the queue for you, so thanks for being here today.
Thank you.
And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.17?
Yes, I will. Can I?
Hi, who's this?
Sorry. My name is Enrique. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Are you registered for this item?
No, actually for the Aurora side, but now I have an interest in this. I mean, in every amendment in the Crescent Heights community.
Okay, so you're wanting to speak to 7.2.17?
Yeah, actually it's in different, I mean, yes. The short answer is yes.
I'm just having some trouble hearing you, sir.
Close?
Hi.
Okay, now, can you hear me?
It's a little bit better. So you want to speak to 7.2.17?
Yes.
Yes, and can I get your name?
Enrique Santander.
Could you spell it?
E-N-R-I-Q-U-E.
Yep.
That's right? Okay.
And
well, thank you. My last name?
Yes.
S-A-N-T-A-N-D-E-R.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Well, actually, today the project who brought me was Aurora, but I have been in this hearing from the earlier, until 2 p.m. today. So I listened carefully all the projects being discussed, and also want to clarify that I will decide to speak is that many of amendments under the review are on Crescent Heights, which is where I live. That makes this issue of indirect and personal interest to me. What I realize is that while there is much attention on housing, investment, growth, and very little is saying about the people who will actually build these projects, every land use amendment we approve here eventually becomes construction. And construction is not only about buildings, it's also about the people who build them. Through my work in community involvement, I hear concerns every day from Calgary construction workforce, temporary foreign workers, PR, citizens, refugees, refugee claimants. And these concerns are not abstract. I have witnessed and documented cases of labor exploitation and non-compliance on work sites here in our city. Some of those sites remain open today under ongoing investigations. The International Labor Organization has identified construction worldwide as one of the industry most at risk of labor exploitation. If Calgary promises affordable housing and new jobs, then those jobs must also be safe and dignified. Otherwise, we risk creating housing at the cost of human rights. This is not about stopping development. It's about strengthening it. Land use amendments open the doors to construction, and construction must mean more than speed and investment. Alongside the approvals already moving forward, we also need to ensure worker dignity, compliance, and safety. There are practical ways Calgary can strengthen compliance and protect the dignity of all workers, such as tying worker protection and compliance directly to project approvals, requiring independent audits and major construction projects, and creating safety channels for workers to report abuse, connect to city-approved sites. I know today's hearing is not the place to go deeper. That is why I will send a letter and a proposal to Council and to the Mayor Office to share more detailed strategies on how Calgary can grow responsible while protecting the workers who make that growth possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you for recognizing that this may not be the ideal place to talk about this any further, but I appreciate you raising the issue, and I would encourage you to make sure that you're also connecting with the provincial government and making sure that the folks who are in charge of labor standards are well aware of your position as well. So thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you.
Great. Is there anybody else wishing to speak to 7.2.17? Okay, seeing and hearing no one else, I'm going to close the public hearing on this item. Looking to see if there's any questions of administration. Not seeing any, so I'm looking for a mover. Go ahead, Councillor Wong.
Did I say meow?
Meow.
Sorry about that.
That works.
That works, okay.
Yeah.
Council, the presentation in front of us by both administration and by the applicant is an application to allow us to proceed with more sensitive development in the area. And again, it's very straightforward, as we've talked many times over, about all the different opportunities in the Bridgeland area, Crescent Heights area. This is, again, consistent. So look forward to your support.
Thank you, Councillor. Let's go to Councillor Carrad a second.
Yeah, everything I said about the last file applies to this file. Happy to second.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close. Councillor Wong.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 75P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 75P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 75P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 75P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. First reading of bylaw 147D, 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 147D, 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 147D, 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 147D, 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. We're going to go back to the motion for postponement of an item.
There it is. And so this will just be postponed to the call of the chair, and I'll move that. And Councillor Wong, will you second?
Yes,
there we
thank
go.
you.
Okay, Councillor Wong is going to second that one. I don't see anybody in the queue. I assume you're closed, Councillor Meehan. Everybody, if you could just check your mics and make sure they're off, that would be great. And please go to eScribe to vote.
Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously, so that item will be postponed until I bring it back. We've only got 5 minutes left. Should we get the presentation and then we'll come back and go to public hearing? Nope, apparently not. Okay, so Madam Clerk, can we break early and come back early, or do we have to vote on that too?
If there's general consent, we can.
Okay, so I'm going to propose we break now and come back at 7:10. Does anybody have any issues with that? Nope. Okay, so we'll be back here at 7:10. If I have understood correctly, there is an amendment that Councillor Wong is bringing.
Thank you, Mayor. If the clerks can bring up the amendment. Are we doing the setback one first?
Yeah, this one's a different one. I should confirm with clerks. Did you receive something from administration?
Thank you, clerks. So, colleagues, what you see on the screen here is an amendment to the proposed bylaw 157D 2025, amending Schedule B. And effectively, it's about amending the setback areas, where number one, setback area must have a minimum distance of 3 meters on the property line shared with Eau Claire Avenue. And secondly, setback area has a minimum depth of 1.26 meters on the property line shared on 2nd Avenue. This is consistent with the conversation we just had, and as I understand, the applicant is okay with the amendment as well.
Can I get a seconder on this one, please? Councillor Meehan, thank you. I don't see anybody in the queue for debate. Councillor Wong, I will go to you to close.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, for starting the conversation in respect to what the public has indicated. This change will give Eau Claire Avenue a much more relaxed feel for the residents, and therefore not feel so imposed in the avenue itself. So thank you, and hopefully everybody will support it.
Madam Clerk?
Sorry, Mayor, we haven't done the first reading yet.
We haven't done first reading yet. Yeah, okay, sorry. Never mind. You don't have to repeat yourself again next time, Terry. Thank you. All right, so do we have it moved yet? Hasn't been moved. Okay, looking for a mover for the main. Councillor Meehan's going to move it. Anything to add?
We've discussed enough. Yeah,
Thank you.
Good.
Okay, Councillor Wong, I'm going to get you to second it. Yes. Okay, perfect. I don't see anybody in the queue with discussion or debate. Over to you to close, Councillor Meehan.
I'm sorry.
We still have to move the main before you can do any of your amendments.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
I kind of got lost.
Okay, Councillor Meehan to close?
Closed.
All right, e-scribe to vote.
Councillor Demont, Councillor, thank you, Mayor Gondago votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Now, I need to double check. Is it bylaw 77 or 157 that we need to do the setback amendment on?
We have it for bylaw 157D.
I'm just going to confirm with Mr. Lee here. Is it for 157? Okay, good. First reading of bylaw 77P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 77P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 77P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 77P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Now we're going to the readings of the bylaw that has amendments attached to it. First reading of bylaw 157D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Councillor Wong, what we just went through will pop up on the screen again. So this is being brought by Councillor Wong, seconded by Councillor Meehan. This is the one that changes the setbacks. I don't see, go ahead and open on it.
No, again, it's the same open we did before, and again, look forward to support. There is a second amendment coming up after this. Thank you.
I don't see anybody in the queue, so you can close on it too.
We'll close. Thank you.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? It's carried 11-3 with Councillors Carra, Wyness, and Chabot voting against. There is another amendment that Councillor Wong is bringing.
And if the clerks can put that on the screen, please. And during the conversation, we had conversations about the bonus density and the amount that's there. And there's, again, when you take a look at the bonus density that's in place today, and we take a look at future development, and the market could change and everything else as such can change, there is a potential that the bonus density rate could change in the future. Consequently, the process that's going through where we have an appraisal that's done, reviewed by the Development Authority, Development Authority can set it. However, what this amendment does is, in addition to the Development Authority approving it, that this future bonus density rate would be approved through an ARP itself, the Eau Claire ARP itself. So this is what it's basically doing, is allowing us not only for the Development Authority to create and negotiate the rate, but eventually embed it into the ARP, which will therefore come to council. Thank you.
Who's seconding? No one to second? Councillor McLean's going to second it? Okay. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Thank you. I can't support this for two kind of just core reasons. And one is that it actually ends up holding up the development permit by forcing it to come back to council in the event that it utilizes incentive rates. Because the traditional process that's outlined in both the DC itself is the Development Authority, with the support of independent expertise setting the rates, can go ahead and go through Schedule C to determine the appropriate density bonusing numbers. They can approve the permit when that's done. Now, administration can go through that process, can't approve it, because this requires that development permit to technically come back to council through an amendment to the ARP before administration could then go approve the development permit again. The embedding of the density bonusing rate from this one particular site into the ARP, I mean, I think if we've seen this happen before where, depending on the location, and actually, Councillor Wong, we had this experience with Kensington, where like the Kensington bonusing rate was inappropriately stuck in an ARP versus the flexibility that is offered through other amendments that exist. And so anchoring it to an ARP, forcing this development permit to essentially come back to council to be approved if they use density bonusing. The only way that it can go through the Development Authority where it's supposed to go is if they don't use density bonusing. I think it just adds a lot of red tape. Whereas what I think we probably could do is just, if we like the density bonusing rate that's set through this application, you could just bring a notice of motion to amend the ARP with the appropriate rate at that time, separate entirely from this application.
Okay, I don't see anybody else in for debate. I will go back to you to close on this. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. The intention of this amendment is not to put red tape in place, but rather we don't know when, a future development will come in and a future change to the market rate of incentive bonus is going to be. But when it does come, and it may be something that the future council may want to weigh into, this is an opportunity to be able to put that in there. If there's no contention on it, then it becomes just a simple report back to council to say, approve it. So again, it's an opportunity to put a check valve, if I can use that word, in place for future councils to say, yes, we agree with it. Thank you.
All right, e-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's defeated 4-10 with Councillors Demong, Corral, Walcott, McLean, Wyness, Penner, Meehan, Sharp, Chabot, and myself voting against. Is that it for the amendments, Madam Clerk? Okay. All right. We are going back to the readings of the bylaw. Second reading of bylaw 157D 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 157D 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Third reading of bylaw 157D 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. That takes us on to item 7.2.21.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. The next item on the agenda is a land use redesignation application to enable a mixed-use development. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 139D 2025 for the redesignation of 1501 33rd Avenue Southwest from the residential grade-oriented infill or RCG district to the mixed-use general or MU1 district. Next slide, please. The subject parcel is located in the community of South Calgary and is approximately 0.06 hectares in size. Next slide, please. The parcel is located at the southwest corner of 33rd Avenue and 14th Street Southwest. It is currently developed with a single detached dwelling and a detached garage accessed from the rear lane. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists of a mix of residential and commercial uses. 33rd Avenue and 14th Street are both neighborhood main streets and part of the primary transit network. They offer a wide variety of multi-residential housing and commercial, retail, and medical services. The site is currently designated as the RCG district, which allows for a variety of low-density housing forms, including row houses and townhouses. The maximum building height is 11 meters, and the maximum density is 75 units per hectare. Based on parcel area, this site currently allows up to 4 dwelling units. Next slide, please. This application proposes to redesignate the parcel to the MU1 district with an FAR modifier of 3.6 and a maximum height of 24 meters. The district is intended to accommodate a mix of residential and commercial uses, either in separate buildings or in the same building, and allows either residential or commercial uses to be located at grade facing a commercial street. If this application is approved, the owner intends to consolidate this lot with the 5 adjacent lots to the west to apply for a comprehensive site redevelopment. Next slide, please. The subject parcel falls within the plan area of the recently adopted West Elbow Community's local area plan. The parcel is located within the neighborhood flex typology, which is intended for a range of uses in standalone or mixed-use buildings. The parcel is also located within the low building scale area of the LAP, which allows for buildings up to 6 stories in height. Next slide, please. For the reasons identified today in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of the subject parcels. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It's 7.2.21. Do we have Alex Ramadan?
Madam Mayor and councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Alex Ramadan, and I'm with Hive Developments representing Serena Homes on this proposal. I also have Max Parrish on the line, as well as Srimal, my boss from Hive, if there are questions that I can't address. Having worked here, I know how hard it is to keep these meetings running on time, so I promise to do my part and keep this short. To emphasize this, there's only 1 slide for this presentation, and it's not this one, but this one will actually do. There we go. So there's 2 slides. The redesignation of this parcel at 1501 33rd Ave Southwest will allow Serena Homes to integrate it into the previously approved parcels at 1505 to 1523 33rd Ave Southwest, creating a continuous mixed-use frontage and contributing to a cohesive streetscape and a sense of place on the eastern edge of 33rd Ave Main Street in Marda Loop. The inclusion of this parcel allows for a more robust overall development, which would be a positive response to some of the feedback received while we were going through rezoning the first cluster of parcels last year. The application also aligns well with the recently approved West Elbow Community's local area plan. Thank you to Council for approving that. We have updated the project website and reached out to community and the Community Association, as well as the BIA, regarding this addition to the project. Serena Homes is aware of the ongoing concerns regarding parking and traffic from engagement from last year's land use application. An interesting data point that was shared with stakeholders, this will be Serena's 6th multifamily proposal on 33rd Ave. And so we audited on-site parking uptake in Serena's previous similarly scaled completed developments, only to find around 75% parking utilization at peak. Regarding traffic, we shared a summary of the results of the previous traffic impact assessment, which showed that no major actions would be required, as the proposal wouldn't significantly impact current road capacity or levels of service. As we've noted before, none of the concerns we have heard were unexpected, but the overall tone of the community was very constructive, which is always appreciated. In conclusion, we are excited at the prospect of adding more residential density within 15-minute walk of transit, a public library, recreational facilities, multiple grocery stores, and many more core amenities. I hope you support this application, which ultimately will increase housing choice in a very desirable area in Calgary, as well as support community vibrancy and economic opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here. And I'll just clarify, do we need Max Parrish to speak, or he was just with you? He's just here for okay, perfect. We've got him signed up, so I'll just cross him off the list. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.21? Okay, seeing and hearing no one else, I'll close the public hearing on this item. I'm also not seeing any questions of administration, so I will look to you to move this, Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. When the development directly beside this one came forward to council, I can't even remember, it might have been this year, who knows, time is irrelevant. One of the big questions that was asked of us all was, what's going on with the corner parcel? Well, it just took along for the consolidation to happen, and this is just the consolidation. So we've already approved the other building, so let's just make sure that the whole part of this development is clean and creates a beautiful entrance into 33rd. So with that, I'm happy to move.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot is seconding this. I'm not seeing anybody in the queue for debate. Back to you to close, Councillor Walcott.
I'm closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 139D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 139D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 139D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 139D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. That moves us on to 7.2.22, Ms. Ganser.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. The next item on the agenda is a land use redesignation application to allow an existing office use to expand. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 153D 2025 for the redesignation of 1711 33rd Avenue Southwest from a direct control or DC district to a new DC district. Next slide, please. The subject parcel is located in the community of South Calgary and is approximately 0.07 hectares in area. Next slide, please. The parcel is located on the south side of 33rd Avenue between 16th Street to the east and 17th Street to the west. Is currently developed with a single detached dwelling that was converted to an office, along with a detached garage that is used as part of the office. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists of a mix of residential developments, including single detached and semi-detached dwellings and multi-residential developments. 33rd Avenue is a neighborhood main street and part of the primary transit network and offers a wide variety of multi-residential housing and commercial, retail, and medical services. The parcel is currently designated as a DC district based on the previous residential contextual 1-2 dwelling or RC2 district in the land use bylaw. It allows for the additional use of office in the base district, but only within buildings existing at the time of DC district approval. At the time of approval, the subject site was developed with a single detached dwelling, which was subsequently converted to an office. The detached garage was constructed after the DC district was approved. Next slide, please. The proposed already listed in the RCG district. In contrast to the current DC district, office use would no longer be restricted to the existing buildings on site. The proposed district also includes updated setback rules to accommodate office use in the existing second building in the south portion of the site. Next slide, please. The subject parcel falls within the plan area of the West Elbow Communities Local Area Plan. The parcel is located within the neighborhood flex typology, which is intended for a range of uses in standalone or mixed-use buildings. The parcel is also located within the mid-building scale area of the LAP, which allows for buildings up to 12 stories in height. Next slide, please. For the reasons identified today in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of the subject parcel. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much, and apologies, Ms. Sanborn. I'm just so used to saying Ms. Ganzar. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.22. Do we have Rochelle Cote?
Hi, Mayor Gondek and councillors. Yes, I am on the phone tonight.
Hi, please go ahead.
I'm just here to answer any questions that you may have. I'm looking to include the garage as part of office on the site.
Okay, I'm just looking at the queue, and I'm not seeing any questions for you. So thanks very much for joining us today.
No problem. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.22? All right, not seeing and hearing anyone else, I will close the public hearing on this item. I'm also not seeing any questions of administration, so Councillor Walcott, why don't you move this?
Thank you. Happy to move. One of the fun fact, who would have thought the order of application really mattered when it came down to the original DC shifting for the existing building versus then having a garage. The original DC didn't include the garage. Now, if this is a residential house purely, you can store whatever you want in your garage. But because we switched it to an office use on a main street, the applicant cannot use their garage to store anything. So now what we have to do is we have to change the garage to be a part of the office use, just so that it can be as flexible as every other garage that we have in the neighborhood. It's a little, there's a lot of loops, and in all honesty, I think it was just accidental timing. Had the original DC been done after the garage was constructed, we wouldn't be here. But because the original DC was done prior to the garage, then now we have to come back here to include the garage. And so I think it's a little Kafkaesque, but I'm happy to move.
Thank you. Councillor Corral, you're up next. Are you seconding? Okay. Somebody like to second this? Councillor Chabot, thank you. You're up, Councillor Corral.
Yeah, I'll just opine that I'm always very leery when we take housing stock and we turn it into office stock. It's much easier for a office use to pay the mortgage on a residential house than it is to set up in a place where people can't live and we're in a housing crisis. Having said that, this is a future Main Street. This is an evolving Main Street. It's in place, so I will support.
All right, I don't think there's anyone else in the queue, so I'll go back to you, Councillor Walcott, to close.
I'm closed.
Thank you. E-Scribe to vote, please. Yeah.
Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. I will be pausing after first reading because there's an amendment. So first reading of bylaw 153D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Over to you, Councillor Walcott, with an amendment.
Thank you. I should really just quote Spencer earlier saying you should ask admin about this one, but essentially it's just an administrative update on the DC to make sure that everything works as it was supposed to work. So, moved.
Seconded by Councillor Chabot. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close.
Closed.
E-scribe to vote on this amendment, please.
Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Second reading of bylaw 153D 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 153D 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 153D 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. That takes us on to 7.2.23, Ms. Sanborn.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. The next item on the agenda is a policy amendment that would allow for low-density housing. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to refuse and abandon proposed bylaw 66P 2025 for an amendment to the Westbrook Community's Local Area Plan, or LAP. Next slide, please. The subject parcel is located at 3216 30th Street Southwest in the community of Killarney Glengarry. It is approximately 0.07 hectares in size. Next slide, please. The parcel is located on the east side of 30th Street between 30th Avenue to the north and Richmond Road to the south. It is currently developed with a single detached dwelling and a carport accessed from the rear lane. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists of a mix of single detached, semi-detached, and multi-residential housing. Killarney Elementary School is located 2 blocks to the northwest, and the Killarney Glengarry Community Association facilities are located approximately 3 blocks to the northeast. There's also a small commercial center located 2 blocks to the southeast that provides a variety of commercial and retail uses. The subject parcel is designated as the Residential Grade-Oriented Infill, or RCG, district, which allows for a variety of low-density housing forms. The maximum building height is 11 meters and the maximum density is 75 units per hectare. Based on parcel area, this site currently allows up to 5 dwelling units. Next slide, please. The subject parcel currently falls within the neighborhood local typology of the recently adopted Westbrook Community's Local Area Plan. Neighborhood local supports 1 and 2 unit residential buildings. For buildings that contain 3 or more units, the LAP states that the parcel must be laned and at least one of 4 locational criteria must be met. In this case, the subject parcel does not meet any of the criteria. Next slide, please. This application is for a proposed text amendment to the LAP that would exempt the subject parcel from this rule. However, an amendment at this time would contradict administration's commitment to the public that local area plans will not be amended within 5 years of their adoption. Next slide, please. For these reasons, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that council refuse and abandon the proposed bylaw to amend the Westbrook Community's Local Area Plan at this time. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.23. We've got Lee Wang.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. I have my presentation. So I'm speaking in support of this application. I also have the owner is here. He's a bit sick. I think part of the reason is the stress from this project. So I will leave to him to decide whether he wants to speak or not. So this project, on February 2025, LRP Reconnect was defeated. Amendment to the fuel local area plan was not passed. This project became one of the 91 projects that are unable to receive DP approval because of the conflict with the LAP. Council's debate on the LRP Reconnect gives us hope that a case-by-case approach might still be possible. That's why we put this forward. Next one, please. Next slide, I want to talk about the journey we come here. So under the Westbrook Community Local Area Plan, this lot is borderline between neighborhood local and neighborhood fact. Across the lane, there are neighborhood flag zoning, all for electrical lot. Next slide, please. So I want to stress that this lot right now is RCG zoning, but we actually rezone this ourselves. This lot is not part of the city's blank rezone. We filed the rezoning application back in March 2023, and on July 2024, it got the approval from Calgary Planning Commission. Subsequently, in September 2024, which is a year and a half later, we get the approval from the council in public hearing. At that time, I want to stress that the wording of the city's presentation says the RCG district is intended to be located adjacent to other low-density district and accommodate a variety of grade-oriented housing form. The proposed land use provides for a moderate increase in density and height while being sensitive to adjacent development. It also says the RCG aligns with the Westbrook community's local area plan. Next slide, please. So, and then this is how it was approved. Next slide, please. And then right after the zoning approval, the owner took the action of hiring a local designing company and filed the DP permit, and undergo another round of public engagement from September 2024 to February 2025. And then LIP Reconnect failed. So this project has been taking 2.5 years and cost the builders a lot of money, and including carry costs, rezoning, architecture, engineering costs, city fees, etc. Next slide, please. I want to stress, I want to point out the specific location about this lot. This lot is 75 meters from Richmond Road, very close distance to public school and green space, and also right by one of the largest multiple residential development in the community, spanning over a few blocks. Next slide, please. So this is borderline between neighborhood local and neighborhood collector and cross lane from neighborhood flag. Next slide, please. So our goal is to build a missing middle housing. The LIP Reconnect intends to resolve the inconsistent but unfortunate doesn't pass. We are presenting the long-fought history about this project and a rather unique location of the project. The builder did nothing wrong. We did all we can. We thought we get approval from the city for missing middle housing. And then we say this is a part of the 91 project that is due to the failure of LIP Reconnect that is in limbo. But I also want to mention that the uniqueness of this project is this rezoning is actually initiated by ourselves. We take 2.5 years to get the rezoning approved. So this lot, the original zoning approval is not part of city blank rezone, but actually approved here in this council. So we sincerely hope council can pass readings of this minor policy amendment. With that, I conclude my presentation. I see if you have any question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see anybody in the queue with any questions for you, so thanks for taking the time to be here. Do we have Frankie Gall? Frankie Gall? Right, is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.23? Seeing and hearing no one else, I will close the public hearing on this item. I'm also not seeing questions of administration. Councillor Walcott, I think you want to bring an alternate. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Council, I want to test your will, partially just because these are things that we can wear on our own. A lot of the LAP Reconnect policies, especially ones in other wards, those are decisions that I don't want to relitigate with regards to like the other area plans, whether it be North Hill or whether it be Heritage. But when it comes to this one, I voted yes on Reconnect. I believe that it was the appropriate thing. The conversations I was able to have with the community and the flexibility that we were able to put into some of the thoughtful rules that we were looking at, in particular, the fact that a site like this is less than 80 meters from a park, right? When it would have had to have been directly across the street from a park, which was 20 meters. These small differences that were built into the policy, these were things that LAP Reconnect was supposed to clarify for us so that we could really get some of the appropriate housing in places that have all of these amenities. But when we did not pass the LAP Reconnect, despite it being both a part of the housing strategy and the amendments that we did to approve it, we left a lot of things in limbo. This is one of them. The fact that this application is coming forward to us just to test the waters to see if we will decide which decision was the appropriate one, whether or not it was the LAP Reconnect or a commitment out of the housing strategy to see more types of missing middle housing in these types of established areas. I think it's a fair opportunity, and I want to test the waters because, again, administration is stuck. When there is conflicting policy like this, they go with the lowest, most close to the ground, most prescriptive policy to determine their recommendation. Therefore, when we didn't change LAP Reconnect, they didn't have a choice. I would like to at least test the will of council for this one application, for this one single parcel. That's what it's being proposed. It's not proposing that all of Westbrook changes. It's not proposing that we are shifting or resurfacing the reconnect. We're actually simply just saying that this one parcel, you think 80 meters from a park near a school, 2 blocks from, and I think we should say it is again. Opened.
Thank you, Councillor Meehan. You're going to second this? Okay. I don't see anybody in the queue with any debate, so back over to you to close, Councillor Walcott.
I'm going to close. Just the outcome is actually the same, whether or not if it fails, but I urge you all to vote yes for it because I think this is an appropriate place for this type of housing in the Killarney community.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Sharp, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp, thank you. Mayor Gondek, votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 11-3 with Councillors Demong, McLean, and Wong voting against. I'll go into bylaw readings. First reading of bylaw 66P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Wong is opposed. That is carried. Second reading of bylaw 66P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Wong is opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 66P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 66P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. As we are moving on to item 7.2.24, I'm going to leave the chair for a quick minute, and Councillor Corral will take the chair. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. I apologize, I should have introduced myself when I was covering for Lindsay. My name is Nancy Sanborn, Senior Planner with Community Planning. I'll be presenting the next 8 items on the agenda. The next item is a proposed land use amendment application to support the development of an affordable housing project through the city-led non-market housing land sale program. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 148D 2025 for the redesignation of 1406 26th Street Southwest to a direct control DC district to accommodate mixed-use development with guidelines. Next slide, please. The subject parcel is located in the southwest community of Shaganappi at the corner of Bow Trail and 26th Street Southwest. The site is approximately 50 meters or a 1-minute walk from the Shaganappi Point LRT station. Next slide, please. The site is about 0.18 hectares in size and is currently undeveloped. Access to the parcels from 26th Street Southwest and the 12th Avenue Southwest right-of-way traverses the west side of the parcel, limiting the site's developable area and creating a constraint for efficient multi-residential development on the parcel through a standard land use district. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists of a mix of low density and multi-residential development. Shaganappy Park Playground and Community Association site is located to the east of the subject site, and Shaganappy Golf Course is located to the northwest of Boat Trail. Next slide, please. This application proposes to redesignate the parcel to a direct control DC district based on the MU1 district with a floor area ratio of 3 and a height of 20 meters, which would accommodate approximately 5 to 6 stories. The proposed DC district includes site-specific provisions to address the challenges of the 12th Avenue right-of-way within the parcel, and also includes reduced parking requirements and alternative transportation options, such as enhanced on-site cycling facilities due to its proximity to the LRT station. Next slide, please. The proposal is in alignment with the Westbrook Communities Local Area Plan, or LAP. The LAP identifies the site within the Neighborhood Flex Urban Form category, which encourages a mix of residential and commercial uses. The LAP also identifies the site as having a building scale modifier of low up to 6 stories. Next slide, please. The subject site is located within the Shaganappy Point Transit Station core zone. The LAP states that core zones are where pedestrian activity and building scale are envisioned to be the highest. To encourage the development of affordable housing units, the LAP states that incentives such as parking reductions may be explored and implemented through a direct control bylaw for sites in close proximity to the LRT station. Next slide, please. To conclude, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of the subject parcel. Thank you.
Thank you. We will open the public hearing now. Is the applicant here to speak to the proposal?
Good evening, Mayor, members of Council. My name is Jack Model. I'm with B&A Studios, and we're the applicant. We're here to speak in favor of the application. With me is Brian Romanevsky with Onward, Romanesky. I know it's been a long day, so we don't have a presentation, but we just want to add a couple comments, and then we'll make ourselves available for questions. For myself, I just wanted to thank the administration team. They were a pleasure to work with. They expedited this affordable housing application, really turned around comments very quickly, and we really appreciate the work that they did. Same goes for the Shaganappy Community Association. They were also excellent to work with. We understand through development permit, people in the community will have a lot of interest in this project through the next stages, and we would like to continue that positive relationship. So I'll let Brian go.
My name is Brian Romanesky. I'm the chair of the board of directors of Onward Homes. And council may remember this is part of a land disposition that was approved by council at the end of 2024. And this is our very first milestone in the planning approval process. We have continued working on design over the past 12 months and advanced the design for the development permit, and we're ready to go should council support this land use redesignation today. We are planning and hoping to break ground and start construction in the spring of 2026. I've been involved with Onward Homes for 16 years, and I wanted to share tonight with this council that over the past 16 years, it's probably the level of our partnership and the synergy with the City of Calgary, it's probably the highest I've ever seen. And I know it's your last public hearing today, so I wanted to thank this council who steered the administration and the conversation about affordable housing over the past 4 years, and before that, for those of you that were elected before. We don't always agree with the conversation, but what's important for us is that there's a conversation and that housing has been an important part of this council, and we hope that the next council will be just the same. With this approval today, not only are we building housing, but we're providing affordable housing, providing safe homes to Calgarians that are in need, and we want to thank you for your support.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thank you very much for taking the time to be here today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.24? Seeing and hearing no one else, I will close the public hearing on this item. I'll look for any questions of administration, but I'm not seeing any. Over to you, Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. First off, thank you so much to Onward Homes, BNA as well, for the amount of effort and work that's gone into this application, the speed at which you've worked to be able to make sure that it's economical so that it's as affordable as possible when it comes online. Huge. To administration, thank you so much for all your work in expediting this application. But also, just to go beyond just a generic administration comment, just a big shout out to all of the different people that have their hands in the non-market land sale program. This is a development that's coming directly out of the non-market land sale program, and the speed at which we were able to go from identifying land, helping service, getting it into the non-market land sale, releasing it to the public, getting an EOI, getting the successful applicant, having the applicant test the site, do the environmental studies, figure out what they can do, come to here, all within a span of, I think, 24 months, give or take, from the moment we started to figure out that the site was going to go in non-market land sale 3. That's pretty awesome. And the last thing that's really cool about it, of course, is that what better place to put affordable housing? A child could throw a rock at Shaganappy train station from the front door from here. It is amazing how close it is to some of the best transit in the city and my personal train station. So I'm excited to be able to walk past this development when I'm coming downtown in the future. So this is awesome. Thank you so much. Happy to move.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder, please?
Yeah, I'll second.
Councillor Meehan, thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just add, thanks so much to Onward Homes and to administration, but also thanks to council. I think this is one of the big successes that we've had as a council that, for whatever reason, we don't talk about enough. I think if we were to go take a picture on every single parcel of land that we were successfully dispossessed of to enable affordable housing over time, I think it's like a huge achievement that I think no other council could really hold a candle to, and very much needed at this time. So I don't normally give us kudos, but I will say I think that has been something we've done exceptionally well. You know, it is our last public hearing, so yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Meehan. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back over to you, Councillor Walcott.
Just a note that was raised to me by my colleague sitting beside me. I am not encouraging children to throw rocks across Bow Trail. That was an idea, a visual. No rocks should be thrown across Bow Trail. You will hit a car. Closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 148D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 148D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 148D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 148D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. That takes us on to item 7.2.25, Ms. Sanborn.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. The next item on the agenda is a policy amendment to enable low-density development in the form of row houses and townhouses. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 71P 2025 for amendment to the Bridgeland Riverside Area Redevelopment Plan, or ARP. Next slide, please. The subject site is located at 523 9th Street Northeast in the community of Bridgeland Riverside. Next slide, please. The site consists of one parcel near the corner of 5th Avenue and 9th Street Northeast. The parcel is currently developed with a single detached dwelling and a detached garage accessed from a rear lane. The applicant has identified the intent to develop a comprehensive development on a parcel consolidated with the adjacent corner lot to the north. The adjacent lot is already in alignment with the ARP. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is characterized by single detached, semi-detached, and fourplex style dwellings. The site is approximately 400 meters, a 7-minute walk north of commercial uses on 1st Avenue Northeast, which is a main street identified in the municipal development plan. and approximately 200 meters or a 3-minute walk northwest of a neighborhood park and playground shown in green on the map. Next slide, please. A text amendment to the Bridgeland Riverside ARP is required to allow low-density multi-residential development on the subject site while maintaining the conservation land use category. Exempting this site would allow the subject site to develop with the uses allowed under the approved residential grade-oriented infill RCG land use district, which includes row houses and townhouses. Next slide, please. For these reasons, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the Bridgeland Riverside ARP amendment. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It's 7.2.25, and we have Lee Wang.
Thanks, Mayor. Good evening. Again, I'm here. So we also own the corner lot. The idea is we want to consolidate both lots to do a better project. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody in the queue with any questions for you. Thank you very much for taking the time to be here. All right, is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.25? Seeing and hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on this item. Councillor Kura.
I was just on this corner this weekend and looking at this site and thinking it's going to be a much, much better development site that will yield a much better project when the two are consolidated. Both of the houses are end of life. Makes a ton of sense. So let's amend this policy, move it in 3 readings.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Meehan, thank you. Not seeing anybody else in for debate. Over to you to close, Councillor Kura.
Closed.
Be scribed to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? Councillor Chabot is opposed, and that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 71P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chabot is opposed, and that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 71P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 71P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chabot is opposed, and that is carried. Let's move on to item 7.2.26.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is a policy amendment to enable low-density development in the form of row houses and townhouses. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 74P 2025 for amendment to the Ramsey Area Redevelopment Plan, or ARP. Next slide, please. The subject site is located at 2129 Spiller Road Southeast in the community of Ramsey. Next slide, please. The parcel is located mid-block along Spiller Road Southeast and is currently developed with a single detached dwelling and detached garage with rear lane access. The site is in close proximity to Ramsey School to the south and a large community park containing multiple recreation amenities to the west. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is characterized by low-density residential dwellings and commercial and mixed uses along Spiller Road. Next slide, please. The proposed amendment to the ARP consists of changing the subject site from the low-density residential area land use category to the low-density multi-unit residential category. The low-density residential area policies of the ARP discourage development of more than 2 dwelling units on parcels. The proposed amendment will allow the ARP's policies to better align with the MDP and the existing residential grade-oriented infill, or RCG district designation, which supports a wider range of low-density housing forms, including row houses and townhouses. Next slide, please. For these reasons, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the Ramsey ARP amendment. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.26. Do we have Stephen Kerr? Okay, do we have anyone else on 7.2.26? Seeing and hearing no one, I will close the public hearing on this item. I'll look to see if there are any questions of administration. Doesn't seem to be. So Councillor Kura, over to you.
Yeah, this was a sad sort of site. It was a redevelopment project, and the particular contractor went bankrupt and left a bunch of people out for a long time. I'm glad to see it moving forward again. Spiller Road, of course, is the old North Trail, and it's an interesting Main Street corridor for Ramsey. And this kind of density is totally appropriate, and the land use allows it. We just need the dated ARP to support that as well. Happy to move it in 3 readings of the bylaw.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder for this one, please? Councillor Walcott, thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back over to you, Councillor Carra. Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Wong, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondek, votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 11-3 with Councillors McLean, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. First reading of bylaw 74P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chabot, Councillor McLean, and that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 74P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillors Chabot and McLean are opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 74P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 74P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chabot and Councillor McLean are opposed, and that is carried. And that takes us to item 7.2.27.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. The next item on the agenda is a policy amendment to enable low-density development in the form of row houses and townhouses. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 72P 2025 for an amendment to the Milligan-Ogden Area Redevelopment Plan, or ARP. Next slide, please. The subject site is located at 4847 25th Street Southeast in the community of Ogden. Next slide, please. The site is a corner parcel and is currently developed with a single detached dwelling and detached garage accessed by a rear lane. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is characterized by low-density residential uses consisting of single and semi-detached dwellings. The site is in proximity to parks and open spaces, and a large commercial site is located approximately 150 meters or a 3-minute walk to the southwest. The subject site is located within a community activity center identified within the municipal development plan and within a 5-minute walk to the closest primary transit stop on Ogden Road Southeast. Next slide, please. The proposed amendment to the ARP consists of a map amendment to change the land use category from low density conservation to low or medium density multi-dwelling residential. The low density conservation supports residential development in the form of single and 2-unit dwellings, while the low or medium density multi-dwelling category would allow row houses and townhouses. This policy amendment would align the site with the uses allowed under the existing residential grade-oriented infill RCG district and with municipal development plan policies. A text amendment is proposed to clarify that 75 units per hectare is appropriate on the subject site in alignment with the RC district maximum allowable density. Next slide, please. For these reasons, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the Milligan-Ogden ARP amendment. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.27. Anyone interested in speaking to this one? One more time.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, yeah. Kirk Libima from representing Milka. We would like to see an amendment to this and our ART respected. There's a couple of issues with this site and the development proposal. One is there'll be a total of 8 units, potential living units in it, with not enough parking, and it will be infringing on neighbors, casting shadows, privacy, etc. One of the biggest issues here is lack of parking, which will be facing one side. This is a short block corner unit on a really major road, and there isn't enough places to accommodate extra cars that will be required with such a development. And this is one of the biggest concerns in this area in general.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you, so thanks for taking the time to be here today.
Thank you.
Anyone else on 7.2.27? Seeing and hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on this item. Look for any questions of administration. Not seeing any, so I'll go to you, Councillor Craw.
Yeah, this is another situation where the land use and the old policy don't mesh, and so we got to bring the policy up to ground. I think administration did a good job of describing the amenities in close proximity to this site right now, but that's just a moon cast shadow to the amazing suite of amenities that will be there in not too long a time. It's sort of equidistant between the two LRT stations, the Green Line stations that will be there shortly, and the green space across Ogden Road is set aside for major recreation in the future. And below them on the escarpment will be the beginning of the significant main street that Ogden Road will evolve into. All of this is fine. It's a good use on this site. Happy to move it in 3 readings of the bylaw.
Thank you very much. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Walcott, thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back to you, Councillor Carra. Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? This is carried 12-2 with Councillor McLean and Councillor Chabot voting against. I'm going to pause after first reading for an amendment. First reading of bylaw 72P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillors McLean and Chabot are opposed, and that is carried. Over to you, Councillor Carra.
Yeah, administration has a amendment. It's a housekeeping amendment on this and the next one that just, I think, better fits the policy environment. I think it was a little typo, and this brings it, this clarifies it.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Penner, thank you. No one else in the queue. Back to you, Councillor Carra.
I'm closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Walcott, your vote, please.
Yes.
You, Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? The amendment is carried unanimously. Second reading of bylaw 72P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Councillors McLean and Chabot are opposed, and that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 72P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? That's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 72P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Councillors McLean and Chabot are opposed, and that is carried. That takes us on to item 7.2.28, Ms. Sanborn.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Similar to the previous item, this item is a policy amendment to enable low-density development in the form of row houses and townhouses. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 73P 2025 for amendment to the Milligan-Ogden Area Redevelopment Plan, or ARP. Next slide, please. The subject site is located at 2343 Crestwood Road Southeast in the community of Ogden. Next slide, please. The site is a mid-block parcel and is currently developed with a single detached dwelling and detached garage accessed by a rear lane. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is characterized by low-density residential uses consisting of single and semi-detached dwellings, a neighborhood commercial area under the CN2 district, and a 4-story multi-residential development under a direct control district are located approximately 100 meters or a 2-minute walk to the south of the subject site. Additional commercial uses are located along Ogden Road Southeast. A public park is located directly to the west of the subject site. Next slide, please. The proposed amendment to the ARP consists of a map amendment to change the land use category from low-density conservation to low or medium-density multi-dwelling residential. The low-density conservation supports residential development in the form of single and two-unit dwellings, while the low or medium-density multi-dwelling category would allow row houses and townhouses. This policy amendment would align the site with the uses allowed under the existing residential grade-oriented RCG land use district. A text amendment is proposed to clarify that 75 units per hectare is appropriate on the subject site in alignment with the RCG district maximum allowable density. Next slide, please. For these reasons, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the Milligan-Ogden ARP amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. We've got Lee Wang.
Thank you, Mayor. Lee Wang here. I think this is a very straightforward case. I don't want to say much about it, but if you allow, I do want to take the opportunity to thank many councillors for your support and criticism in the past, especially those who decide not to run. I take all those support and criticism to my heart, and every opportunity to try to learn and to see what policy and how to interpret policy, how to understand all those. Since I come to Calgary 12 years ago, I couldn't be more proud and call myself a Calgarian. And I feel we have the best of everything, the best summer, best winter. I've been to many places all the time. I couldn't wait to come back to Calgary. So with that, we couldn't have that without all your sacrifice and your determination. And then only after I started to do this job, I understand how hard being a counselor is. My job is hard, but I couldn't even compare with how your job is, so to balance all those interests. With that, I really want to thank your commitment and your contribution to Calgary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wang. I think everybody probably appreciated that, especially given the length of the day. So thank you so much. I don't see any questions for you in the queue. Do we have Kirk Lubimov? Kirk, are you on the line? Okay, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.27? I mean 28. 7.2.28. Okay, seeing and hearing
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep, please go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I have no idea what just happened there. Thank you again. So this is another development proposal that's going against our ARP, and just to address something that Karai here said, we have nothing in the works for any multiplex sporting event developments. There's absolutely nothing in place or even any serious consideration about it. I wish we had. The unfortunate part is that Mr. Karai's office has decided to break communications with community associations. We've been waiting for the city of Calgary to every 6 months we get another kick saying our local area planning will be developed in 6 months, in a year. So we've been waiting patiently and working with what we have to try to develop a living area. This road in particular is kind of unique in a way that there is 3 essentially other multi-unit development on it, and it's a key road to get out of onto Ogden Road, and there is no additional parking anywhere. So, and there is only an hour parking between 1 p.m. and I think 11 p.m. or something like that. So there's limited parking available in during today. And if you look at the other development that's been already approved and built down the road from it, not only the units are not selling, but they're completely outpriced the community. Some of the townhomes are $750,000. They've been sitting empty. And some of the other projects have added dozens of cars into the road, which which is causing a lot of congestion and pedestrian safety. The other aspect of it, this project was advertised first. The display that was shown to the neighbors was a residential detached home, a single detached. It did not communicate properly that it was a multi-dwelling unit request. So a lot of people got caught off guard, and it will obviously have the effect of shadow and over the neighbors, but there's also really two key marquee trees parked right at the front lot that are extremely beneficial to obviously nature and shade for the whole neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks again for joining us on this item. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.28? Seeing and hearing none, I will close the public hearing on this item. I'm also not seeing any questions of administration, so Councillor Craw, I will go to you to move the item.
I actually have a question of administration really quickly. The Ogden ARP, or the local area plan, and the local area planning in Ogden is critically important with the Green Line coming. So we had a similar question from Bridgeland, who wants to now be vended into the North Hill LAP, and we had a question mark as to when that was coming, but I'm a very strong believer in doing the local area planning, and I think it's really important that it is done before the Green Line arrives. Dr. Goldstein?
I had just let Mr. Fraze go home, but luckily we were talking about this exact thing over the last number of months about the sequencing of the next local area plans, and I can confirm that that one is on our top priority list, along with that Bridgeland one that we had discussed earlier on today. There are many that we had gotten, like you said, into some form of planning for the area, and then we either stopped or the community had asked us to stop. So our desire is to make sure that we get back to those areas right away.
My problem was that I was such an advocate for local area planning that we started to do sort of beta tests of what became the local area plan, and so the beta tests sometimes didn't translate into an alpha situation, but I'm glad to hear that it's coming. That's my only question regarding this. I will say that this is very much the same proposition as the last one we just passed, whereas the last one was on the south end, I think, of the just into the neighborhood on the south end of the future Main Street. This one's on the north end, just on the edge of the future Main Street. It's got a similar character of amenities nearby, plus the LRT station that is a short walk to 72nd Avenue. So this is 68th, so it's 4 blocks away. And that LRT station, by the way, is going to be the best LRT station in the city. It's just got the perfect mix of ingredients. This has a beautiful little parkette behind it. It also has established street trees, which are critically important on Crestwood Road, which I'm sure will be protected through this. So it's a good place to add a little bit of gentle density near the extreme density that's coming, or the more significant density that's coming along the Main Street. Happy to move the policy amendment.
Thank you for that, Councillor Craw. Before I go to a seconder, Council, Ms. Sanborn only has 3 more items, and if we get through them tonight, she won't have to come back tomorrow. So I'm looking for general consent to just wrap up the next 3. I'm not getting general consent. Does anyone want to make a motion for that? Okay.
I'm happy to make a motion that we finish the public hearing.
I'm looking to finish like the next 3 items only. So Councillor Craw is making that motion. Is there a seconder?
We're coming back tomorrow to do the non-public items.
No, they're public too.
No, they're public
They're
as
all
well,
public.
but it's a different team.
It's a different team.
Okay. So let's finish off with this team tonight.
Is anyone seconding? Nope. Can we at least finish this item, everyone?
It's literally going to be like 10 minutes. Come on, you guys. No one's going to.
Okay, can I get general consent to finish this item? Yeah, no one's opposed to that? Okay, thank you for that. Who's seconding this motion? Councillor Craw's motion, is anyone seconding it? Councillor Walcott, thank you very much. I don't see anyone in the queue for debate. Over to you to close, Councillor Craw.
Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 11-3 with Councillors McLean, Penner and Chabot voting against. I'm only doing first reading, and then we're going to an amendment. First reading of bylaw 73P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chabot is opposed. Councillor McLean is opposed, and that is carried. Over to you, Councillor Carra, for your amendment.
This is almost the exact same housekeeping amendment. Please support. Closed.
Can I get a seconder for the amendment, please? Councillor Thaliwal, thank you. I don't see anybody in the queue. Back to you to close, Councillor Carra. E-scribe to vote on the amendment, please.
Councillor Wong, your vote, please. Councillor Carra, your vote, please.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek votes for it.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? The amendment is carried unanimously. Second reading of bylaw 73P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chabot and McLean are opposed. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 73P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 73P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chabot and McLean are opposed, and that is carried. Ms. Sanborn, I tried, but I guess we will see you tomorrow at 1 o'clock. We will resume at 1 o'clock here tomorrow. We will start with item 7.2.29.